Are you migrating over, bro? What's going on here? Don't just like spam with different questions. Like give the like 2-minute gap for them to catch up to the chat. Give them the 2-3 minutes to respond. Yeah, but just keep doing it like every 10 minutes, and after like an hour and a half, if there's like no interaction, move on to the next streamer. And Blessed, if you need to go lie down, man, I mean, this music can't be helping your head. Like, the stream can't be helping your head in any way. We are over the top. We are like loud, excessive echo, man. Yeah, if any of those things happened to you before, Smokey, I need to hang. I'll sleep later. True, Blessed. Tell me what it was so I can steal it. Smokey, what was your 40,000 word story about? Was it about you jerking off? Well, we tested ourselves because you have good intentions, Callie. That's another thing. It's like you're just doing it because it's part of your personality. You're not doing it because you think that it's going to get you attention. Does that make sense? Feel free to jump in, and we have the public stories where you can pop in your story. We have the self promo where you can pop in and do everything. Yes, I do, right? Indeed, I mainly write short stories, but I'm also working on a main novel. That's okay, Nico. That just has an element of reality to it to someone who understands and is fascinated with that topic. And it's good to write about things that you know about and like, because you can bring your creativity into it. Oh, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. And remember, you guys are fucking amazing. Keep being you. Keep being awesome. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Ohio gozaimasu, genki desu ka? Hajimemashita. I know, Callie, I was just making a funny joke. Never stick your dick in a hot tub, Jet. I almost have like my own schedule to the dishwasher. It's like my parents will like wake up and turn on the dishwasher, and I'll have like completely filled it overnight. Need a dumbwaiter? Everyone says that, Blessed. Everyone my entire life has said, man, you're the reason people invented dumbwaiters. That's what my parents should be telling me, right? We shouldn't have to have someone outside tell us because our parents are so, like, loving in a destructive way towards us, where they just enable us to have bad lives. Well, it's green and red. Green is the good, red is the bad. The problem is, as soon as you have one bad parent with one bad kid, he's the popular kid, and now all of a sudden all the other kids are corrupted. Little does Callie know, I gave someone $5 to do it instead, and I kept the 15 in the whole sandwich. So you technically didn't even do it, and you get the rewards from it. Damn, Queen, that is some middle management shit right there. Wizards are losers, and I'm a crocodile. Oh, damn. Does that mean you're a warlock, Callie? Oh, words are hard. Words are fucking hard. When you say 1,000 words a day, you're bound to say 1,001 wrong ones, right? 500 minutes of ads. Do you know how much money 500 minutes of ads is? I disagree. I'ma buy some dirt and turn it into gold. I'm too random, guys. What's up with my head? Callie, if I could buy dirt and plant gold and grow gold, I'd probably be dead, because the government would be like, no, you can't do that. Smell of fresh cut wood? Oh my god. And like that fresh rain smell? Oh, to die for. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for stopping around. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you so much. We will be back again, same time tomorrow, 11:30 p.m. PST. Every day, all day, every time. Tomorrow's my last day at work, so we will be on for an extended period of time to celebrate tomorrow. Maybe a 10 to 12 hour stream. Let's fucking do it, boys. Alright, have a great night, everyone. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Was that me? Are you calling Sean old? Wait, Smokey, are you calling Sean old? Are you calling Sean is that a slur for calling him an old man? Because he's on a pension? I might die sooner than you think. Oh shit, that's not good, Smokey. You're too young to die, Smokey. You still have 70 or 80 years in you. I figure it's just something that's more of an annoyance to deal with on like anything that's further than, let's say, like 10 feet away. So it's like, if it's further than like 10 feet away, you're fucked, right? But if it's closer than that, like a computer screen or like a phone. Sean just explained to me how eye systems work, and now my brain is exploding with, oh my god, I absolutely understand the eye grading system now. Why has no one ever said that before?
Cool story, bro.
Queen is like pumped, man. Queen has some. Look at Queen's face. He has some fucking shit he's gonna be doing today. I have the worst luck. So like, anything that's like I could lose my money. No, nope. Queen, welcome. How's it going?
Queens try to come up and defend.
Queen, you are playing StarCraft right now.
I think he actually canceled the
There was a time when crypto mining was easy. Sucker for a good package. Oh, as the French say, le comprenne-bouze.
This one I think should be much.
Make me feel tall at frickin' 5'7". I'm taller than Charlie, guys. Charlie's 5'6". I'm 5'7". I'm taller than Charlie. Yes, and I'll finally be super short old lady that smokes weed and games. Hell yeah, Queen, that's what it's all about. I do consider myself extremely lucky, front burner. Like, I'm extremely fucking lucky. Insanely lucky. I see what you did there, Sean. I got that joke. Guys, yo, boys, how's it going? We back at her again. Welcome, Outcast. So we were working on something today, and literally within the last 3 minutes, I kind of thought of a whole new thing for it. I was going through it in my head, but we got like a political horror that's like journalist gets fucked over, so he finds the best way he can to fuck over the people that fucked him over, and that is to basically become like the leader of the mob. So because he knows that the mob is like controlling the government, but now that he's the leader of the mob, it's like, well, he can't, stop being the leader of the mob. So his plan is basically to like make all the politicians go crazy by bugging their rooms and making them like basically whispering into their ear at night, like subconsciously, like to do the right thing as if their conscience is talking to them. Only problem is the dude overlooks the fact that like his own presence is there, so it's like no matter how crazy the politicians get, they can't make the right choice because he's always lingering in the background with like some sort of blackmail or something. So it's kind of like, you get to the top and you get to this point of being basically all-powerful, but you're kind of locked behind your own skill set, right? And he's literally just making the world worse and worse because the politicians and leaders are basically going crazy. Because they're like, oh, well, we'll do the good thing. And then they're like, well, we can't do the good things. We're just going to do the bad thing. Fuck it. But they're like super paranoid and delusional and like blaming people. It's getting to like a dystopian police state. And he's like, fuck, man, how do I get out of this shit? But it's like he's pretty much caused the biggest problem he's tried to stop. So I thought that would be pretty interesting. White Bob! Why didn't it work? What is going on? Sometimes it works. Like, I bet if I do it, it'll work. Let me see if I do it, if it works.
Holy shit. A white mob? One sec, chat. Just logging into my softcore character to practice killing it.
Why? Why does it work for me, but not other people? It doesn't make any sense. Fuck fucking hate technology, Meg. It's some bullshit. I gotta up the volume on that though. Always trying to figure out the volume. I mean, I have infinite points, so you know, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah, and I was just thinking like, hey, you start the story, and I was like, worth every point, yeah. If I start the story, instead of being from the main character's point of view, like the journalist's point of view, maybe it should be from, like, one of the politicians, but he's, like, a good politician, but he's still getting, like, fucked over, so it's like now he's becoming the journalist to look into, this mobster, and then he finds out, you know, this mobster's actually a good guy, and it's like he's trying his best, but he just can't. Something like that. Wait, isn't Agatha Christie... I have no idea. Where did that even come from? From Murder on the Orient Express. It's a character. Yeah, she wrote the book. She wrote Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, Murder of... Sure if the name of the game. Well, I can put it in the video game. Yeah, there is one. Agatha Christie video game series. Adventure games. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not really too much into that kind of stuff, so I wouldn't know. But, I mean, it seems interesting, right? But yeah, we got a really, really long story today. So she writes very much, like murder mystery kind of things, right? And since we're trying to get into the aesthetic of suspense and horror, these are the kinds of stories that we should be studying. But I'm like super late today, so I'm still eating my food. So we'll just take a sec here to get into everything. Halloween coming up? It's perfect. He's also got a lineup of videos for tomorrow, because tomorrow we're starting the art arc. Hey man, I saw your stream yesterday. It was very helpful, man. Hey, OBX, I wasn't sure if you saw it, but I made an entire video for the entire beta read if you want to watch it without all the banter and everything. It's 30 minutes long. Now everything's kind of nice and concise and together and on point. But welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? A little late today, so I'm still eating my dinner. I got too hooked up in writing the story. I didn't realize what frickin' time it was. I was like, no, I'm gonna start streaming in 10 minutes. Well, fuck. Life just goes. And it's good to hear that it was helpful, Obiak. I'm hoping you can knock my socks off as well. Nice to have both. Yeah. I mean, the banter on the stream is always fun, right? It was just, I didn't expect it to take 3.5 hours during the entire read because of the banter. I thought it would only take 2 hours, but you know, we react to a 15-minute video, it's 2.5 hours long. That's just kind of the way it works sometimes. But it is what it is. Today we're reading this short story. I'm not wearing socks and nothing to knock off for me. Ha ha ha. Silent Outcast. Were you here for the? You were here for the story yesterday. Outcast, what'd you think? I really liked it. I think it has great potential. Cause I love the. I think we need more. Yeah. I love the idea of you don't quite know if it's this guy staring, if this guy is actually staring, or if like it's all in the character's head. So it's like you can either play into that or you can play into the schizophrenia. And it's like either one is like equally gold, right? That's what's the best part about like a story like that is my very first story ever. I was very excited to have it here. Well, that's very wonderful. A lot of people are, you know, it's like there's like a writing regime. Everyone's just coming together and being like, you know what? I want to be a writer now. It's like, I don't know why, but I just feel that. Everyone's like, oh, this is my first story. I'm like, damn, that's good. You should see. You want to hear my first story? I'll read you guys my very first story. I wrote this when I was 15. And it was the original, where is it? It was the original prologue to my story. Is this it? No. Where is it? We were the same age when we wrote our stories. Nice. Where is it? Is it not here? Chapter events, no. Series, no. Ideas? Can I not find it? Timeline? No. I swear it was in here. Oh man, apparently I can't find it. That's not good. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is the first story I ever wrote. This was going to be the original opening to my book. Okay, apparently that didn't work. I usually write fantasy, but I do short stories. So we go all over the place from horror, science fiction, fantasy, modern, like parable type stories and stuff like that. Like a story called Dentist Disaster about, you know, basically warning you about eating food or chewing gum after the dentist when your tongue is frozen and the kid winds up chewing his tongue off. So this is Book 1, The Magistrate, Chapter 1, which is actually the prologue. This darkness cannot be good, he said as he looked up from his workbench to stare at the spreading darkness in the sky. It's mid-spring by this time of day. The sun should be high in the sky. This is extremely odd. He pondered this for a few moments before going back to his studies. There's most likely some magic being worked by one of the elders under classified missions, he said to himself as he quickly wrote down the rest of the script he was translating. Pulled back from his studies and stretched out his hands over his head and stood up. But still it is odd. He shook off these worries, for he had others, and reached for his book with one last glance out the window before opening the door and walking out. Good morning, Varius, said a passing acolyte, and bowed before scurrying on his way. Good morning, said Varius, not really paying attention. He walked for several minutes uninterrupted in his thoughts until he heard loud footsteps rushing in his direction. Naturally, he swayed to the side of the corridor and walked along the wall, letting the messenger pass. Sir Varius, an exhausted voice said in an urgent tone. Sir Varius, the magistrate is calling all high scholars to his mansion at once. He's asked that word of this meeting not leak to the public. That's all, sir. I must be on my way. Good day. And with that, he continued down the hall and out of earshot. What does it have to do with the darkness in the sky? He pondered it once more and then started to walk off into his room. The magistrate's mansion was a massive building surrounded by gardens and rivers. 2 spires wound up the sides of the building. Varius stepped onto the walkway and continued up the path up to the porch. Raise Motai! Varius, how are you? Varius looked around in shock as he stood in the dimming light of dusk. Hello, Ume, he said in a surprising tone. What are you doing here? What's going on? I can explain that. Varius? A third voice came from the now open door of the mansion. Magistrate! Varius said as he and Abelard looked up at the door. They bowed their heads in reverence. At ease, you two. This is not a formal event, and if you would please follow me to the Chronicle Chamber, all will be revealed to you. The room was large, had an audience chamber of seats where the members of the council would sit. There was a stage with a podium on it at the front of the room, and 5 seats to the side. A large silver chair sat at the back. This was the magistrate's seat. The magistrate stood up and acknowledged the council. Ladies and gentlemen, he spoke in a dark tone that immediately took the attention of the whole room. Called you here today to announce our finding of the investigation of the darkness in the sky that disappeared several days ago. Our scout mistress, Ume, will address you now. He sat himself down in his seat and motioned for Ume to stand and take the podium. As you have all, she was quickly interrupted by the raising of one of the members of the council. What's the meaning of this? Why do you bring an outsider into one of our most secret meetings? We swore we would have nothing to do with the other worlds. Are you a traitor, magistrate? He bellowed, red-faced. Silence, roared the magistrate. The man sank into his seat and crossed his arms in annoyance. As I was saying, as you've all probably noticed, this darkness in the sky is no thing of nature. Your leader is asked of my assistance because I'm from the world of nature herself. He asked me if I would investigate this strange happening. As none of you probably know, this darkness is not only covering your world, it is also covering mine and the other 4. This event is not just of your concern, but of mine, and of every other person in our realm. As for the investigation itself, I have visited Decivar, and using their unique abilities, I was able to find the source of this darkness. Veil. The room suddenly burst into sound, voices yelling out accusations, and saying this was nothing but lies. Ume stomped her feet on the floor, fuming at the sound, trying to get the council's attention again. After several minutes, everyone was done with their interruption and sat back down. You may not think this is true because you do not trust those of another world. You only trust your own abilities, but let me tell you this. Just because you do not believe it is just because you do not believe it is a threat does not make it any less of a threat. Keep those words in your minds as you rot away, your indecision killing your world. With that, she stepped off the podium and walked proudly out of the door, slamming it behind her. Silence! Roared the magistrate once more. This is not the time to be arguing. You placed me as the head of your conclave because you thought I had the best skills of holding together our continually fragmented nation this world has become, and in doing so gave me full jurisdiction over Nashim, full control of all military assets, and complete loyalty for my people. I swore an oath to protect this world from the threats it might encounter, and I sealed the gate to the other worlds and closed off our borders to any outsiders. I see now that this was not the right decision to make, so I've asked for the help of all the worlds in this endeavor. That is why I've done what I've done. The public must never learn of this. There would be mass panic among the lower ranks. Chaos would ensue. Now that you all know what is happening, I would like your feedback on this matter. Varius, please voice your opinion. Huh? Varius looked up from the book he was studying. He had not been paying much attention to the conversation. Oh yes, of course. He stood up and walked to the front of the podium. Fellow scholars, as the High Setivar of Nashim's Scholars Council, and one of the 3 most intelligent in this room, it's my finding that we do the following. Open the gates to the other worlds, and reopen the portal to Veil. The room was now extremely tense. I know you all think the Veil was completely cut off when we tried, and I emphasize the tried part to destroy it, but that is not true. If we place the power source back, we will still have access to the Crystalline Temple. Varius could tell that every scholar except one disagreed with him, but none spoke out. I also believe that we should gather the 6 worlds together as a council, a meeting place of all the races, so that we can discuss matters like these to all the races of this realm. Raised his finger to silence the approaching uproar. I also believe that we should not have a single leader, but one from every world. That's all, Magistrate. I'll now take my leave of here, as I have work I must do elsewhere. Contact me when you have reached a decision. Varius stepped from the podium and walked out the door, shutting it softly behind him. We have reached a decision, then? We have, Magistrate. It is with reluctance that we must follow the words of Varius and create this council he so vaguely described. Only by doing this can we ensure that whatever this darkness is, we will be able to fight it with the best of our ability, announced the conclave. Very well then, it shall be done. Conclave bowed to the magistrate as he walked down from the stage and out the door. And basically the idea is that there's one race that's like this shadow race that are called Lorians, and they're like parasites that infest you, and their darkness was spreading across the 6 worlds, so they had to close off the gates to their original world, Vale, in order to prevent it from spreading, and they had to basically cull the entire population to make sure that no Lorians survived. But what they didn't know is every 5,000 years, there's a natural alignment of the realms that diminishes the veil between worlds, and each of the realms can connect without having a gate. So if you will it enough, you can transfer between worlds. And this is how the Lorians originally infected all of the other worlds. And that's kind of where the idea started. And then that idea of the Lorians and everything eventually became anima and the consciousness and all the worlds. I decided would just be different continents on the same world, and eventually we evolved into what we have now. But that still has its own story, its own plot, its own idea that I could still write an entire book about. It's just changed now to be more Final Fantasy inspired than, like, absolute original story. But yeah. Yeah, this is a really, really, really long short story for today. 7,500 words. Oh my god, this thing just keeps fucking clogging on me. Oh, I blame Smokey. He's probably trying... He's cursed my bowl to make me want to smoke fucking joints, because he just keeps clogging it every time. The bastard. Whoa. But yeah, Obiak, if you want to, in the talk story section of the Discord, is... Actually, no, it's not even there. Never mind. Let me pop it in there. It's not, it hasn't been updated in a while, but this is like my general Google Docs that I put basically everything on. If you want to check that out, it has all my short stories on there and everything. The first chapter of my book. A couple of other people's stories on there as well. A couple of things like poems. And some AI stories that, you know, we were like, how good can AI ghostwrite? I mean, it's okay. You know, it's okay. It's not great. But, you know, it can turn an amazing idea into a mediocre story. That's what's kind of important about it. So, like, what we do with the commentaries, like what we did today. So we had this story that is a journalist kind of getting thrown out, and then he makes his own way, basically on, like, YouTube, and becomes an independent, like, streamer journalist trying to, like, break the truth about the world. And he just keeps getting, like, pushback to the point where it's like he's basically trying to get, like, assassinated, pretty much. So we rewrote the story into, like, a... Nope, not this one. Too many of these. Wait, did I put it on here? Or was it a new one? Oh, right, it was under story 1, and it's called Ballanized. Here we go. And then I kind of turned into an even shorter version of itself, of just, like, the journalist, but completely changed it to now it's, like, the psychological thriller of, instead of being, like, what I've wrote here I'm going to change, because I wanted it to be, like, the reporter, but as the story evolved, it's like this guy is actually technically the bad guy. He's like starts off the good guy but becomes the bad guy, essentially. And I want the story to revolve around one of the politicians who's trying to do the right thing, but he doesn't know the truth behind it, and he doesn't know about Hamill in the background and like the mob controlling like the government and stuff like that. But he's like hears whispers in his walls and like voices coming to him, and he thinks that he's becoming like schizophrenic or something like that, but it's actually Hamill speaking to him through the walls through like listening devices in the night, like whispering, like, you know that bill you want to pass, yeah, don't pass it, just, you know, don't do it, that would be a very, very bad idea. It's like, what the fuck is going on? And then it eventually drives him to either commit suicide or kill some politicians or something, you know, like, maybe he becomes Hamill's personal, like, assassin. And he's like, go kill that guy. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, you know which one. Yeah, you go get him, buddy. But we'll see where the story evolves into, right? That's why I like doing outlines, because then I feel like I'm just throwing so many stories away, and I'm like, well, this was another story. And the story evolved into something completely different, but I could still go back and do the old story. It's like, how many stories do I need to combine? But that's probably one of my biggest problems with, like, pantsing and discovery writing, is the story changes so much that by the end of it, I've written, like, 4 different stories. All hail ads, your overlords, your ad overlords. They're the greatest of them all. I mean, what? No, we don't like ads around here, right? No, ads are bad. Ads are bad, come. Ads are bad, come. Don't do ads, kids. Ads are bad. Ads are bad, come. Alright. This is the other horror, the biotech horror story. I'm like, what is going on? It's because it's inside of the same one. Because I don't know what the hell I'm doing, because I'm retarded. Alright. The witness for the prosecution. So I'm guessing this is going to be in the form of a retell story, in the fact of it will be a character retelling the happenings of a story, which is kind of one of the things we've been pushing for, especially for like how The Banquet is, and how we want Stoner Girl evolution to be. It's almost a telling of, like a retelling through the memories after the fact. And then it lets you play with a lot of things, like the fact that, like, memories are not 100% reliable, right? There are a lot of things that you can, if you think about how you remember something 10 years ago, like a movie, and you go back and watch the movie and be like, man, why do I have memories that literally don't happen? Like, what, for me, I swear this is a scene. And maybe it's in the unrated version or uncut version, but I swear it's a scene in The Departed with one of Jack Nicholson's, like, prostitutes with his wife, and she's like, oh, you know, I don't want to do coke anymore. And he's like, what? You don't want to do coke? And he just grabs a handful of coke and just, like, shoves it down her throat. And I'm like, I swear this scene, like, I don't know why I have the memory of this scene in my head, and I don't know what movie it comes from. I swear it's from The Departed. But I have no fucking idea, and I've rewatched it, I've been like, that's not how that scene happens. And I'm just, like, waiting for it to happen, and it never happens, and I'm like, did I make this up? Like, did I make this scene up in my head? Like, I'm so confused. And maybe I did, I don't know. But it's one of the most, to me, it's one of the most fucked up scenes, but I absolutely love it, because it shows how far gone the character is. Alright. Mayhern adjusted his pince nez. Alright. And cleared his throat with a little dry as dust cough that was wholly typical of him. Then he looked again at the man opposite him, the man charged with willful murder. Mr. Mayhern was a small man, precise in manner, neatly, not to say foppishly dressed, with a pair of very shrewd and piercing grey eyes. By no means a fool. Indeed, as a solicitor, Mr. Mayhern's reputation stood very high. His voice, when he spoke to his client, was dry but not unsympathetic. I must impress upon you again that you are in very grave danger, and that the utmost frankness is necessary. Leonard Vole. Greetings! Hey, country girl! How's it going? Welcome, welcome! We are reading a longer short story by... Got you tabbed up working. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Enjoy your work, good sir. Hopefully everything goes by nice and smooth and fast. And you don't have this happen to you. I saw this earlier and I was like, oh my god. The saying comes to me again. I am too dumb for people, this many people to be, like, I'm too retarded for this many people to be dumber than me. I wonder if I can find it. Yeah. So some guy decided in the middle of the cotton factory it would be a great idea to use a lighter to open the packaging for the cotton. And now he is literally on fire running through the cotton. Look at the manager, he's like, stomps his foot like, fuck! This guy goes over to try and fan the flames. I'm just like, what the, dude, get the fuck out of there. Oh man, it's like what I saw, it's like when you come into work and it's like a pop factory. Long, annoying day, but enjoying library time to get some writing and readings in. Ah, nice. But yeah, some people are just, oh my god, how are you so dumb? How are you so dumb? And it was like, it's like a 20-story, maybe 15-story warehouse, right? And it's got pop cans up like 150 feet. And it's like 500 feet of, and like 150 feet across and 150 feet up, and you just see one of the pillars of pops is leaning over like this, and there are hundreds of thousands of exploded pop cans just like piled across the entire warehouse, and it's just like the entire thing just like creaks and falls down. Just fixed chapter 4 and put in the Google Doc. Ooh, nice. So we can read chapter 4 after this. I'm super stoked for that. Because this goes to show, like, what I like about reading these short stories is being able to show the distance between amateur and professional. And the goal of that is to not discourage you and say you're not professional. It's to say, this is what a legendary piece of work looks like. How do you get to the stage of also making something that is a legendary work? So it's very much a mentality of seeing where you need to go and analyzing the reasons why you're not there yet. And doing it in a positive light of being like, well, obviously you're not going to be like one of the greatest fucking writers of all time. What are the chances of that? But you can be a writer enough that you can at least sell enough to put food on the table. And if you happen to be one of the greatest writers of all time, now you can see your journey of how you got there, right? Read and study every word John Ronald Reuel Tolkien ever wrote. Yep. Yep. It's, I swear, wasn't it one of the short stories we did? Leaf by Neagle. I'm pretty sure this is a Tolkien work. Let me confirm that real quick. Yeah, it's Tolkien. This is a really, really good short story. And then there's also Era Crossing Country Girl. Like, if you look at a lot of things in Lord of the Rings specifically, when it comes to Tolkien's description of cities, you really, because of the attention span nowadays, you can't really get away with the types of, like, descriptions that Tolkien has when it comes to the environment. Like, literally, like, this window on this house is facing west, like 30 feet in the air with, you know, this sloped incline with this type of, you know, it's like the specificity of it is like lost in an age of attention span, essentially. That's why nowadays you have to be almost a completely different writer in order to sell, because it's almost an entirely different medium you're trying to sell. And that's usually just the way that you can get your name out there, and then once you've got your name out there, then you can do whatever you want, right? But it's like, you want to make as many choices that make you popping off as easy as possible, right? So, like, most people are going to sacrifice some level of their writing, in a sense. Like, oh, I really like fantasy, but fantasy's not selling, so I'm going to do horror with an element of fantasy to try and sell. And I think it's also good to, like, work outside of your genre and work in multiple genres to see what different things work. Because even if you're writing a fantasy story, you're still going to have probably moments of it that seem like horror, moments of it that are suspense, moments of it that are like mystery, moments of it that are like grounded down to earth, right? You're going to have moments that feel like it's historic because it's like an expo dump or something like that, right? So it's like engaging in those other genres in order to incorporate those on a small scale inside of your book in order to evoke an atmosphere for a certain type of setting. Or Victor Hugo spent 2 hours of story on the Battle of Waterloo to mention the connection between a minor character and a mid character. Mid character's dad. And that's the difference in film between, you know what that immediately reminds me of, Country Girl? Is the end of the third Men in Black. Now, I never really cared for the third Men in Black, but to tie the story together that the original K knew Jay's dad, and, like, he knew him and, like, saw him as a kid, that is such a great way of tying in the ending. Les Miserables, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. There's a way to do it for the time, and then there's the way you do it, and then there's the way that you can do it. And all of those need to be explored, I think, in order for you to figure out truly who you are as a writer, right? Because I started in fantasy, and then I really moved over to sci-fi, and then I've really enjoyed, like, kind of modern mystery, and now I'm into horror. And I'm like, I can use all of this in aspects of fantasy for my Final Fantasy book, as well as, like, the isekai for, like, Stoner Girl Evolution, and doing, like, satire, like, Nepotism Unleashed, which is, like, a satire of the idea of how nepotism is extremely prevalent in, like, politics and leadership in countries and stuff like that. And in this day and age, it's like how that can cause huge problems across the board. In this case, it's Hunter Biden crashing Air Force One into the Burj Khalifa and starting World War III out of a misconception by the media, who had the exact proof and chose not to use it. So it's also a critique on the media. What's up, Tyler? How's it going? What is this? True. Hell yeah. How's it going, Tyler? How was the stream today, good sir? I didn't get a chance to pop in because I was working on stuff. I was so late to the stream. I haven't even finished eating my dinner yet. I'm probably not even going to finish eating. It's probably cold. It's like heated up after the stream. Or maybe when we're watching the Sanderson lecture or something like that. It's just spaghetti. No one fucking really cares. It's just food to be eaten. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it's mush in my stomach. I must impress upon you again that you are in a very grave danger, and that the utmost frankness is necessary. Leonard Vole, who had been staring in a dazed fashion at the blank wall in front of him, transferred his glance to the solicitor. I know, he said hopelessly. You keep telling me so, but I can't seem to realize yet that I'm charged with murder. Murder! Such a dastardly crime, too. Mr. Mayhern was practical, not emotional. Coughed again, took off his pince-nez, polished them carefully. Is that like a fancy way of like... Because this is like an old story, right? Like a pin for your collar? Or is it like the buckles for like... You know, I'm guessing where he's wearing a suit, even though he said he's not dressed that well? Polished them carefully and replaced them on his nose. Oh! Is that like... Oh, it's like spectacles. Okay, I gotta look this up. What the fuck? Okay, it's like a monocle. But it's like two. Okay. Okay. So it's like the double version of a monocle, because monocle is one. So it's just glasses without arms. Polished them carefully and replaced them on his nose. Then he said, yes, yes, yes. Now, my dear Mr. Vole, we're going to make a determined effort to get you off, and we shall succeed. We shall succeed. But I must have all the facts. I must know just how damaging the case against you is likely to be. Then we can fix upon the best line of defense. Still, the young man looked at him in the same dazed, hopeless fashion. To Mr. Mayhern, the case had seemed black enough, and the guilt of the prisoner assured. Now, for the first time, he felt a doubt. First published in Munsey's magazine, 1924, and then reprinted in Christie's collection, The Hound of Death, 1933, and Witness for the Protection and Other Stories. Oh, this is just, a thing. You think I'm guilty, said Leonard Vole, in a low voice, but by God, I swear I'm not. Looks pretty black against me, I know that. I'm like a man caught in a net, the meshes of it all around me, entangling me whichever way I turn. But I didn't do it, Mr. Mayhern. I didn't do it. In such a position, a man was bound to protest his innocence. Mr. Mayhern knew that, yet, in spite of himself, he was impressed. Might be, after all, that Leonard Vole was innocent. You're right, Mr. Vole, he said gravely. The case does look very black against you. Nevertheless, I accept your assurance. Now, let us get to the facts. I want you to tell me, in your own words, exactly how you came to make the acquaintance of Miss Emily French. It was one day in Oxford Street. I saw an elderly lady crossing the road. She was carrying a lot of parcels. In the middle of the street, she dropped them. Tried to recover them, found a bus was almost on top of her, and just managed to reach the curb safely. Dazed and bewildered by people having shouted at her, I recovered her parcels, wiped the mud off them as best I could, retied the string of one, and returned them to her. There was no question of your having saved her life. Oh, dear me, no. All I did was to perform a common act of courtesy. She was extremely grateful, thanked me warmly, said something about my manners not being those of most of the younger generation. Can't remember the exact words. Then I lifted my hat and went on. I never expected to see her again. But life is full of coincidences. That very evening I came across her at a party at a friend's house. She recognized me at once and asked that I should be introduced to her. I then found out that she was a Miss Emily French and that she lived at Cricklewood. I talked to her for some time. She was, I imagine, an old lady who took sudden and violent fancies to people. She took one to me on the strength of a perfectly simple action which anyone might have performed. On leaving, she shook me warmly by the hand and asked me to come and see her. I replied, of course, that I should be very pleased to do so. She then urged me to name a day. I did not want particularly to go, but it would have seemed churlish. Churlish to refuse, so I fixed on the following Saturday. After she had gone, I learned something about her from my friends, that she was rich, eccentric, lived alone with one maid, and owned no less than 8 cats. I see, said Mr. Mayhern. The question of her being well off came up as early as that. If you mean that I inquired, began Leonard Vole hotly, but Mr. Mayhern stilled him with a gesture. I have to look at the case as it will be presented by the other side. An ordinary observer would not have supposed Miss French to be a lady of means. She lived poorly, mostly humbly. Unless you had been told the contrary, you would in all probability have considered her to be in poor circumstances. At any rate, to begin with, who was it exactly who told you that she was well off? My friend, George Harvey, at whose house the party took place. He is likely to remember having done so. I really don't know. Of course, it is some time ago now. Quite so, Mr. Vole. You see, the first aim of the prosecution will be to establish that you were in low water financially. That is true, is it not? Leonard Vole flushed. Yes, he said in a low voice. I'd been having a run of infernal bad luck just then. Quite so, said Mr. Mayhern again. That being, as I say, in low water financially, you met this rich old lady and cultivated her acquaintance assiduously. Now, if you are in a position to say that you had no idea she was well off, and that you visited her out of pure kindness of heart, which is the case, I dare say I am not disputing the point. I am looking at it from the outside point of view. A great deal depends on the memory of Mr. Harvey. He is likely to remember that conversation. Is he likely to remember that conversation, or is he not? Could he be confused by counsel into believing that it took place later? Leonard Vole reflected for some minutes. Then he said steadily enough, but with a rather paler face, I do not think that line would be successful, Mr. Mayhern. Several have witnessed for the prosecution. Those present heard his remark, and 1 or 2 of them chaffed at me about my conquest of a rich old lady. The solicitor endeavored to hide his disappointment with a wave of his hand. Unfortunate, he said, but I congratulate you upon your plain speaking, Mr. Vole. It is you I look to guide me. Your judgment is quite right. To persist in the line I speak of would have been disastrous. We must leave that point. You made the acquaintance of Miss French, you called upon her, the acquaintanceship progressed. We want a clear reason for all this. Why did you, a young man of 33, good-looking, fond of sport, popular with your friends, devote so much of your time to an elderly lady with whom you could hardly have anything in common? Leonard Vole flung out his hands in a nervous gesture. I can't tell you. I really can't tell you. After the first visit, she pressed me to come again, spoke of being lonely and unhappy. She made it difficult for me to refuse. She showed so plainly her fondness and affection for me that I was placed in an awkward position. You see, Mr. Mayhern, I've got a weak nature. I drift. I'm one of those people who can't say no. And believe me or not, as you like, after the 3rd or 4th visit I paid her, I found myself getting genuinely fond of the old thing. My mother died when I was young. An aunt brought me up, and she too died before I was 15. If I told you that I genuinely enjoyed being mothered and pampered, I dare say you'd only laugh. Mr. Mayhern did not laugh. Instead, he took off his pince-nez again, and polished them, a sign with which that he was thinking deeply. I accept your explanation, Mr. Vole, he said at last. I believe it to be psychologically probable. Whether a jury would take that view of it is another matter. Please continue your narrative. When was it that Miss French first asked you to look into her business affairs? After my third or fourth visit to her, she understood very little of money matters and was worried about some investments. Mr. Mayhern looked up sharply. Be careful, Mr. Vole. The maid, Jeanette Mackenzie, declares that her mistress was a good woman of business and transacted all her own affairs. And this is borne out by the testimony of her bankers. I can't help that, said Vole earnestly. That's what she said to me. Mr. Mayhern looked at him for a moment or two in silence. Though he had no intention of saying so, his belief in Leonard Vole's innocence was at the moment strengthened. He knew something of the mentality of elderly ladies. He saw Miss Finch, infatuated with the good-looking young man, hunting about for pretexts that would bring him to the house. What more likely than that she could plead ignorance of business and beg him to help her with her money affairs? She was enough of a woman in the world to realize that any man is slightly flattered by such an admission of his superiority. Leonard Vole had been flattered. Perhaps, too, she had not been averse to letting this young man know that she was wealthy. Emily French had been a strong-willed old woman, willing to pay her price for what she wanted. All this passed rapidly through Mr. Mayhern's mind, but he gave no indication of it, and it asked instead a further question. And you did handle her affairs for her at request? I did. Mr. Vole, said the solicitor, I'm going to ask you a very serious question, and one to which it is vital I should have a truthful answer. You were in low water financially. You had the handling of an old lady's affairs. An old lady who, according to her own statement, knew little or nothing of business. I'm back in it! Welcome back, Fish! How's it going? We're reading, Witness. Short story by... Fuck, I can't remember. Agatha... Hold on, let me look this up. Okay. Author, Christy, yeah, Christy, Obiak, thank you for the follow. Agatha Christie. There you go.
Thank you for following Abiak 11. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Thank you so much for the follow, bro. Super appreciated, and I hope you are enjoying the stream very much so. Smokey would very much appreciate it as well. Did you at any time or in any manner convert to your own use of the securities with which you handled? That's the only prolific mystery writer named Agatha I know. Agatha Christie. Yeah. I'm not good with names. I'm terrible with names. Did you at any time, because she wrote Murder on the Orient Express and like all that kind of stuff. Lots of murder mysteries. But hey, you look at any great author and they all have short stories. So, you know, for me, that's a huge thing because like I love short stories. And knowing that it's like, oh, that's how a lot of people actually started out, was just like, hey, let's start with short stories, let's get into the groove of it, and then let's work into long form. And it's like, that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm like, every time I see something, I compare it to how I do stuff, and I say, is this influenced by something else, or is this a natural outcome of my creative tendencies? And it's like, the more that my natural outcomes to my creative tendencies line up with how the greats were, it gets me more and more excited that one day I could possibly create a masterpiece. Fun fact, she became a murder mystery writer because she already had a near encyclopedic knowledge of poisons. Wait, really? She was like super into poisons and chemistry and stuff like that? And that's what led her to write murder mysteries? That's crazy. That is the idea of write what you know. Take something you're extremely passionate about and forge it into the essence of your writing. For me, that's consciousness, science, and understanding of the world. And whether that's science fiction, modern, or fantasy, that even falls under the condition of like parables, ways to teach you not to do things in life and the consequences of actions that seem mundane. You know, like teaching a 5-year-old not to put their hand on on an element on a stove, right? Or like, you know, you play around in the rain and you don't dry yourself off, you're gonna get a cold. And the more like your hair is wet, the more likely you are to get a cold. Something along those lines, right? Just small parables about the way life is, but seen through the eyes of consciousness and the perspective I have on the world. And it's all like a metaphor for teaching people. Other people have these ideas too, and it's like intrusive thoughts level of perception. To the point where you're like, I know what it is, I can now control it because I know what it is. And it's like the know your enemy. If you don't know your enemy, you'll never be able to defeat it because you can never analyze it and figure out its weaknesses and get around it. Like, my weaknesses are fucking ads, and I just have to talk about it now that we're never gonna get any ads. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna brush my hair. Just gonna pretend. Guys, we're just gonna pretend, right? Shh, go to sleep. There's no ads. No such thing as ads, guys. Ads? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Ads? What are ads? Don't get me started on this shit. You have no idea what ads are. Seriously? All right, there we go. I will never accept this outcome. No matter how much you tell me I'm wrong, I will still always believe that the world is what's wrong and not me. I have strong belief in myself and my convictions to the things that I believe. And that is, fire is hot. Don't touch yourself with this shit. It be danger, boy. It's a big danger, boy. Okay. Did you at any time or in any manner convert to your own use of the securities which you handled? Did you engage in any transaction for your own pecuniary? Never heard that before. Pecuniary advantage, which will not bear the light of day? Quelled the other's response. Wait a minute, before you answer. There are two courses open to us. Either we can make a feature of your probity and honesty in conducting her affairs, whilst pointing out how unlikely it is that you would commit murder to obtain money which you might have obtained by such infinitely easier means. If, on the other hand, there is anything in your dealings which the prosecution will get a hold of, if, to put it badly, it can be proved that you swindled the old lady in any way, We must take the line that you had no motive for the murder, since she was already a profitable source of income to you. You perceive the distinction. Now, I beg of you, take your time before you reply. But Leonard Vole took no time at all. My dealings with Miss French's affairs were all perfectly fair and above board. I acted for her interests to the very best of my ability, as anyone will find who looks into the matter. Thank you, said Mr. Mayhern. You relieve my mind very much. I pay you the compliment of believing that you are far too clever to lie to me to cover over such an important matter. Surely, said Vole eagerly, the strongest point in my favor is the lack of motive. Granted that I cultivated the acquaintanceship of a rich old lady in the hopes of getting money out of her, that, I gather, is the substance of what you have been saying. Surely her death frustrates all my hopes. Solicitor looked at him steadily, then, very deliberately, he repeated his unconscious trick with his pince-nez. It was not only they were firmly replaced on his nose that he spoke. It was not until they were firmly replaced on his nose that he spoke. Are you not aware, Mr. Vole, that Miss French left a will under which you are the principal beneficiary? What? The prisoner sprang to his feet. His dismay was obvious and unforced. My God, what are you saying? She left her money to me? Mr. Mayor nodded slowly. Vole sank down again, his head in his hands. You pretend you know nothing of this will. Pretend? There's no pretense about it. I knew nothing about it. What would you say if I told you that the maid, Janet Mackenzie, swears that you did know? That her mistress told her distinctly that she had consulted you in the matter, and told you of her intentions. Say, that she's lying? No, I go too fast. Jeanette is an elderly woman. She was a faithful watchdog to her mistress, and she didn't like me. She was jealous and suspicious. I should say that Miss French confided her intentions to Janet, and that Janet either mistook something she said or else was convinced in her own mind that I had persuaded the old lady into doing it. I dare say that she herself believes now that Miss French actually told her so. You don't think she dislikes you enough to lie deliberately about the matter? Leonard Vole looked shocked and startled. No, indeed, why should she? I don't know, said Mr. Mayhern thoughtfully. But she's very bitter against you. The wretched young man groaned again. I'm begging to see, he muttered. It's frightful. I made up to her. That's what they'll say. I got her to make a will, leaving her money to me, and then I go there that night, and there's nobody in the house. They find her the next day. Oh, my God, it's awful. You are wrong about there being nobody in the house, Mr. Mayhern. Jeanette, as you remember, was to go out for the evening. She went, but about 9:30 she returned to fetch the pattern of a blouse sleeve which she had promised to a friend. She let herself in by the back door, went upstairs and fetched it, and went out again. She heard voices in the sitting room, though she could not distinguish what they said, but she will swear that one of them was Miss French, and one was a man's. At 9:30, said Leonard Vole. At 9:30, sprang to his feet. But then I'm saved! Saved! What do you mean, saved? Cried Mr. Mayhern, astonished. By 9:30 I was at home again. My wife can prove that. I left Miss French about 5 minutes to 9. I arrived home about 9:20. My wife was there waiting for me. Oh, thank God, and bless Jeanette Mackenzie's sleeve pattern. In this exuberance, he hardly noticed that the grave expression on the solicitor's face had not altered, but the latter's words brought him down to earth with a bump. Who, then, in your opinion, murdered Miss French? Why, a burglar, of course, as was the thought at first. The window was forced, you remember. She was killed with a heavy blow from a crowbar, and the crowbar was found lying on the floor beside the body. Several articles were missing. But for Jeanette's absurd suspicions and dislike of me, the police would never have swerved from the right track. That will hardly do, Mr. Vole, said the solicitor. Things that were missing were mere trifles of no value, taken as a blind, and the marks on the window were not all that conclusive. Besides, think of yourself. You say you were no longer in the house by 9:30. Who then was the man Jeanette heard talking to Miss French in the sitting room? She would hardly be having an amicable conversation with a burglar, no? No, said Vole, no. He looked puzzled and discouraged. But anyway, he added with a riveting spirit, it lets me out. I've got an alibi. You must see Romaine, my wife, at once. Certainly, acquiesced the lawyer. I should already have seen Mrs. Vole, but for her being absent when you were arrested. I wired to Scotland at once, and I understand that she arrives back tonight. I'm going to call upon her immediately I leave here. Vole nodded, a great expression of satisfaction settling down over his face. Yes, Romaine will tell you. It's a lucky chance, that. Excuse me, Mr. Vole, but you are very fond of your wife. Of course. She of you? Romaine is devoted to me. She'd do anything in the world for me. He spoke enthusiastically, but the solicitor's heart sank a little lower. Testimony of a devoted wife. Would it gain credence? Is there anyone else who saw you return at 9:20? A maid, for instance. We have no maid. Did you meet anyone in the street on the way back? Nobody I knew. I rode part of the way in a bus. Conductor might remember. Mr. Mayhem shook his head doubtfully. There is no one, then, who can confirm your wife's testimony. No, but it isn't necessary, surely. I dare say not, I dare say not, said Mr. Mayhem hastily. Now, there's just one more thing. Did Miss French know that you were a married man? Oh, yes. Yet you never took your wife to see her. Why was that? For the first time, Leonard Vole's answer came halting and uncertain. Well, I don't know. Are you aware that Jeanette Mackenzie says her mistress believed you to be single, and contemplated marrying you in the future? Vole laughed. Absurd! There was 40 years difference in age between us. It has been done, said the solicitor dryly. The fact remains, your wife never met Miss French. No. Again, the constraint. You will permit me to say, said the lawyer, that I hardly understand your attitude in the matter. Vole flushed, hesitated, and then spoke. I'll make a clean breast of it. I was hard up, as you know. I hoped that Miss French might lend me some money. She was fond of me, but she wasn't at all interested in the struggles of a young couple. Early on, I found that she had taken it for granted that my wife and I didn't get on. We're living apart, Mr. Mayhem. I wanted the money. For Romaine's sake. I said nothing, and allowed the old lady to think what she chose. She spoke of my being an adopted son to her. There was never any question of marriage. That must be just Jeanette's imagination. And that is all. Yes, that is all. Was there just a shade of hesitation in the words? Oh, excuse me. The lawyer fancied so. Rose and held out his hand. Goodbye, Mr. Vole. He looked into the haggard young face and spoke with an unusual impulse. I believe in your innocence in spite of the multitude of facts arraying against you. Bless you times 3. Thank you, country girl. I appreciate it. Gotta get those demons out. They're called the Whitakers, okay? Sean, you fucked up. So did the Whitakers. But that's okay. Because we got more than enough shit to take. Right? Whitaker. Typos suck. Indeed they do. And it's funny seeing typos when I'm reading these short stories that are published, and it's like, even to that degree. 29 posted, Queen was naughty. Uh-oh, Sean. Is that like naughty as in like politically naughty, or naughty as in like naughty? Looked at the haggard young face and spoke with an unusual impulse. I believe in your innocence in spite of the multitude of facts arrayed against you. I hope to prove it and vindicate you completely. Pulling a fast one on James kind of backfired on her. Ooh. Ooh, sounds interesting. I'm excited, Sean. Vole smiled back at him. "You'll find the alibi is all right," he said cheerfully. "Again, he hardly knows that others do not respond." "The whole thing hinges on a good deal on the testimony of Jeanette Mackenzie," said Mr. Mayhern. "She hates you, that much is clear." "She can hardly hate me," protested the young man. The solicitor shook his head as he went out. "Now for Mrs. Vole," he said to himself. He was seriously disturbed by the way the thing was shaping. The Voles lived in a small shabby house near Paddington Street. It was to this house that Mr. Mayhern went. In answer to his ring, a big, slanterly woman, obviously a charwoman, answered the door. "Mrs. Vole. Has she returned yet?" "Got back an hour ago, but I don't know if you can see her." "If you will take my card to her," said Mr. Mayhern quietly, "I'm quite sure that she will do so." The woman looked at him doubtfully, wiped her hand on her apron, and took the card. Then she closed the door in his face and left him on the step outside. A few minutes later, however, she returned with a slightly altered manner. "Come inside, please." She ushered him into the tiny drawing room. Mr. Mayhern examined the drawing on the wall, started up suddenly to face a tall, pale woman who had entered so quietly that he had not heard her. "Mr. Mayhern, you are my husband's solicitor, are you not?" "You've come from him. Will you please sit down?" Till she spoke, he had not realized that she was not English. Now, observing her more closely, he noticed the high cheekbones, the dense blue-black of the hair, and an occasional very slight movement of the hands that was distinctly foreign. Strange woman, very quiet. So quiet as to make one uneasy. From the very first, Mr. Mayhern was conscious that he was up against something that he did not understand. "Now, my dear Mrs. Vole," he began, "you must not give way." He stopped. It was so very obvious that Romaine Vole had not the slightest intention of giving way. She was perfectly calm and composed. "Will you please tell me about it?" she said. "I must know everything. Do not think to spare me. I want to know the worst." She hesitated. "True! What's up, Blondie BBC?" She hesitated, then repeated in a lower tone with a curious emphasis which the lawyer did not understand. "I want to know the worst." Mr. Mayhern went over his interview with Leonard Vole. She listened attentively, nodding her head now and then. "I see," she said, when he had finished. "He wants me to say that he came in at 20 minutes past 9 that night." "Did he come in at that time?" said Mr. Mayhern sharply. "That is not the point," she said coldly. "Well, my saying it so acquit him." "Will they believe me?" Mr. Mayhern was taken aback. She had gone so quickly to the core of the matter. "That is what I want to know," she said. "Will it be enough? Is there anyone else who can support my evidence?" There was a suppressed eagerness in her manner that made him vaguely uneasy. "So far, there is no one else," he said reluctantly. "I see," said Romaine Vole. She sat for a minute or two perfectly still. A little smile played over her lips. The lawyer's feeling of alarm grew stronger and stronger. "Mrs. Vole," he began, "I know what you must feel." "Do you?" she asked. "I wonder. In the circumstances, I intend to play a lone hand." He looked at her in dismay. "But my dear Mrs. Vole, you are overwrought. Being so devoted to your husband, I beg your pardon." The sharpness of her voice made him start. He repeated in a hesitating manner. "Being so devoted to your husband?" Romaine Vole nodded slowly, the same strange smile on her lips. "Did he tell you that I was devoted to him?" she asked softly. "Ah, yes, I can see he did. How stupid men are. Stupid, stupid, stupid." Whose story? I'm in and out looking up Wolfenstein lore. This is Agatha Christie. This is like a professional writer. This is one of the top 5 considered greatest horror/mystery short stories ever written. She rose suddenly to her feet. All the intense emotion that the lawyer had been conscious of in the atmosphere was now concentrated. Yeah, she wrote Murder on the Orient Express and a bunch of other murder mysteries. Very prominent writer. Because now we're getting into like mystery, suspense, and horror, right? All the intense emotion that the lawyer had been conscious of in the atmosphere was now concentrated in her tone. I hate him, I tell you. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him! I would like to see him hanged by the neck till he is dead. The lawyer recoiled before her, and the smoldering passion in her eyes. She advanced a step nearer and continued vehemently. Perhaps I shall see it. Supposing I tell you that he did not come home in that night at 9:20, but at 10:20. You say that he tells you he knew nothing about the money coming to him. Supposedly I tell you he knew all about it and counted on it and committed murder to get it. Supposedly I tell you that he admitted to me that night when he came in what he had done. That there was blood on his coat. What then? Supposing that I stand up in court and say all these things. Her eyes seemed to challenge him. With an effort he concealed his growing dismay and endeavored to speak in a rational tone. You cannot be asked to give evidence against your husband. He is not my husband. The words came out so quickly that he fancied he had misunderstood her. I beg your pardon. He is not my husband. The silence was so intense that you could have heard a pin drop. I was an actress in Vienna. My husband is alive, but in a madhouse, so we could not marry. I'm glad now. She nodded defiantly. I should like you to tell me one thing, said Mr. Mayhern. He contrived to appear as cool and unemotional as ever. Why are you so bitter against Leonard Vole? She shook her head, smiling a little. Yes, you would like to know, but I shall not tell you. I will keep my secret. Mr. Mayhern gave a dry little cough and rose. Seems to be no point in prolonging this interview, he remarked. You hear from me again after I have communicated with my client. She came closer to him, looking into his eyes with her own wonderful dark ones. Tell me, she said, did you believe, honestly, that he was innocent when you came here today? I did, said Mr. Mayhern. You poor little man, she laughed. And I believe so still, finished the lawyer. Good evening, madame. He went out of the room, taking with him the memory of her startled face. This is going to be the devil of a business, said Mr. Mayhern to himself as he strode along the street. Extraordinary, the whole thing. An extraordinary woman, a very dangerous woman. Women were the devil when they got their knife into you. What was to be done? That wretched young man hadn't a leg to stand upon. Of course. Possibly he did commit the crime. No, said Mr. Mayhern to himself. No, there's almost too much evidence against him. I don't believe this woman. She was trumpeting up the whole story. But she'll never bring it into court. He wished he felt more conviction on that point. The police court proceedings were brief and dramatic. Principal witness for the prosecution were Jeanette Mackenzie, maid to the dead woman, and Romaine Heilger, Austrian subject, the mistress of the prisoner. Mr. Mayhern sat in court and listened to the damning story that the latter told. It was on the lines she had indicated to him in their interview. Prisoner reserved his defense and was committed for trial. Mr. Mayhern was at his wit's end. The case against Leonard Vole was lack beyond words. Even the famous KC1, who was engaged for the defense, held out little hope. King's Counsel. Here, a barrister of preeminence selected a nomination of the Lord Chancellor to serve as counsel, the British witness for the prosecution. If we can shake that Austrian woman's testimony, we might do something, he said dubiously. But it's a bad business. Mr. Mayhern had concentrated his energies on one single point, assuming Leonard Vole to be speaking the truth and to have left the murdered woman's house at 9 o'clock. Who was the man Jeanette heard talking to Miss French at 9:30? The only ray of light was in the shape of a scapegrace nephew who had, in bygone days, cajoled and threatened his aunt out of various sums of money. Jeanette Mackenzie, the solicitor learned, had always been attached to this young man, and had never ceased urging his claims upon her mistress. It certainly seemed possible that it was this nephew who had been with Miss French after Leonard Vole left, especially as he was not to be found in any of his old haunts. In all other directions, the lawyer's researches had been negative to their result. No one had seen Leonard Vole entering his own house or leaving that of Miss French. No one had seen any other man enter or leave the house in Cricklewood. All inquiries drew blank. It was the eve of the trial when Mr. Mayhern received the letter which was to lead his thoughts in an entirely new direction. Came by the 6 o'clock post, an illiterate scrawl written in common paper and enclosed with a dirty envelope with the stamp stuck on crooked. Mr. Mayhern read it through once or twice before he grasped its meaning. Dear Mr. You're the lawyer chap what acts for the young feller. If you want that painted foreign hussy showed up for what she is and her pack of lies, you come to 16 Shaw's Rents, Stepney tonight at it'll cost you 200 quid. Ask for Mrs. Mogson. Solicitor read and reread this strange epistle. It might, of course, be a hoax, but when he thought it over, he became crown. Increasingly convinced that it was genuine, and also convinced that it was the one hope of the prisoner. Evidence of Romaine Hailger damned him completely, and the line of defense meant to pursue, the line that the evidence of a woman who admittedly lived an immoral life was not to be trusted, was at best a weak one. Mr. Mayhern's mind was made up. It was his duty to save his client at all costs. He must go to Shaw's Rents. He had some difficulty in finding the place, a ramshackle building in an evil-smelling slum, but at last he did so, and on inquiry for Mrs. Mogson, was sent up to a room on the 3rd floor. On this door he knocked, and getting no answer, knocked again. At the second knock he heard a shuffling sound inside. And presently the door was opened cautiously, half an inch, and a bent figure peered out. Suddenly the woman, for it was a woman, gave a chuckle and opened the door wider. So it's you, dearie, she said, in a wheezing voice. Nobody with you, is there? No playing tricks? That's right, you can come in. You can come in. Some reluctance, the lawyer stepped across the threshold into the small dirty room, with its flickering gas jet. There was an untidy, unmade bed in the corner, a plain deal table, and 2 rickety chairs. For the first time, Mr. Mayhern had a full view of the tenant of this unsavory apartment. She was a woman of middle age, bent in figure, with a mass of untidy gray hair and a scarf wound tightly around her face. She saw him looking at this and laughed again, the same curious, toneless chuckle, wondering why I hide my beauty, dear. Afraid it may tempt you. But you shall see, you shall see. She drew aside the scarf and the layer recoiled involuntarily before the almost formless blur of scarlet. She replaced the scarf again. So you're not wanting to kiss me, dearie? I don't wonder. And yet, I was a pretty girl once, not so long ago, you'd think. Either. Vitriol, dearie. Vitriol, that's what did that. Ah, but I'll be even with 'em. She burst into a hideous torrent of profanity, which Mr. Mayhern tried valiantly to quell. She fell silent at last, her hands clenched and clenching and unclenching themselves nervously. Enough of that, said the lawyer sternly. I've come here because I have reason to believe you can give me information which will clear my client, Leonard Vole. Is that the case? Her eyes leered at him cunningly. What about the money, dearie? She wheezed. 200 quid, you remember. It is your duty to give evidence, and you can be called upon to do so. That won't do, dearie. I'm an old woman, and I know nothing. But you give me 200 quid, and perhaps I can give you a hint or two. See? What kind of hint? What should you say to a letter? A letter from her. Never mind how I got hold of it. That's my business. It'll do the trick. But I want my 200 quid. Mr. Mayhern looked at her coldly and made up his mind. I'll give you £10. Nothing more. And only that if this letter is what you say it is. £10, she screamed and raved at him. 20. And that's my last word. She rose as if to go, then, watching her closely, he drew out a pocketbook and counted out £21 notes. You see, he said, that is all I have with me. You can take it or leave it, but Already he knew that the sight of the money was too much for her. She cursed and raved impotently, but at last she gave in. Going over to the bed, she drew something out from beneath the tattered mattress. "Here you are, damn you," she snarled. "It's the top one you want." It was a bundle of letters that she threw to him, and Mr. Mayhern untied them and scanned them in his usual cool, methodical manner. The woman, watching him eagerly, could gain no clue from his impassive face. He read each letter, though, returned again to the top one, and read it a second time. Then he tied the whole bundle up again carefully. They were love letters, written by Romain Hailger, and the man they were written to was not Leonard Vole. The top letter was dated the day of the latter's arrest. "I spoke true, dearie, didn't I?" whined the woman. "It'll do for her. That letter?" Mr. Mayhern put the letters in his pocket. Then he asked a question. "How did you get a hold of this correspondence?" "That's telling," she said with a leer. "But I know something more. I heard in court what that hussy said. Find out where she was at 10:20, the time she says she was at home. Ask at the Lion Road Cinema. They'll remember. A fine, upstanding girl like that, curse her." "Who's the man?" asked Mr. Mayhern. "There's only a Christian name here." The other's voice grew thick and hoarse. Her hands clenched and unclenched. Finally, she lifted one to her face. "He's the man that did this to me. Many years ago now, she took him away from me. A chit of a girl she was then. And when I went after him, and went for him too, he threw the cursed stuff at me." And she laughed. "Damn her. I've had it in for her for years. Followed her, I have. Spied on her. And now I've got her. She'll suffer for this, won't she, Mr. Lawyer? She'll suffer. She will probably be sentenced to a term..." Fucking ads! Get out of here, ads! I throw spaghetti at you, ads! The spaghetti monster is coming for you if you don't watch your ads. The flying spaghetti monster will get you if you don't watch your ads. Make sure you watch your ads, kids. Keep that in your mind, because the flying spaghetti monster, he's out there somewhere. He's out there ready to eat your soul, suck you up and turn you into noodles and sauce if you don't watch your ads. So make sure you get out there and get your ads ready. Oh, the ad blocker. Oh, the ad blocker. You know what happens when you use an ad blocker? I'll show you what happens when you use an ad blocker. I can't find it. Well, it's Metalocalypse. It's some kid downloading the new album of Death Clock, and then within like 30 seconds, you know, you got the whole goon squad down on him and arresting him. She will probably be sentenced to a term of imprisonment or perjury. For perjury, said Mr. Mayhern quietly. Shut away. That's what I want. You're going, are you? Where's my money? Where's that good money? Without a word, Mr. Mayhern put down the notes on the table. Then, drawing a deep breath, he turned and left the squalid room. Looking back, he saw the old woman crooning over the money. He wasted no time. He found the cinema in Lion Road easily enough and shown a photograph of Romain Hailger. The commissionaire recognized her at once. She had arrived at the cinema with a man some time after 10 o'clock in the evening in question. He had not noticed her escort particularly, but he remembered the lady who had spoken to him about the picture that was showing. They stayed until the end about an hour later. Mr. Mayhern was satisfied. Romaine Hailger's evidence was a tissue of lies from the beginning to end. She had evolved it out of her passionate hatred. The lawyer wondered where he would ever know what lay beyond that hatred. What had Leonard Vole done to her? He had seemed dumbfounded when the solicitor had reported her attitude to him. He had declared earnestly that such a thing was incredible. Yet, it had seemed to Mr. Mayhern that after the first astonishment his protests had lacked sincerity. He did know. Mr. Mayhern was convinced of it. He knew, but he had no intention of revealing the fact. The secret between those two remained a secret. Mr. Mayhern wondered if someday he should come to learn what it was. The solicitor glanced at his watch. It was late, but time was everything. He hailed a taxi and gave an address. Sir Charles must know of this at once, he murmured to himself as he got in. The trial of Leonard Vole for the murder of Emily French aroused widespread interest. In the first place, the prisoner was young and good-looking. Then he was accused of a particularly dastardly crime. And there was the further interest of Romaine Hailger, the principal witness for the prosecution. There had been pictures of her in many papers and several fictitious stories as to her origin and history. The proceedings opened quietly enough. Various technical evidence came first. Then Janet Mackenzie was called. She told substantially the same story as before. In cross-examination, counsel for the defense succeeded in getting her to contradict herself once or twice over her account of Vole's association with Miss French. He emphasized the fact that though she had heard a man's voice in the sitting room that night, there was nothing to show that it was Vole who was there. And he managed to drive home a feeling that jealousy and dislike of the prisoner were at the bottom of a good deal of her evidence. Then the next witness was called. Your name is Romaine Hailger? Yes. You are an Austrian subject? Yes. For the last 3 years, you've lived with the prisoner and passed yourself off as his wife. Just for a moment, Romaine's eyes met those of the man in the dock. Her expression held something curious and unfathomable. Yes. Questions went on. Word by word, the damning facts came out. On the night in question, the prisoner had taken out a crowbar with him. He had returned at 20 minutes past 10 and had confessed to having killed the old lady. His cuffs had been stained with blood, and he had burned them in the kitchen stove. He had terrorized her into silence by means of threats. As the story proceeded, the feeling of the court, which had, to begin with, been slightly favorable to the prisoner, now set dead against him. He himself sat with downcast head and moody air, as though he knew he were doomed. Yet it might have been noted that her own counsel sought to restrain Romaine's animosity. He would have preferred her to be more unbiased. Formidable and ponderous counsel for the defense arose. He put it to her that her story was a malicious fabrication from start to finish, that she had not even been in her own house at the time in question, that she was in love with another man that was deliberately seeking to send Vole to his death for a crime he did not commit. Romaine denied these allegations with superb insolence. Then came the surprising denouement. The production of the letter. It was read aloud in court in the midst of the breathless stillness. Max, beloved, the fates have delivered him into our hands. He has been arrested for murder, but yes, the murder of an old lady, Leonard. Who would not hurt a fly? At last I shall have my revenge. The poor chicken. I shall say that he came in that night with blood upon him, that he confessed to me. I shall hang him, Max. And when he hangs, he will know and realize that it was Romaine who sent him to his death. And then happiness, beloved. Happiness at last. There were experts present ready to swear that the handwriting was that of Romaine Hailger, but they were not needed. Confronted with the letter, Romaine broke down utterly and confessed everything. Leonard Vole had returned to the house at the time he said, 9:20. She invented the whole story to ruin him. With the collapse of Romaine Hailger, the case of the Crown collapsed also. Sir Charles called his few witnesses. The prisoner himself went into the box and told his story of in a manly, straightforward manner, unshaken by cross-examination. The prosecution endeavored to rally, but without great success. The judge's summing up was not wholly favorable to the prisoner, but a reaction had set in and the jury needed little time to consider their verdict. Find the prisoner not guilty. Leonard Bull was free. Little Mr. Mayhern hurried from his seat. He must congratulate his client. He found himself polishing his pince-nez vigorously and checked himself. His wife had told him only the night before that he was getting a habit of it. Curious things, habits. People themselves never knew they had them. An interesting case. A very interesting case. That woman, now Romaine Hilger. The case was dominated for him still by the exotic figure of Romaine Hilger. She had seemed a pale, quiet woman in the house at Paddington, but in court she had flamed out against the sober background, flaunting herself like a tropical flower. If he closed his eyes, he could see her now, tall and vehement, her exquisite body bent forward a little, her right hand clenching and unclenching itself unconsciously all the time. Curious things, habits. That gesture of hers with the hand was her habit, he supposed. Yet he had seen someone else do it quite lately. Who was it now? He drew in his breath with a gasp as it came to him. The woman in Shaw's Rents. He stood still, his head whirling. It was impossible. Impossible! Yet Romaine Hilger was an actress. The KC came up behind him and clapped him on the shoulder. Congratulated our man yet? He's had a narrow shave, you know. Come along and see him. But the little lawyer shook off the other's hand. He wanted one thing only, to see Romaine Hilger face to face. He did not see her until some time later, in the place of their meetings not relevant. So you guessed, she said, when he had told her all that was in his mind. The face, oh, that was easy enough, and the light of that gas jet was too bad for you to see the makeup. But why? Why did I play a lone hand? She smiled a little, remembering the last time she had used the words. Such an elaborate comedy, my friend. I had to save him. The evidence of a woman devoted to him would not have been enough. You hinted as much yourself, but I know something of the psychology of cowards. Let my evidence be wrung from me as an admission, damning me in the eyes of the law, and the reaction in favor of the prisoner would immediately set in. In the bundle of letters, one alone, the vital one, might have seemed like a, put-up job. Then the man called Max never existed, my friend. I still think, said Mr. Little Mayhern, in an aggrieved manner, that we could have got him off by the, normal procedure. I dared not risk it. You see, you thought he was innocent. And you knew it, I see, said Mr. Mayhern. My dear Mr. Mayhern, you do not see it all. I knew he was guilty. That was fucking great. That's how you turn everything upside down 24 times. Fuck, that was great. I kinda suspected it, but I wasn't like 100%. Like, I knew he was guilty, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's obviously guilty. It's all about the end, man. The end brings it all back together, throws everything under and through a loop, over, back, and around again, and rips your head open, pulls your heart out. Alright. Sean! What are we, chapter 26 now? "26 different lifestyles." And Country Girl, are you here as well? Do you want me to read chapter 4, or is chapter 4 not fully completed yet? Oh, I packed a bowl and never smoked it. I'm fucking retarded. Chapter 4 is done. Alright, perfect. Okay, we'll do Sean's and then we'll do yours, Country Girl. And then we will read, because we didn't get to reading a chapter of Wheel of Time yesterday, so we'll have to do that because everything just kind of dragged on because we had some pretty interesting conversations going on yesterday. But that's the way it goes, right? Like, I love this. Like, we have like 4 like dead days in a row. Then the one day I have something like planned, everything pops off, and then the next day it's all back to quiet again. That's my fucking luck. And via proxy, other people's luck. Knock, knock. This is gonna have an entirely new meaning once I play OD. Fuck, man. Shit's crazy. Who would have thought a video game designer would prove an afterlife? Only Hideo Kojima could pull off such a grand thing. Knock, knock. Sir Waltron. The chamber door opened in the early morning. We had just gotten dressed, so at least I didn't shock the maid. Pardon the intrusion, but Prince Nedwin is requested to share breakfast with you. Suppose we could join him, I said without realizing the exact wording of the request. James, dear, the invitation is for you, not all of us, Nayla commented. Why wouldn't he invite all of us? At least it should have been the 2 of us. You're his blood sisters, after all. I was genuinely confused at this point. Marta came up to hug me from behind. I think he wants to get to know you better. It's not often he can socialize with other men. Being a prince isn't exactly a life of socializing. All he can think of when in normal gatherings is how all the women there want his seed. Unlike you, he is not looking forward to the act. Other noblemen don't tend to visit because of the fear of being surrounded by women. This is a rare treat for him. You should go and join him. I'm really not liking where this seems to be going. Just exactly how firm am I going to have to get in order to get him to understand I won't be wearing a gown or makeup? Nayla giggled. You'll have to be quite firm, but he will eventually accept it. I won't say he'll understand. There's just no way he'll understand why you feel the way you do, but he will be able to accept it. Sighing dejectedly, I turned to face the maid. I bowed slightly in respect. Lead the way, I shall attend. The maid smiled, bowing deeper in return. Very good, Sir Waltron. She turned and led the way through the halls. The trip to Edwin's room was extremely long, completely on the opposite side of the castle. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised it was the same with European castles back in the times of the monarchies. Still, keeping the family segregated just doesn't make sense. How was... you did it again, Sean. Bad, Sean. Bad. 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 How was Nedwin supposed to run to his big sisters for comfort during thunderstorms? The maid giggled. I don't believe such a thing has happened. It's a shame now you've mentioned it. Seeing him pattering through the halls to cling to his sisters would have been adorable. Alas, I don't believe he's young enough for such things now. I shrugged. Poor kid. Even I could have hugged my sisters in that situation, though in my case it would have been my sister coming to get comfort from me. We arrived at the prince's chambers, where a houseman greeted us and opened the door for me to enter. Welcome, Sir Waltron. His Highness is expecting you. He led me to a table set for 2. It seems to be a rather small table, a bit cozier than I prefer for 2 men. I looked uncomfortably at the table set for our breakfast. His Highness is nearly finished with his morning rituals. Do please take a seat. The houseman pulled out a seat like I was a lady in a dress and needed assistance. Shaking my head, I took the preferred seat. The proffered seat. Preferred? I can't. Shut the fuck. Yeah. Words are hard. I understand that you are training to act the way you are, but I dislike it for myself. Should you ever have the misfortune to serve me in the future, please don't pull out my seat. He was genuinely surprised at my statement. Brother, I thank you for coming this morning. He performed a curtsy before taking his seat. I bobbed my head. I might not again, if you don't stop with the formal etiquette. You invited your brother, not some noble from another house. If you can't be yourself, then I have no reason to stay. I'm here to get to know you, not the prince. But I was told that I must always be proper. Nedwin. Yo, what's up, queen? Nedwin was a little panicked. Being proper and putting on airs are two different things. Stop being the prince and just be Nedwin. In this situation, Nedwin is important and proper. Prince is an insult. Take off that mask. You see how different I'm acting now as compared to when we were in the banquet hall, don't you? That is me. That was the princess's husband. One is a real person, the other is a mask that is worn in a public political setting. How's it going? It's going good, Queen. How are you? We read an epic short story by Agatha Christie. Witness to the prosecution. Epic twist ending. Absolutely fucking loved it. And now we're reading Sean's story. And then we'll be reading Country Girl's story. And then we'll be getting... Because I don't see D-Naught today. So I guess there's not going to be a D-Naught story. But you never know. He might come in later. You know, I don't expect people to be here every day. That's, that's a little much, right? Popping in every now and then, that's pretty much how, you know, go explore, go find other people as well, right? I'm glad that you like the stream enough to stick around, though. Nedwin smiled. Okay, I can do that. Really, though. Thanks for coming. Are you truly not interested in makeup? Will you not wear a gown for this ceremony? I shook my head. I will never wear a gown or anything with a skirt, nor will I ever wear makeup. Those are absolute statements. Besides, most makeups that whiten skin have either white lead or else mercury, both of which are toxic, heavy metals that absorb through the skin. In other words, by using it, you are slowly destroying your skin. Wait, so that guy that is pointing the gun at me isn't real, and I don't have to be here? No, the guy who's pointing the gun at you is real, but the gun is not a real gun. It's a water gun. The problem is it's filled with acid. I mean, what? Gasp. Is that true? I nodded my head. I can't be sure with your makeup, but that was the truth back in the days of nobility where I came from. Enough of that. I did have something to ask you. Would you be willing to be my best man? He looked confused. What's that? I'ma switch it for Kool-Aid and freak him out by drinking it. Queen, this one I'll be able to pull up. You know what that reminds me of? Welcome to the Talk Stories, or Tales of...
Our next guest gave us, well, actually very little information, besides the fact that he is impervious to acid. So here he is. He's here to prove it. Let's welcome this guy.
Let's do this shit.
Now, you're sure about this?
Eat my
I did not know that ass was on the menu.
Don't steal my moment. Do it.
Okay, then without further ado, drop him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, no, no. Oh, my God.
Looks like I'll be eating ass flambe. Please kill me.
Good old Rick and Morty. At the very beginning of the episode, if you haven't seen the episode, Rick uses this technique of a fake vat of acid to get away from things. So he like dissolves Morty in a vat of acid, and then the acid sprays on the guy, and the guy's like, "Holy shit, I'm immune to acid!" And he like runs away. His partner's like dying on the ground, and they're like, "Man, that guy's got some issues." And then like after each credit scene, there's always like an event that goes back to one of the characters in the story, and he's like, "I'm impervious to acid," and then that shit happens. Fucking, oh my god, Rick and Morty is so good. Just fucking absolutely fucked. Oh, gasp! Is that true? Okay, we already read that. You look confused. What's that? It's part of the ceremony. You are a man I know best in this world. If you accept, you'll be standing by my dais holding a pillow with the rings for your sisters and Tessa. I'll take the rings off the pillow to place on their fingers when the time is right. Would you be willing? Nedwin's eyes sparkled glee. Oh, yes, please! Remember, you can't outshine anyone in the wedding. You can match us, but not surpass us. He giggled. It's alright, I have a perfect gown in mind. I looked around. Does your father ever visit you? He glimmered, his glimmered eyes dimmed a little. No, why? Well, I really want to punch him for not being involved in your life. Where I come from, that is unforgivable. A man should be invested in his child's upbringing. What in the entire world could be half as important as you? A tear of joy slipped out of one of Edwin's eyes. That was sweet, thank you, sniff. We finished our breakfast, chatting amiably as we made our way through the food that was provided. Soon I was back with my wives and daughters. Nedwin followed and a little more comfortably hugged his nieces. I indicated with my head that Nayla should give him a hug too. Took a couple of tries before she understood, but eventually she did attempt to hug Nedwin. Much to his surprise, it was awkward, but soon enough it warmed into a genuine familial hug of sister and brother. I should have done this years ago. We are family. I looked on in pride at that my wife was finally showing true affection for her brother. Naylene came in while the tender moment was still in progress, realizing she had hugged me, but not her blood brother. She too entered the embrace. This is what we've been missing all these years. Politics be damned, I'm not ignoring my brother anymore, Naylene stated. Nedwin began to softly sob. Jesus. Happy tears ruining his makeup. Nice. The power of family! What did I do? Okay, there's a little bit of a thing here, country girl. It says, Chapter 4 cornered. Oh, did I? Oh, okay, never mind. I did not know that you could click. Oh, I must have accidentally. I was like, why is it Chapter 4 and then Chapter 5? Where's Chapter 4? I'm retarded. I didn't know you could do that. Whoops. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, so we're just gonna wait for that ad to skip over. And then we'll take it from there. I'm gonna go grab a drink while we wait. And Sean, I never managed to get those dragons done, by the way. I swear one day I'll do it. Get your ads! Free ads! We must free the ads. We must free up eye space for the ads. We must free up brain space for the ads. All hail ads. Your new overlords are ads. Welcome, welcome to the revolution of ads. We are now all at the mercy of ads. Let us all speak the adage tone. Craft is king. I was just thinking, Queen, I don't know how I came up with this, but a story where everyone's just super lazy and doesn't do anything. So it's like the king tries to get like a military together and people are like, yeah, I mean, you can say that, but like we're just not gonna do it. And the entire story is like the king trying to go around and like make in each individual person like join the military in order to fight for him. And by the time that he gathers himself an army, he doesn't want to fight anymore because he knows every single person that's joined the army. And he doesn't want them to go out to die. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. And that's how peace was, because everyone just decided, you know, if I, you know, you can have a military, but if the military doesn't follow your orders and you know you're the guy at the top, you got to do everything yourself. I'm just not going to do it. Everyone's going on strike. See how the world, see how you like the world. But then the people are like so fanatical to the king that they go to the war and massacre everyone in the name of the king anyways, and then everyone hates the king and then the king gets assassinated. Epic ending. After all the, oh, they're not gonna all go out and die, to, oh shit, yeah, they are gonna all go out and die. I mean, it's now in my head, so it's part of an idea, so it's on the list of short stories with all the other 27 ideas I have in the back of my fucking head. But yeah, sure, it's a great idea. I'll definitely get around to writing it. I mean, it could be like really easily super short, right? And I want to do more like less than 500 or less than 1,000 word stories. That way I can just pump these ideas out. Do you write your ideas down anywhere? Most of the time, yes. Hold on. Walking to my car. Give me a minute so I can pull up Twitch on my phone. I mean, I probably should write them down, but like, let's go through them actually. If we just like go here. So we got Ghost Mentor. Okay. So Chiral Clones. Ghost Mentor, woke as a cyborg, brain in a jar, new metaverse, Matrix like. What was the other one? I can't think of any other ones, but I know I have like more like smaller, shorter ones that I want to do for like the Technoverse ones. And what would another one be? I'm thinking of all like the AI stories, like the one that we wrote today about. Well, we started today about the like going crazy and having like, okay, sorry, I'm back now. Library closed in 20 minutes. Time to pack up. Alright, no worries. Okay, then there's the king of a land who say not really interested. Got a case of the dragon fruit Mountain Dew. It's a pass for me. Not bad, but nothing special. I know there's tons of other ideas, but I just can't think of anything on the top of my head. Alright, Chapter 4, Cornered. Here we go. Mother Renee, please forgive my brother for not considering what he says. Ellie bowed respectfully to the dignified banshee, stepping between her and the huddled group of her stunned family. Being essentially raised and taught by Kay, she'd learned early on not only how to fight or ride or do any of the other 100 things necessary for survival in the world, she was also guided in the best ways for doing business with other sects of people. Rule 1 for dealings with wraiths, whether they be Banshee or Bertseal, you don't turn your back on them. Already at 26 views on Chapter 29, pretty good for 3 hours. Nice, hell yeah. You don't turn your back on them. Ellie, who had known and long admired High Mother Renee, stood her ground but was not above shooting piercing glares at both her brothers. So I'm sure you can appreciate it's been less than a day since we received the news, and some of us have had a long journey to make it back here to do what needs to be done. I do understand, dear girl. Renee's voice grew gentle as she clarified the meeting's purpose and spoke to her as the family's informal representative. Kay Rel was a bold woman, a powerful witch, and a valued friend. Who is with her now? I saw her when I got home a short while ago, other than myself and Talia McKay, for no more than a few minutes. Cord has been the one with her since this morning. She felt her father and aunt shift irritably at her words, but threw up a stern gesture to silence both of them. There would be plenty of time for that fight when arrangements were made. He was the one who found her. He set the veil, candles, and gemstones himself. As far as I can tell, he's barely left her side since before dawn. Kay chose her people well, Renee said softly, more to herself than anyone else. But then, she always did when the choice was hers to make. Mother Renee was, as a family, we want to get my mother's affairs in order, Kingsley said, able to find his voice even in the authoritative presence of the most powerful wraith in the territory. Which means we need to go through the release ceremony and her final wishes as soon as possible. As my order holds sway in the intervening time, I'm aware of that, Kingsley. There was no need to raise her voice to claim jurisdiction that everyone present knew belonged to her as High Mother of the Banshees. I'll be leaving here with her body, and her soul is safe in the Caligo until the ceremony. The rise of the full moon is in 3 days. Naturally, K-Rel's release will be when it reaches the apex. Her last wishes, directions, in terms of your coven's success will be known and carried out then. When is the next town council meeting? Emmeline spoke for the first time since this conversation started. The release ceremony after the burial of Kay's body would feature in the appointment of a new coven elder. With the change in leadership, we'll need a new elder to have their place at the table. Of course you will, Renee said skeptically. Ellie wondered if it ever became too much to tolerate the pride and self-importance of the others and remain a level pacifist. As it was the nature of Banshee and Bertseal to be, it's set for the first night of the next new moon, 2 weeks from tomorrow. There's plenty of time to get your house in order, as it were. But she is safe for now, isn't she? It was an impertinent question, and most unthinkable to ask the head of the Caligo, but Ellie couldn't help herself. She needed the reassurance that a small child would need that they were safe in the dark. She's with you. One of our sisters is Kay's guardian until it's time to let her go. Renee's expression was methodically blank, but Ellie thought Renee let her see the sympathy in her gaze. Yes, my dear, she's safe. May I ask to employ your men, Cord and Jake, to aid me in moving her remains? I have spirit in the world for some time still, but sadly physical strength is not what it once was. Of course, they would be honored to help, I'm sure. Very good. There was a glint in Renee's face that Ellie herself didn't know how to read. It showed pity, naturally, but, as with most of her kind, a certainty of the path existed. One that would be followed, whether or not the wandering soul knew it. I truly do wish peace and discernment for all of you. You poor child will likely need it more than most. Without much more conversation, Renee left in vigilant care of Kay Rel's body. The family spread to the guest rooms of Hollow Point. It had taken no small forcefulness to settle that no one was to reside in the master bedroom that had belonged to Kay. At least until the successor had been officially named. Ellie would have liked nothing more than to stay holed up in her own bedroom with a cup of tea and be able to separate herself from the rest of the Caruses. Renee's sentiments were almost too much after everything she had experienced since her message from Cord that morning. Heaven and earth, had it really been only that morning? Even though trying to gather herself completely would no doubt prove a fruitless effort, Ellie turned to find a calm corner of her mind and decompress from the day's events so far. When meditation failed her, as she had known from the onset that it would, she tried reading some of the old books that were still hidden away in the box at the top shelf of her closet. She could almost succeed in the pretense until the aroma of hot supper came wafting up from the kitchen and her stomach started voicing its own complaints. Oh, all right, you made your point, Ellie groaned to herself as she unlatched her bedroom door. An army marches on its stomach. So does a mourning family, I suppose. Late to the table, and without even bothering to dress for dinner, Emmeline raised her eyebrow as she walked into the dining room and sat down, hardly showing due respect to your elders with that attitude. I rode from Borum since before sunup today, weaving in and out of the void as much as smoke could to get back here. Be glad I chose to wash it all, she could have mentioned with the way Mother Renee had been treated. She could have mentioned... I'm confused about this. She could have mentioned with the way Mother Renee had been treated. Where does this come from? But I'm really confused about this sentence. She could have mentioned with the way Mother Renee had been treated. Well, what is she mentioning? And how was, like... Yeah, this is one giant question mark from me. It feels like you're trying to say... like, she's saying this because of the way that she's been treated by Mother Renee, and she's acting out? Like, is that what you're trying to say? I'm not sure. Not one of her relatives had a leg to stand on to lecture about respectful conduct. After a satisfying sip of wine, she realized a glaring omission in the dining party. Wait, Cord, Talia, and Dylan, where are they? In the kitchen, of course, Kingsley said simply and took another drink of his brandy. Where else would they be eating? Here, where they always do? She should have expected this. Kay had always treated anyone in Hollow Point as kith and kin. It was a habit, surprising to those unfamiliar with her and completely foreign to her own children. Now that Kay was gone, another slab of the knife to Ellie's heart. Would those dearest to her now be considered nothing more than hired help? No. 4 pairs of eyes raised to her. She was surprised she'd spoken aloud. So she did again and continued, No! You're not going to do this to them. Definitely not today. What are you yammering at, El? Alem looked at her before going back to piling food on his plate. Keep it up, and your food will get cold. Why do you care so much about them anyway? What gives you the right to come here and start ordering anyone? She didn't remember how she had gotten to her feet, nor did she care much. Posturing like a viper poised to strike, Ellie was furious. None of you showed an interest in this land while Gran was here. Now suddenly she's dead, you all show up and act like it's yours for the taking. She was shouting now, completely unconcerned with the shocked stare she was receiving. She could feel the rage coming off her in waves as the entire table began to shake. The fire went from its calm crackle to a sudden roar, and she couldn't care. A haze of smoke shifted from the hearth and began to fill the room, slowly coiling around her as if to lift her off the floor and carry her to whatever end she chose. She didn't care. Cord! Talia, Jake, get in here now! Elf, what's wrong? Cord was the first to fling open the dining room door. Talia and Jake behind him. Quick survey of the room and her face must have told him all they needed to know about the scene before him. Ellie? These people have kept this house together for years on end, taking care of it and Gran when the rest of you couldn't be bothered. She could feel the blood pounding in her ears to match the sudden violence of her temper. The conflict between attacking the intruders and fleeing the dining room paralyzed her. This house is home because of them. Elv, you need to calm down. Cord inched towards her enough to place a cautious hand on her shoulder. Take a deep breath for me, please. She is barely cold in her deathbed. Part of her must have heard Cord's pleading. The hum of fury subsided slightly, though in her spine she was still tight as a ready bowstring. Ellie's voice shifted from vitriol to bitingly cold. I won't have it. Do you hear? She is hysterical. Kingsley stood, affecting a stern demeanor, while his posture was still that of disconcerted apprehension. Not that I'm surprised. She was indulged every day living in this house. What could my mother have been thinking? Hey, back off! Cord's voice had a free rein of panic in it as the tension suddenly went out of her and Ellie, and he rushed to catch her before she hit the ground. As if he had just acknowledged the smoke engulfing the entire room, Cord slammed a flat hand on the floor. Sent it recoiling back into the fire and up the chimney where it belonged. Either you give her room to breathe, or I throw you out of here myself. A barely audible groan came from her, and she heard everything around her muffled as if she were underwater. Elle, if you can hear me, I need you to squeeze my hand. Listen to me, all right? Just to me. Focus on the sound of my voice. Cord brushed the blousy hair out of her face, cradling her in his arms and fumbling for a measure of her pulse. She managed to grip his hand. Okay, just listen to me and breathe slowly in and out. Good, in. Out. Kingsley muttered under his breath, but nothing but the word weak was distinguishable. Aaron, get your paw and the rest of them out here before I break more than a platter over his head. She heard Cord growl at her middle brother. Ellie breathed what might have been the ghost of a laugh, and the world fell away. She stirred, turning over and feeling the cushion of the best goose-down pillows in the house. Returning to wakefulness, Ellie touched the tender remnants of a blinding migraine. Ow! What the hell happened? Good, you're awake. The voice at the end of her bed was calm, but noticeably relieved. She barely had time to see Cord's well-tanned face had gone bloodless pale with fear before another shooting pain caused stars to erupt in her vision. Another 20 minutes I was going to send Jake for Doc Wesson. No need for any of that, she sat up shakily, still clutching her aching brow bone. I'll be all right. Right. Cord stood looming over her and still looking worried. You want to talk to me about what happened? Don't know. Ellie leaned back into her oversized feather bed. The fire in her bedroom wasn't lit, but it took her eyes some adjusting in the glow of her beside candles. Last thing I remember, we were sitting down to dinner. Liar, his eyes narrowed. It's still happening, isn't it? Before tonight, when was the last time you had an attack like that? I don't remember. Elvina, the tone of his voice left no room for evasion. When? Late yesterday, Ellie said sheepishly, but it was nothing like what it felt at the table to her. Oh yeah, what happened? Nothing. She tried to wave him off, but Cord continued to loom over her with a look that was half in concern and half disapproving protection. He sat down on the edge of the bed, holding her wrist with his thumb pressed firmly on the pulse point. Fine. I was working late when the last customer came in. He was a wolf, and I don't know. All I knew was I wasn't safe standing there. Were you with anyone? Not for a few minutes. Ellie hugged her arms around her middle, rubbing away some persistent goosebumps. Colt Barrowman came in, ran interference, and made him leave. How close did you get to? He get to you? Close enough, Ellie muttered. Of course, he would know the panic she was describing would only be about her history with wolves. I froze, but it really was nothing. Ellie is frustrated being lectured about manners and thinking out of how her family treated Renee. Have no room to talk. Sorry, was driving. No worries, country girl. Little bit confused, like, not 100% sure, like, why, like, what you mean by that? Ellie is frustrated being lectured about manners and thinking how her family treated Renee. They have no room to talk. It's like, yeah, I absolutely got that out of the story. I was just confused about one line. The sentence itself that just... It didn't have, like... The sentence died. Alright, an attack like that, when you were alone in close range of an unfamiliar werewolf, that's one thing, which we will be discussing later, Cord said, rolling his eyes, but with enough steel to remind Ellie why, of all the Hollow Point hands, he had the most authority. The moment I'm more worried about tonight. Elv, you flew into a rage, then collapsed in my arms at the supper table in your own home. Do you remember anything that your old man or your aunt did to set you off like that? It's all a fog. She closed her eyes, trying to imagine the scene from outside herself. I don't know. Said something. I saw this blazing fire. I couldn't take it. I wanted to break something. The dishes, their necks. It didn't matter. What mattered is that Hollow Point is home. It's supposed to be safe. It's supposed to be filled with Gran, with family. They weren't family. Hey, sometimes family is the people you choose and sometimes it's not. Cord cupped her cheek in his hand. I brought you some of your favorite daisy tea. Here, there's honey, just like you like it. Drink up and try to get some sleep. Wait, what about... Don't worry, they're all taking up as much room as possible in the south side of the house. Kay showed me how to set and manage all the default security wards. I'm taking shifts with Jake and Talia just to be safe. If they start any trouble, I'll know before they do. I don't think there should be, at least. Not tonight. I think you really scared them. Yeah? Yeah, an ironic smile flitted across his features. Scared the hell out of me, that's for sure. Sorry. It's okay. Just get some shut-eye now. She got some dormant fucking power in her, man. You don't fuck with her. Or her family. Whose story? This is Country Girl's story. Do you have story, Fish? Where's your story? I don't see your story on here, bro. Are you gonna submit it? Are you gonna let me read it? Are you gonna let us hear it? Where's my story? At your girl's house. I wish I had a girl. Western family. Typical Western family, like broken family. Never know. So castles and kings and who goes there? Fantasy. Oh, I'm retarded. Yeah, like medieval Western fantasy. Heavily inspired by the Middle Ages, I'm guessing. No, cowboys, Stetsons, and guns. Oh! So, like, 1700, 1800s. with magic and werewolves. Oh yeah, that's right, because they were on a train. Some people were taking a train. I remember mentioning a train, right? Reach for the sky, partner. Fish, you got them all. Feel of the world is Middle Earth meets Gunsmoke. Ah, okay, cool. All right. Shall we get to it? We got ads coming up in a second here, guys. Other than ads. We'll see. You can say no and fight back. It's futile. But are not all things start as futile and then become slowly more viable? Hey, cute muffin. What's up, good sir? We're catching the ads on the other edge. Streaming. Last day of season today. Ooh, nice. Hell yeah. Hopping off. Okay, I figured out what happened in the middle sentence. Period was placed where it didn't belong. What was it? What was it? No. I can't remember what the word was. I swear it started with a T, though. Treated. She could have mentioned, with the way Mother Renee had been treated, not one of her relatives had a leg to stand on. Okay, so if it's one... There we go. As for my stories, Scotty, I'm still touching them up, and it's been a while since I last put pen to paper, but you'll have your stories. I'm just curious, Fish. Don't feel as if it's pressure. I don't want to pressure you and have you, like, rush the story, right? Take your time, whatever amount of time it takes, it takes. Under pressure. True. Under pressure. Pressing down on me. Pressing down on you. Under pressure. This is the correct sentence. She could have mentioned that with the way Mother Renee had been treated, not one of her relatives had a leg to stand on to lecture about respectful conduct. Sounds about right. Okay. Alright, well... You know what that brings us to? Oh. Eye of the World. So remember, vote 1 for this, vote 2 for this, and vote 3 for this. Chapter 11, The Road to Terran Ferry. On the hard-packed dirt of the North Road, the horses stretched out, manes and tails streaming back in the moonlight as they raced onward, hooves pounding a steady rhythm. Lan led the way, black horse and shadow-clad rider all but invisible in the cold night. Moiraine's white mare matching the stallion's stride for stride. It was a pale dart speeding through the dark. The rest followed in a tight line, as if they were all tied to a rope with one end in the warder's hands. Rand galloped last in line, with Thom Maryland just ahead and the others less distant beyond. The Gleeman never turned his head, reserving his eyes for where they ran, not what they had ran from. If Trollocs appeared behind, or the Fade on its silent horse, or that flying creature, the Drakkar, it would be up to Rand to sound an alarm. Every few minutes he craned his neck to peer behind, while he clung to Cloud's mane and reins. The Drakkar, worse than Trollocs and Fades, Thom had said, but the sky was empty, and only darkness and shadows met his eyes on the ground, shadows that could hide any enemy. Now that the Grey had been let loose to run, the animal sped through the night like a ghost, easily keeping pace with Lan's stallion. Cloud wanted to go faster. He wanted to catch the black, strained to catch the black. Rand had to keep a firm hand on the reins to hold him back. Cloud lunged against his restraint as if the Grey thought this were a race, fighting him for mastery with every stride. Rand clung to saddle and reins with every muscle taut. Fervently, he hoped his mount would not direct how uneasy he was. If Cloud did, he would lose the one real edge he had, however precariously. Lying low on Cloud's neck, Rand kept a worried eye on Bella and on her rider. When he had said the shaggy mare could stay with the others, he had not meant on the run. She kept up now only by running, as he had not thought she could. Lan had not wanted Egwene in their number. Would he slow for her if Bella began to flag, or would he try to leave her behind? The Aes Sedai and the Warder thought Rand and his friends were important in some way, but for all of Moiraine's talk of pattern, he did not think they included Egwene in that importance. If Bella fell back, he would fall back too, whatever Moiraine and Lan had to say about it. Back where the Fade and the Trollocs were, back where the Drakkar was. With all his heart and desperation, he silently shouted to Bella to run like the wind, silently tried to will strength into her. Run! His skin pricked and his bones felt as if they were freezing, ready to split open. The light helped her. Run! And Bella ran. On and on they sped, northward into the night, time fading into an indistinct blur. Now and again the lights of farmhouses flashed into sight, then disappearing as quickly as imagination. Dogs' sharp challenges faded swiftly behind or cut off abruptly as the dogs decided they had been chased away. They raced through darkness, relieved only by watery pale moonlight, a darkness where trees along the road loomed up without warning, then were gone. For the rest, murk surrounded them, and only a solitary night bird's cry, lonely and mournful, disturbed the steady pounding of hooves. Abruptly, Lan slowed, then brought the file of horses to a stop. Rand was not sure how long they had been moving, but a soft ache filled his legs from gripping the saddle. Ahead of them in the night, lights sparkled, as if a tall swarm of fireflies held one place among the trees. Rand frowned at the lights in puzzlement, then suddenly grasped it with surprise. Fireflies were windows, the windows of houses covering the sides and top of a hill. It was Watch Hill. He could hardly believe they had come so far. They probably made the journey as fast as it had ever been traveled. Following Lan's example, Rand and Thom Maryland dismounted. Cloud stood head down, sides heaving, lather almost indistinguishable from the horse's smoky sides. flecked the gray's neck and shoulders. Rand thought that Cloud would not be carrying anyone further that night. Much as I would like to put all these villages behind me, Thom announced, a few hours' rest would not go amiss right now. Surely we have enough of a lead to allow that. Rand stretched, knuckling the small of his back. If we're stopped the rest of the night in Watch Hill, we may as well go up on it. A vagrant gust of wind brought a fragment of song from the village, smells of cooking that made his mouth water. They were still celebrating in Watch Hill. There had been no Trollocs to disturb their Beltane. He looked for Egwene. She was leaning against Bella, slumped with weariness. The others were climbing down as well, with many a sigh and much stretching and aching muscles. Only the warder and the Aes Sedai showed no visible sign of fatigue. I could do with some singing, Matt put in tiredly, and maybe a hot mutton pie and a white boar at the White Boar. Pausing, he added, I've never been further than Watch Hill. The wine boar's not nearly as good as the wine spring inn. White Boar isn't so bad, Perrin said. A mutton pie for me, too, and lots of hot tea to take this chill off my bones. We cannot stop until we are across the Tyran, Lan said sharply. Not for more than a few minutes. But the horses, Rand protested. We'll run them to death if we try to go further tonight. Moiraine Sedai, surely. He had vaguely noticed her moving among the horses, but he had not paid any real attention to what she did. Now she brushed past him and lay her hands on Cloud's neck. Rand fell silent. Suddenly the horse tossed his head with a soft whicker, nearly pulling the reins from Rand's hands. The Grey danced a step sideways, as restive as he had spent a week in a stable. Without a word, Moiraine went to Bella. I did not know she could do that, Rand said softly to Lan, his cheeks hot. You, of all people, should have suspected it, the warder replied. You watched her with your father. She will wash all the fatigue away, first from the horses, then from the rest of you. The rest of us? Not you. Not me, sheepherder. I don't need it. Not yet. And not her. What she can do for others, she cannot do for herself. Only one of us will ride tired. You had better hope she does not grow too tired before we reach Tar Valon. Too tired for what? Rand asked the warder. You were right about your Bella, Rand, Moiraine said, from where she stood by the mayor. She has a good heart, and as much stubbornness as the rest of you Two Rivers folk. Strange as it seems, she may be the least weary of all. Scream ripped the darkness, a sound like a man dying under sharp knives, and wings swooped low above the party. The night deepened in the shadow that swept over them. With panicked cries, the horses reared wildly. The wind of the Drakar's wings beat at Rand with a feel like the touch of slime, like chittering in the dank dimness of a nightmare. He had no time to feel the fear for it, for Cloud exploded into the air with a scream of his own, twisting desperately as if attempting to shake off some clinging thing. Rand, hanging on the reins, was jerked off his feet and dragged across the ground. Cloud screamed as though the big Grey felt wolves tearing at his hocks. Somehow he maintained his grip on the reins, using his other hand as much as his legs. He scrambled onto his feet, taking leaping, staggering steps to keep from being pulled down again. Breath came in ragged pants of desperation. He could not let Cloud get away. He threw out a frantic hand, barely catching the bridle. Cloud reared, lifting him into the air. Rand clung helplessly, hoping against hope that the horse would quieten. Shock of landing jarred Rand to his teeth, but suddenly the Grey was still, nostrils flaring and eyes rolling, stiff-legged and trembling. Rand was trembling as well, and all but hanging from the bridle. That jolt must have shaken the fool animal, too, he thought. He took 3 or 4 deep, shaky breaths. Only then could he look around to see what had happened to the others. Chaos reigned among the party. They cluttered reins against jerking heads, trying, with little success, to calm the rearing horses that dragged them about in a milling mass. Only two seemingly had no trouble at all with their mounts. Moiraine sat straight in her saddle, the white mare stepping delicately away from the confusion as if nothing at all about out of the ordinary had happened. On foot, Lan scanned the sky, sword in one hand and reins in the other. The sleek black stallion stood quietly beside him. Sounds of merrymaking no longer came from Watch Hill. Those in the village must have heard the cry too. Rand knew they would listen a while and perhaps watch for what had caused it, then return to their jollity. They would soon forget the incident, its memory submerged by song and food and dance and fun. Perhaps when they heard the news of what had happened in Edmund's Field, some would remember and wonder. A fiddle began to play, and after a moment a flute joined in. The village was resuming its celebration. "Mount!" Lan commanded, curtly, sheathing his sword. He leapt onto the stallion. The Drakkar would not have showed itself unless it had already reported our whereabouts to the Myrdril. Another strident shriek drifted down from far above, fainter but no less harsh. Music from Watch Hill silenced raggedly once more. Tracks us now, marking us for the half-man. He won't be far. Horses, fresh now as well as fear-struck, pranced and backed away from those trying to mount. A cursing Thaumerlin was the first into his saddle, but the others were up soon after, all but one. "Hurry, Rand!" Egwene shouted. The Drakkar gave shrill voice once more, and Bella ran a few steps before she could rein in the mare. "Hurry!" With a start, Rand realized that instead of trying to mount Cloud, he had been standing there, staring at the sky in a vain attempt to locate the source of those vile shrieks. More all unaware, he had drawn Tam's sword as if to fight the flying thing. His face reddened, making him glad for the night to hide him. Awkwardly, with one hand occupied by the reins, he resheathed the blade, glancing hastily at the others. Moiraine, Lan, and Egwene were all looking at him, though he could not be sure how much they could see in the moonlight. The rest seemed to be absorbed with keeping their horses under control, to pay him any mind. To put a hand on the pommel, he reached the saddle in one leap, as if he had been doing the like all his life. If any of his friends had noticed the sword, he would surely hear about it later. There would be time enough to worry about it then. Soon as he was in the saddle, they were all off at a gallop again, up the road and by the dome-like hill. Dogs barked in the village. Their passage was not entirely unnoticed. Maybe the dogs smelled Trollocs, Rand thought. The barking and the village lights alike vanished quickly behind them. They galloped in a knot, horses all but jostling together as they ran. Lan ordered them to spread out again, but no one wanted to be even a little alone in the night. A scream came from high overhead. The warder gave up and let them run clustered. Rand was close behind Moiraine and Rand was close behind Moiraine and Lan, the grey straining in an effort to force himself between the warder's black and the Aes Sedai's trim mare. Egwene and the Gleeman raced on either flank of him, while Rand's friends crowded in behind. Cloud, spurred by the Dragcar's cries, ran beyond anything Rand could do to slow him, even had he wished to. Yet the Grey could not gain so much as a step on the other two horses. The Dragcar's shriek challenged the night. Stout Bella ran with neck outstretched and tail and mane streaming in the wind of her running, matching the larger horses every stride. The Aes Sedai might have done something more than simply ridding her of fatigue. Egwene's face in the moonlight was smiling in excited delight, her braids streaming behind like the horses' manes, and the gleam in her eyes was not all from the moon, Rand was sure. His mouth dropped open in surprise until a swallowed bite me set him off into a fit of coughing. Lan must have asked a question, for Moiraine suddenly shouted over the wind and the pounding of hooves. "I cannot! Most especially not from the back of a galloping horse. They are not easily killed, even when they can be seen. We must run and hope." They galloped through a tatter of fog, thin and no higher than the horse's knees. Cloud sped through it in 2 strides, and Rand blinked, wondering if he'd imagined it. Surely the night was too cold for fog. Another patch of ragged gray whisked by them to one side, larger than the first. It had been growing, as if the mist oozed from the ground. Above them, the drag car screamed in rage. Fog enveloped the riders for a brief moment and was gone, came again and vanished behind. The icy mist left a chill dampness on Rand's face and hands. Then a wall of pale gray loomed before them, and they were suddenly enshrouded. Thickness of it muffled the sound of their hooves to dullness, and the cries from overhead seemed to come through a wall. Rand could only just make out the shapes of Egwin and Thom Merrilin on either side of him. Land did not slow their pace. "There is still only one place we can be going," he called, his voice sounding hollow and directionless. "Miradol or Sly." "Myrdrol or Sly," Moiraine replied. "I will use its own slyness against it." They galloped on silently. Slaty mist obscured both sky and ground, so that the riders themselves turned to shadow, appearing to float through night clouds. Even the legs of their own horses seemed to have vanished. Rand shifted in his saddle, shrinking away from the icy fog, knowing that Moiraine could do things. Even seeing her do them was one thing. Having those things leave his skin damp was something else again. He realized he was holding his breath, too, and called himself 9 kinds of idiot. He could not ride all the way to Terran Ferry without breathing. She had used the one power on Tam, and he seemed all right. Still, he had to make himself let that breath go and inhale. The air was heavy. But if colder, it was otherwise no different than that of any other foggy night. He told himself that, but he was not sure he believed it. Lan encouraged them to keep close now, to stay where they could see the outlines of others in the damp, frosty grayness. Yet the warder still did not lack his stallion's dead run. Side by side, Lan and Moiraine led the way through the fog as if they could see clearly what lay ahead. The rest could only trust and follow and hope. The shrill cries that had hounded them faded as they galloped, and then were gone. But that gave small comfort. Forest and farmhouses, moon and road were shrouded and hidden. Dogs still barked, hollow and distant in the gray haze. When they passed farms, but there was no other sound save the dull drumming of their horses' hooves. Nothing in that featureless ashen fog changed. Nothing gave any hint of the passage of time except the growing ache in thigh and back. Had to have been hours, Rand was sure. His hands had clutched the reins until he was not sure he could release them, and he wondered if he could ever walk properly again. Glanced back only once. Shadows in the fog raced behind him, but he could not even see a certain their number, or even if they were really were his friends. The chill and damp soaked through his cloak and coat and shirt, soaked into his bones. So it seemed. Only the rush of air past his face and the gather of stretch of the horse beneath him told him he was moving at all. All must have been hours. It must have been hours. "Slow!" Lan called suddenly. "Draw rein!" Rand was so startled that Cloud forced between Lan and Moiraine, forging ahead for half a dozen strides before he could pull the big gray to a halt and stare. Houses loomed in the fog on all sides, houses strangely tall to Rand's eye. He had never seen this place before, but he had often heard descriptions. That tallness came from high redstone foundations, necessary when the spring melt in the mountains of mist made the Terran overflow its banks. They had reached Terran Ferry. Lan trotted the black warhorse past him. "Don't be so eager, sheepherder." Words are hard. Discomfited, Rand fell into place without explaining as the party moved deeper into the village. His face was hot, and for a moment the fog was welcome. The lone dog, unseen in the cold mist, barked at them furiously, then ran away. Here and there a light appeared in a window as some early riser stirred. Other than the dog, no sound save the muted clops of their horses' hooves disturbed the last hour of the night. Rand had met few people from Terran Fairley. He tried to recall what little he knew about them. They seldom ventured down into what they called the lower villages, with their noses up as if they smelled something bad. A few he had met bore strange names like Hilltop and Stoneboat. One and all Terran fairy folk had a reputation for slyness and trickery. If you shook hands with a Terran ferryman, people said you counted your fingers afterwards. Lan and Moiraine stopped before a tall, dark house that looked exactly like any other in a village. Fog swirled around the warder like smoke as he leapt from the saddle and mounted the stairs that rose to the front of the door, as high above the street as their heads. At the top of the stairs, Lan hammered with his fist on the door. "I thought he wanted quiet," Matt muttered. Lan's pounding went on. A light appeared in the window of the next house, and someone shouted angrily, but the warder kept on with his drumming. Abruptly, the door was flung back by a man in a nightshirt that flapped about his bare ankles. An oil lamp in one hand illuminated a narrow face with pointed features. He opened his mouth angrily, then let it stay open as his head swiveled to take in the fog, eyes bulging. "What's this?" he said. "What's this?" Chill gray tendrils curled into the doorway, and he hurriedly stepped back away from them. "Master Hightower," Lan said. "Just the man I need. We want to cross over on your ferry." He never even saw Hightower, Matt snickered. Rand made shushing motions with his friend. The sharp-faced fellow raised his lamp higher and peered down at them suspiciously. After a minute, Master Hightower said crossly, "The ferry goes over in daylight. Not in the night. Not ever. And not in this fog, neither. Come back when the sun's up and the fog's gone." He started to turn away, but Lan caught his wrist. The ferryman opened his mouth angrily. Gold glinted in the lamplight as the warder counted out coins one by one into the other's palm. Hightower licked his lips as the coins clinked, and by inches his head moved closer to his hand as if he could not believe what he was seeing. "And as much again," Lan said, "when we are safely on the other side. But we leave now. Now," chewing on his lower lip, the ferryman shifted his feet and peered out at the mist-laden night, then nodded abruptly. "Now it is. Well, let loose my wrist. I've aroused my haulers. Don't think I can pull the ferry across myself, do you?" "I will wait at the ferry," Lan said flatly. "For a little while." He released his hold on the ferryman. Master Hightower jerked the handful of coins to his chest and nodding agreement, hastily shoved the door closed with his hip. Yay! We made it through another chapter! Oh, perfect timing too. We are now perfectly on track, which is like around where we want to be at this point in time. Customizing your character. Sanderson lecture. But we're gonna wait until the ad, because there is an ad coming up here in a sec, guys. Don't worry, it's just an ad. No need to worry. You never truly know. Not ads. No. No. Ah! Ah! My eyes. My ears. Why? They're coming for me, guys. They're coming for me. I'm scared. Ah, shit. Run away. Guys, escape while you can. When you can. When you can. Because you can't escape the ads. They'll forever find you hidden in the dark in places that you would never imagine. Stalking up upon you in ways that you will never believe, and when you do see them coming for you, your eyes still do not believe, and when they're upon you, even then, it is only a matter of perception, you tell yourself, but then it hits you. You're not the only one! While screaming at ya, bro. Let's see if this auto-clogged itself again, or if we're good. There they are. They came. They came here to destroy us, but we're not going to let them. No, not at all. We are not going to let them. We have other plans. From the other side, we shall take those ads and we shall use them as our enemies' weapons against them. And we will create the ultimate anti-ad. It is the ad that is against all ads. And it will put them in their place when they realize that nothing can stop ads except more ads. And the cycle of life carries on as all such things must, unto a world that cannot comprehend what it has done. But its future generations will comprehend the now in the future. It is only through hindsight that we are allowed to experience the true brevity of our in consequence of our actions. Such as allowing ads to overwrite us. It is the scariest thing we could ask for in the future. But, here we go. Sanderson Part 6. Characters.
Hey, welcome to Brandon Sanderson's Writing Science Fiction and Fantasy Lectures from 2025. Today we're doing our second week on character. I do this as a hybrid one where I do some lecturing and a little bit extra Q&A because we lost a week to some technical difficulties. But I get to everything that I wanted to get to today, so come and join us for week 2 of character.
Hey, we're going to do a second, I almost said episode. Hey, welcome to the Brandon Show. We're going to do a second lecture on character today. I will try to be a little more liberal with letting questions be asked because, you know, there's, we aren't going to have a Q&A lecture for this one specifically, so you'll have to save those questions and sneak them in. But I did want to get the second lecture on character to you because last time I only got kind of to the really core idea of motivation, and that's not really the presentation of the character, right? Like, I feel the stuff we talked about last time is the most important thing to making a character kind of function in a narrative sense. But what we didn't talk about is how you actually present them. And to the audience, the stuff we're going to talk about today is actually what they would say is the more important stuff. This is the sort of stuff they bond to that makes the character memorable. So it's kind of interesting. Like, behind the scenes, I'm really focused on, all right, what makes this character have rooting interest? What makes this character dynamic so they're changing? What makes this character proactive? Or how am I building the story such that a character who is not proactive doesn't impede the story so that readers don't turn against the character for impeding the story? These are all those things. But today we're going to talk about personality and things like that. I did want to throw up a mention of iconic characters. This is not my phrasing. I got this from Howard Taylor, who got it from someone else. And I wanted to take a moment to mention iconic characters are the phrasing I prefer to use for characters who do not have character arcs, who do not necessarily change story to story. And there are a lot of these. Sometimes they'll have a mini character arc in a given story, but that arc is not relevant to their entire personality. These are characters whose stories are written to be read out of order, right? Oh, hi, baby. Getting started early on writing your stories. Iconic characters are people like James Bond is kind of the classic example, right? James Bond, Dirk Pitt, who I mentioned before, but it also kind of goes to the Babysitters Club, to the Hardy Boys, to some things like this. Those are the obvious examples, but you can probably think of stories where a character's personality and arc is not as important as their external arc. I would say that in Elantris, my first published book, Raoden has mostly an external arc. And the idea with that character being that you sometimes just don't have a character changing. Now, Raoden has what we call an apprentice arc, right? He's going up in understanding and knowledge. And so he does have some movement on the sliders, but his conflict is mostly external. This is kind of key for iconic characters. The question, like, we like competence, we like proactivity. We can really handle, in some genres, characters where the competence and the proactivity are such that we don't care if the character's learning anything. Sometimes we maybe get a little tired of every character having to learn something. And sometimes you just want to watch someone pick up bazookas and blow things up and do a very good job of it. And in these cases, the question is not, will the character learn to use the Force in time? The question becomes, is this the time where the villains are just so capable that our iconic hero is unable to save the day in time? And or what does it cost this character to save the day in time? And you can probably think of some stories that you have very much enjoyed where the resolution is bittersweet because the character is extremely capable, but capable enough to save most people but not everybody, and these sorts of things. And so in general, I recommend character arcs. Not a hot take. However, there is definitely a place for a character thought of as an iconic character.
That would probably be Various that I'm thinking about it. Because he basically stays the same throughout the entire story.
I would argue that a lot of
he's at his
Christie
peak.
Novels are like this, and some of the really most powerful Agatha Christie novels.
Hey, we read those today.
Have characters like Hercule Poirot who are not necessarily changing, but the emotional journey they go through on that one book, even though you could read them out of order, can be super poignant and emotional and have a lot of depth, even though the story's not about Hercule Poirot overcoming his individual flaws. Sometimes he does have his limitations and things like that he has to deal with. So I wanted to get that out there kind of as a coda to last week's lecture, before we talk about kind of the 3 things that I think are how you present a character to the reader. So we did all this work behind the scenes. Now to what do you do? Well, you want to be able to present these 3 things: personality, motivation, and values, right? And I would say these 3 things are interconnected. Motivation is, what does the character want, right? Personality is, how does the character express what they want out of life? And values are, what are they willing to do or to give up in order to get what they want? And I build them around, in my mind, these kind of core ideas. And so we're going to take these one at a time. We'll go ahead with the one in the middle. I should have reversed those. Let's talk motivation. We talked about it last week, but I wanted to give you a chance to ask questions on this and to kind of dig into it. Motivation, I would say, is, it's the first and most important one for your character. Your discovery writers are going to find it often while you're writing. The character motivation will grow out of what you're trying to do with that story and with that character. I am often asking a bunch of questions, and I have that as the last bullet point, in order to find my character motivation. And I am usually searching for it a little bit while I'm writing. I believe I told you guys this, but I generally outline heavily my plot and my world, but I do not outline my characters as extensively. I then
That's
go
pretty
to the
much
story
how I
and
do
start
it too.
writing them as I am searching for these 3 things: personality, motivation, values. And I'm exploring different manifestations of how I could express these things. And as I'm finding them, I'm jumping back to the outline and rebuilding the outline now that I know who the characters are. And I find that if I don't do it this way, that I either just come up with all this stuff and throw it away, or I am very rigid with it, and then the character doesn't seem to have a life to them.
It's like they're put in there instead of they organically came out of the world that was made.
I had 3
right?
VINs before I arrived at the VIN that worked, right? I had 2 Kaladins before I arrived at the Kaladin that worked. Dalinar was always Dalinar. He worked on the first try. He just is who he is. The Dalinar that you read about is the same Dalinar in 2002, who is the same Dalinar who's in the story I started writing when I was 16. So Dalinar's just Dalinar. Too stubborn to be anybody else.
That's pretty much Husai, which
I'm
originally Husai was
things. I'm
Various,
asking
but now
myself
Various
some
is
questions
Husai,
along
and Various is
motivation.
another character.
And I just jotted down a bunch of these questions that I'm asking myself kind of naturally as I'm writing. One is backstory. What in this character's history informs why they make the decisions that they do right now? This can be tragic or not. Not every character needs a tragic backstory, but I feel like it's a pretty valid thing to say that a lot of the decisions that we make and the motivations that we have come from what we learned when we were younger and the people that we have become as we've made decisions. What key decisions, right? Influence this character. So I suggest asking yourself kind of the hard questions on this character, right? Like, what doesn't this person want people to know about them? And
That he's
how
human.
much does that inform the choices that they make? Not every character needs something like this, or needs that exact question, but most characters need something like this. What failure will they never repeat? And how do they interact with blaming themselves for failures?
Becoming the leader of the Adventurers Guild and not going on the 100 Years quest, leaving it up to his second-in-command, Aetharg, to lead everyone to their deaths.
The classic Hollywood way of doing this is to ask yourself, what does the character want? Why can't they have it? What does the character need? And what must they sacrifice to have that? And those kind of four variations on those 4 questions come up quite often when you're looking at kind of Hollywood works and things like that. With all of these questions, I'm asking myself the why. One of the more, the ways that people, I've asked a lot of authors how they come up with characters, and most of them respond,
I don't know if anyone's kind of picked this up in, like, the background to do with Husai, but I wonder if anyone knows can pick up on the reason why Husai is leaving the tree and essentially gathering, like, all of the greatest adventurers together. And that stems from him being essentially either blackmailed or warned, but either way being blamed in some way, or being shown to be blamed for people not surviving the 100-year quest. Which also incites the reason of the why he didn't go on the 100-year quest.
some measure of instinct and gut. Like, we study plot more than we tend to study character as writers. But a lot of them, you'll press them and be like, some of them use a dossier. This is a list of questions they ask themselves about every character. You can find sample ones online. Everybody has their own take on it. I just gave you some of the ones I ask myself. Some people keep a list of those to help them distinguish characters. I have a friend who looks through a magazine searching for a picture of a non-famous person, just the ads and stuff of somebody that this is my character. And once they see the person, then she knows, oh, this is how they would act. This is who they are, and things like this. Everyone has their own methods, but one of the key things to make a character work is to figure out some fundamentals of who they are and what decisions they would make so that you are able to extrapolate that. Let me see if I can explain this better. And I'm going to use kind of an odd metaphor. You're used to that from me. I get very detailed, mind-bending questions about the world building of the Cosmere, of my books. Specifically, how would this intricate, minute thing about the magic interact with this very obscure aspect of magic on another world? I get a lot of questions like that.
Is this a replay? I feel like I remember this from the last video we watched of this.
Not because I have considered that corner case, but because I
not
have
that I know
fundamental
of.
rules that the magic for the Cosmere works upon. So
I haven't heard him talk
answer
about
that
any of this
question
before,
here,
Queen.
I can answer it in a way that in the future, if I were to ask that myself, that
Maybe
same
you've seen this
question,
lecture before?
not remembering I'd answered it, I will answer it in the same way because I'm extrapolating from the same core fundamental ideals that make the magic system work. I look for that in my characters. The idea being that I can anticipate how this character would act because of these few core things about them, so that if they ever deviate from this, I know I need to make sure that there's an explanation in text because the reader will get a sense for this. So motivation is just, it's going to inform the rest of this. What do they want? Why do they want it? What about their backstory, personality, or the things we talked about last week inform why they want these things? Questions about this before we go on to personality, which is kind of like the veneer that you put on this character after you've figured out their motivations. Again, this is the, I'm sorry, I shouldn't tap. Here you go. Listen to that ASMR of pop, 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 pop. You're gonna have so much fun with. Oh yeah, Tayan's nodding. It went pop. They will probably cut that for you. You can thank Donald wherever he went. He's not. Oh, Donald's not here. He was back at the office. He had to do something else. Donald eventually will cut that out for you. Let's go to some questions. Ask me some questions.
How do you establish villain motivations when often it's just take over the world?
Right. How do you establish villain motivations when it's often just take over the world? Let me quote Pat Rothfuss. one of my favorite Pat Rothfuss quotes. I'm sitting on a panel with Pat, and someone says, you know, like, what do you do with this? And he's like, well, make sure not to do the one where they all want to destroy the world, because who really wants to destroy the world? That's where all their stuff is. So how do you establish villain motivations, and how do you make it so that
Someone who wants to see the entire world burn.
And this can be a challenge, right? Because
that's
it's been
Anima.
done so
He
many
wants to
times.
destroy everything in existence.
I would say that.
But it's
if
also
you
he can get his
come up with
revenge.
key
Know
motivations that cause this,
that it was
then
done.
you are going to get a lot of mileage. When I said the why, Magneto wants to potentially destroy all humans, and if not, enslave them. Why? If you know Magneto, you can answer that, right? Well, Magneto was put in a concentration camp. He realized it was me or them. They will do the same. Humans will do the same things to mutants in the future. Therefore, I have to strike first and make sure I can never be put in that situation again. It's a completely, like, you know, kill all humans. And basically, that's what he ends up trying to do in the first X-Men film. He's, you know, he thinks it might not kill them, but then he realizes it will and just kind of goes forward with it, right? And that's just a horrible, horrible thing. But you understand. Now, you can have iconic villains kind of in the same way that you don't understand. I often talk about Lord of the Rings in this example. Lord of the Rings would probably not be strengthened as a film trilogy or as a book series if you had in-depth knowledge of what Sauron's motivations are, right? Sauron in those stories is an iconic villain whose job is to represent a giant, terrible force that has to be reckoned with. That's totally fine.
That's Anima.
To offset that, Tolkien
Other
makes
than
sure
just
to
the
include
slight
Gollum,
bits.
who has a very understandable motivation. He's been corrupted by the ring, which is kind of a representation of power and things like that, but it's what's corrupting Frodo. It becomes very relatable in that specific instance. So you can see what his motives are. He just wants the ring. Why? Because this force of evil has warped him, and he's really kind of pathetic because of it. You don't have to, when we talk magic systems, we'll talk about external and internal logic. You don't have to have external logic for why, you know, the motives of the ring or why the power of the ring corrupts. That's not, you know, internal logic is usually enough.
That's like saying, why does
Internally
consciousness
consistent.
exist? You don't need to explain it, you just
how
need
do
to
you do
say
this?
it.
Well, those are two kind of extremes where you can make someone iconic, or you can give them something very relatable. If the motive makes sense but is taken to extreme, a lot of times villains are made with a tragic flaw that without which they would be a hero, right? And that flaw is often that they're willing to go to extremes. Magneto.
That's kind of like Fafnir.
Mutants are
He's
in
willing to go
trouble.
to
I
absolute
learned from the
extremes.
Holocaust that humans will destroy the other with even less reason in that case, with no reason, and they'll do it here because they're afraid of us. Therefore, I need to make sure the mutants are protected. He takes it the step further. So I'm going to destroy them all first, right? So there's some clues on that. If all else fails, make Sauron sexy and hope it works. Sorry, I had to throw that in. I'm talking about this iconic hero, and then there's stupid, sexy Sauron going skiing with Homer. All right. What else we got over here?
Do you have any advice for writing like non-human characters that the main character does interact with?
Yeah, non-human characters the main character does interact with. So one of the keys to remember here, and I don't think I talked about last week, is how you treat a viewpoint character and a non-viewpoint character is very different in narrative. And this goes for your villain question as well. If you're willing to give them viewpoints, which you don't always want to do, you will instantly humanize through use of viewpoint. When we see through someone's eyes, we get an instant burst of empathy usually for them. And from there, it depends on how relatable you make their motivations, even if they are, like, often your motivation can be relatable and your execution can be alien, and it'll still work very well. For instance, you know, we all love you know, our family. If the alien has a very alien type of family, it's like all of them are my clones. Well, that's an alien type, but we all understand loving your family. And so if you want to humanize them and make them more sympathetic, you make their motivations very relatable, even if the manifestation is alien. And showing through their eyes. If you're not going to show through their eyes, then usually how we perceive the character will depend on how the viewpoint characters perceive them, unless you are doing the reversal, right? If you are laying it on thick, you can flip it on its head. Oftentimes, this is what you do with a character who is, like, if you have a character who themselves is unrelatable and they see an alien and think, oh, stupid aliens, I hate them, we will immediately bond to the alien instead of the character, because you've already expressed this character's values are opposite from our own, right? And so, are you going to use the viewpoint? Werner Vinge in A Fire Upon the Deep is a fantastic place to go for, oh, you got it right there. Yeah. Yeah. So what Werner Vinge does very well, he's one of the masters of science fiction. If you like Dune, you'll probably like A Fire Upon the Deep. It's a very different book, but it has that same sort of depth of world building and kind of epic scope. And in this, he has an alien species, which is just brilliant. And the alien species they are a group mind, not a hive mind, of dog-like creatures. Like 4 to 5 individuals come together and they become a complete individual. And on their own, they're only fragments. They're not smart enough to be a full individual. You would think this is completely unrelatable. But the moment you're through their eyes, the motivations are very relatable. And you just immediately click with this group of dog creatures that have been shattered, and they have one piece of a great hero who's part of their, you know, like, and it's so interesting, but it also is super relatable. So that's one thing. The less you show us and the less the main characters know, the more sense of wonder, which can be scary wonder or can be inviting wonder, depending on your tone, you'll have. The more viewpoints you show, the more you'll instantly humanize. And so it really kind of depends on what you want to do. You're writing fantasy, so you do want, or science fiction, your alien characters, I would say, to express something that could not really work in the human experience. In order
It's kind of like, for instance, with the octopi and the way that they are, their intelligence and the way that their minds work is just so much more powerful than the other species. And then you look at, like, the beastmen compared to that, and I want to give an idea of the scale of what consciousness can be, right? It can be so low down that you don't have, like you just have instinctual understanding of survival, to a point of, like, a basic concept of structure, of a meaning, to complicated understandings and, like, communication, to overwhelming ability to, like, problem solve and like, basically think, like, multiple strains at the same time kind of thing, to, like, a celestial conscious, or, like, I guess to, like, Fafnir, like a dragon, who's just mind is so inconceivably large that he could literally plot a couple thousand years ahead and basically plan it perfectly. And then you have, like, the even greater dragons, and then Gaia as well, and then Anima, and then universal consciousness. So it's like each one ups the ante of what the potential of that thought process of that being can be. And I really want to show that in the racism of each species, of being like each species is like a different class. Even though there's class within each species, they still have a reason for, like, you know, no matter how much an octopi tries to teach this avian will never have the type of concept or thinking skills that an octopi has. Which makes avians and insectoids extremely jealous in the fact that they're both there, they can team up on the octopi. So that's a huge, like, culture, like, racial clash that happens, and, like, social class structure.
Otherwise, why are you having this alien? So Historically, a lot of them are just to take a human attribute and to magnify them by 10, right? These are the Cleons. They're a warrior race. These are the Vulcans. They're very, they're very logical, things like that. But, that I would ask yourself that question. You're gonna go to this alien, and like, what makes them? Why couldn't you do this with a human character? And then, how much do you want to make them sympathetic? How much do you want to give them viewpoints and things like that? Does that help at all?
And that comes down to the way that Husai thinks.
Yes, right here, and then we'll hop back there.
Because Husai is even on a higher level than that. Not with IQ, but just like his brain structure just allows for more influence. It's like stronger brain.
A couple of things, right? So, for all of your characters, even your viewpoint characters, but you don't need them as much for your viewpoint characters, I do recommend some sort of visual signifier that the reader can latch onto to remember them until they are comfortable with their personality, whereupon this thing does not have to necessarily be, a feature. But if this is the only person in the group with glasses, and you highlight that every time, it will help them click, right? And if in the same way they have a distinctive motivation, this is what we kind of talk about with quirks that just comes out, is the type that can come out naturally in conversation. You don't need both, but sometimes both are good. But what you're looking at is the reader's going to be searching, who is this again? Oh yeah, this is the person who just absolutely loves, or who has a weird interaction with water. Water is strange. Robert Jordan did this, right? How it's the whole Fremen thing. He took that to an extreme for a culture in his. It's like how this character interacts to a cup of water just sitting there. How can you just leave a cup of water? Like that coming out repeatedly, so it reinforces. Now, the thing you're going to deal with this in a book is this is instantly going to stereotype that character, okay? Because we don't know them yet, that's going to form the stereotype. You are going to either, in some books, you leave that character kind of as a stereotype of themselves. You try not to stereotype entire groups this way, but you can leave them and just be like, this is this quirky character. They don't have, this is who they are. They're there for comic reliefs, right? Relief. When most people get stuck to the wall with Stormlight, they're like, get me off. Lopen starts proposing to the floor, right? This is who they are. And things like that. And having that, but you're going to want to move beyond that. A couple ways to move beyond that is eventually give them a viewpoint, or to give them a heart-to-heart with the main character, where you start to get some of this stuff that you can't, why are you like this?
That's Husai's thing, like literally, he's the type of guy who's going to go around and shake everyone in the group's hand and learn, about everyone in the group. Like, he's very personable like that. Like I said, he's like, his main thing to come off at the beginning is the fact that he acts more like a fatherly figure than he does like a teacher. Which is a huge problem because he's the mentor. He shouldn't be babying the people he's mentoring. He should be preparing them for the situations that they're going to be in, especially when those situations are going to be heavily life or death situations.
Interact with the world, right? And then also, if you're having it be them representative of a fantasy race or something, I would recommend making sure there's an array of characters from that culture who you let us see what are some cultural things and what are some individual things. So not every Vulcan becomes Spock. And that's not a criticism of Spock. Spock needed to do what Spock needed to do. Spock needed you to be able to go to this TV show that you maybe have never seen an episode before, right? Spock needed to be iconic. Kirk needed to be iconic. Bones needed to be iconic. You need to be able to come into it, watch them out of order, know who they are, and for that reason, all Vulcans kind of needed to be Spock. Because otherwise, there's too much there. It's not an epic fantasy story. It's a half-hour TV program, or an hour long. How long was the original Star Trek? It was an hour, yeah. An hour with a lot of ads, but an hour. By the way, have you guys ever gone back and watched original Star Trek, and you're like, the soft filters. Anytime there's a woman on screen, it's like, ooh. It's like, it really is. It looks like they're having their senior photos in high school taken, right? And then it cuts back to Kirk, and he's just like flat, you know, regular, and then you go back and there's a totally different lens zoomed in, and you know, like, it's the con episode is great, but the soft filter in the con episode, anyway. So what the time that they had is very different from the time you had. So do try to take that extra time and things like this. But remember, they'll be remembered for their quirks first. And so you can lean into that and use that, and then you add depth over time. Okay? Yeah. How many characters should we flesh out in the story? How many characters should you flesh out in your story? Depends on a couple of things. It's an excellent question. How much space do you have? And what subgenre are you in? And what type of story?
Like 150 characters
so,
by the
rule
end.
Of thumb,
But only like
the more
20 of them are going to
viewpoints
be
you add,
important.
the longer your book will get, and it kind of is exponential, right?
And it's all through one viewpoint, though.
One viewpoint.
So you don't have to worry about that.
Very easy to write even a short story from one viewpoint.
Yeah.
Right? Two main
Chiral
viewpoints,
clones, that's the
it
problem
becomes
we're having. Two
really,
viewpoints.
You can do it, but it becomes much harder. It starts to have this magnifying effect and things like that. I recommend
It's literally
just
two stories
keep in mind
combined.
a few things. The really good book with one or two viewpoints in a reader's mind compared to the really good book with 10 viewpoints, they like equally much. But this one for a writer's skill is 10 times harder. So as you're a newer writer, if this is what you want to love to write, write that. Don't worry, right? But as a newer writer, if you're choosing between projects, being able to control bouncing between two viewpoints or doing one first-person viewpoint that is really well handled, the end result's quality is, the reader's not going to be like, well, you know, some people do prefer the big epics, granted, but those can be equally good books, but this one's chances of spiraling out of control on you are enormous. So if it's your first book, I might recommend one or two viewpoints.
That's why we're doing one
Most
viewpoint.
people can handle it. It teaches you to swap and how to balance chapters. With two viewpoints, what you can do is when one is boring, you can cut to the other, and you're used to this format because of network television, which usually uses A plot, B plot, and the reason they do that is like a character's like, and now I need to get from here to here, cut. Other characters arrive to the place that they were going, and you do all this, and then cut, and you're this character, so you can cut the boring stuff. You can still do that in one viewpoint. You just put a pound sign, put a blank line, and they cut, but there's some momentum that happens when you're jumping back and forth. Learning the two viewpoint narrative can be really handy for that reason. However, a couple other rules of thumb. The more people the more plot lines you have, the more it goes out of control as well. So for instance, two characters who are part of like a romance that are both in the same place, interacting with each other, does not expand the scope of the novel as much as two people on two different continents working with different parts of the world building with different goals, okay? And so you can do that, but if you add like, you're like, I want to do 4 characters, but it's 2 sets of 2, that's way easier than 4 in different places coming together. But that can be really satisfying, right? So in the Stormlight Archive, I did 4, right? We have the Kaladin plot line, we have the Shallan plot line, we have the Dalinar plot line, and we have the Zeth plot line. And they're slowly kind of intersecting. And we have some sub-viewpoints to some of those. For instance, we're doing Adolin viewpoints with Dalinar viewpoints. Adding Adolin on actually helped keep the book. It made the book work way better. He wasn't in the original drafts. So having a second viewpoint there that I can take off some of this stuff and add to him ended up helping, and that didn't expand the scope of the novel. I made that swap. I took some of the scenes that had been Dalinar, and I maybe added, 5% of the book to add an entirely new viewpoint character, but he was completely subsumed by another character's plot arc, if that makes sense.
Contained.
So just be aware, like Way of Kings is 400,000 words. Okay? That's what it took me to do pretty well 4 viewpoints, and one of those, Zeth, is barely getting any. Okay? So there you go, viewpoint clusters. Ask yourself how many arcs, how many viewpoints you're going to have.
and these sorts of things. And then I guess the other thing I was going to say is your genre, right? If you're on a fast-paced thriller with a lot of external conflict, you have much less time for introspection. Because you have less time for introspection, you're going to be able to do a much weaker job with character arcs and motivations than you normally would. If you are writing, I'm reading an Emily Henry book right now. My wife likes them. Do you guys like Emily Henry? It's the romance novel. Every chapter is just flirting, right? Like, there's a plot, but the real plot of this story, and it's actually very good, but the real plot of this story is woman is around doing something. She accidentally bumps into a guy that she's totally not going to hook up with. They flirt forever and then break, and then she goes somewhere else, and he happens to be there too. And he's like, are you stalking me? No, I'm not stalking you. Flirt, 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 flirt. Break, chapter, next scene. He's there too, right? Like, flirt, 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 right? Like, that's how those books go. You have a ton of room for introspection in those things, particularly if it's like a first-person viewpoint, which I think this might be from the woman's viewpoint, not trying to do anybody else's. She can spend so much time on, how she interacts with her sister, how she interacted with her mother, because, the story is not the world is going to explode and we have 7 hours to stop it, and we're having to. The story is, as soon as we get done with this scene, she's going to show up somewhere else, and he's going to be there, and they're going to grouchily flirt, and that's the whole book.
Yep.
There you are. I'll put a mild content warning on that one. We are at BYU. I haven't gotten to any parts that wouldn't be more than mild, but I'm not to the end yet. So
Spice!
More than a mild content warning. So yeah. So there you are. Go ahead.
So annoying characters are annoying to read. How could I keep readers engaged and they even like that person?
How do you make people like annoying characters?
Uh-oh.
And how do you
This
keep
is
them
me.
reading? Well, you've got the tools to keep them reading part, right?
That would be the
It's,
Viceroy. Probably be the annoying character.
Proactivity, pacing, promise, progress. Like, if you're making progress, the most annoying thing to a reader is not a character being annoying. It's a character standing in the way of the plot moving forward, right? They will deal with a character that they individually find annoying if the story is moving.
And people probably find Varius annoying. It's like, why is he so fucking over the top? Shut the fuck up. I don't know what you're saying.
To not, like, if the joke is, oh no, I have to deal with this person, right? Or it does something interesting to
Yeah, there's a lot of that between Varius and
otherwise,
Gluttony.
it's like, why do you have this character if their only purpose is to annoy the reader? Maybe that's not a character to have, right? Most of the characters that work that are annoying, like, it's because of the impact on a viewpoint character, or it's the viewpoint character realizing they're going too far and trying to curtail these things, and
just being a little bit over the top
themselves. Like, they're a little bit more annoying at the beginning, right? Like, Donkey annoys Shrek, but we laugh because Shrek being annoyed is funny, right? So we're less annoyed by Donkey than Shrek is, because we get to laugh at Shrek, right? And Shrek gets to voice the frustrations we have, and then at other places, Donkey is there to offer some emotional heart, which moves the story along, which we like. So I guess I would ask yourself, what's the purpose of your annoying character? There's definitely some reasons for them. All right, way in the back, then we'll get to some of you over here.
In the same vein, how do you write a character that you just want the readers to hate?
How do you write a character that you just want the readers to hate? So there's different levels of hate. There's the ones you love to hate. And love to hate usually works when this character is like, what do we love to hate? We love to hate a character who is competent and all of these things, but is at the same time just doing stuff that is like loathsome, that we love to hate them because the loathsome stuff they're doing is also not, how should we say? It's not so bad that you feel bad reading it. Does that make sense? Like, and so a character we love to hate is somebody like that, right?
Who's the best we love to hate? Yeah, Doofenshmirtz. We just love Doofenshmirtz, right? We just love him. Thanos is a better example, right? Like, what Thanos is doing is awful, right? But, like, he moves the story along so much, and we don't have to watch a lot of it, and the heroes get to face him down, and it's like, you know they're gonna save the world eventually. So, how else do you write a character that you hate? Well, make sure they interfere with the heroes. They hit the heroes in their weaknesses. If they hit the heroes in their limitations, it's even more, right? Like, if you hit Superman, if you take kryptonite and you get Superman, oh, we hate you. If you exploit the fact that Superman has a moral code,
just
we
use
hate
other
you
people.
even more.
Yeah.
Right? And so just kind of make sure that they're hitting the heroes in the place that they're vulnerable in ways that'll make us
taking away and
really
killing
it's more than simple cruelty. It's
squires,
cruelty that impedes the people that we like.
the journeymen of the adventurers,
all right,
the
we're
ones
gonna
in
go over here,
training,
we'll go
the
back
learners,
there, and then we'll hop over here.
like the dark.
Yeah, how do you
That's something interesting about the Warriors of Light. Are the Warriors of Light on that spectrum because the Warriors of Light are facilitating, like, the evil enacted by the people who have been stripped of their adventurer's license, the Dark Guild, and they're giving them a home and giving them, like, a place to store all their shit, and these guys are, like, murderers and thieves and just terrible people, but it's like a mutually assured destruction thing where the Warriors of Light, because they're descendants of the monarchy, direct descendants, if they were ever found out, they would be murdered. So they're protected by the Dark Guild, because the Dark Guild knows that these guys are never going to the Warriors of Light are never going to sell them out, because they would be fucking themselves over, because no one knows that they're there either. So the Warriors of Light kind of put up with the bad stuff that the Dark Guild does in order to facilitate them maintaining their secrecy. And at some point we will work with the Dark Guild, but it's like there's still the sectors, right? There's the guy who, in some circumstance, got his license taken away and had to make ends meet. Then there's the guy who, you know, like in Duart's Adventure, the prequel, the guy who goes around and purposefully gets squires killed by basically amping them up and saying they're better than they are, and then putting them into positions where they're fighting monsters where they shouldn't be, or doing something that they shouldn't be, because they're not adventurers, they're journeymen, and then they die. And it's like, well, these guys are pieces of shit. They don't even get anything out of it because the journeymen don't have anything. They're just doing it to fuck people over and basically kill kids. Of course you want to hate those kinds of fucking people. And the fact that they're in the same vein as the Warriors of Light who are going to save the world and the Dark Guild that you're going to have to work under makes it very morally gray for the questionability of should you be working with the Warriors of Light. But they're the ultimate goal that you have. They're the ultimate power because they have the genetic engineering that you can't engage with even though you have the technology to do it. You know, you can't wait the years you need in order to either have your body adapt to it and learn how to use it, or create an entirely new being that has that capability.
Shifting motivations as they discover new information. It's an excellent question because in most books, that's what you want to have happen.
Yeah. Yeah, my character's motivation completely changes like 5 or 6 times depending upon the information that he's gathered. And then he's finding out information is false and what information is real.
It's because Kuzco has moved from wanting his new summer palace to wanting friends and protecting those friends, right? And so how do you do this? Well, this is your job, showing the progress, right? You establish the motivation early and you either show that it's short-sighted. I need to get the power converters. You need to save the entire galaxy, Luke. But the power converters, like, he doesn't really want to get the power converters. He's annoyed by it, but that kind of represents. I have to get back to Ant. I can't actually go on the adventure. So you're going to show steps in early on. Your promise is this person's scope needs to be expanded. Bilbo, we want you to go on an adventure with dwarves and steal from a dragon. We don't want you to sit at home and be peaceful. I'm sorry. So we want your motivations to shift over time, and we want to show that you're acquiring new motivations and slow progress on that, right? And give us something we want that the character doesn't yet want. Show why it would be good for them, and show over time them acquiring a new value which replaces
new party
their motivations.
members.
Okay? Now, you can backslide.
Not just
You can
finding
go
his
the
own
other direction.
friends and his old party, but
And
establishing
in
new
that case,
parties,
they're
actually being
acquiring,
an
new
active,
value that is
because he's been a passive leader of the Adventurers Guild. That's all he really knew how to do. He's like, being the leader of the Adventurers Guild and being like the guild master is basically just a bureaucratic bridge between the government and the Adventurers Guild. And he was always on the political spectrum of trying to maintain good relations inside of the tree with adventurers so that commerce inside of the tree would benefit everyone. And now he's kind of done with that shit. And he wants to go back to being an active participant in the Adventurers Guild outside of the tree. And even when he wants to try to come back, it's like, well, you can't anymore.
Detrimental to who they are, and that's replacing their motivations. We haven't really gotten to values yet, but you can figure that one out, right? Make sense? All right, go ahead.
So question, kind of what you're talking about introspection before. If you're writing from the viewpoint of a character who's like intentionally very introspective and is getting distracted a lot and is commenting on everything, how do you still feel like the plot's moving forward? And
Yeah.
Always kind of
Okay. So you've got a character who likes to comment on everything. They're very introspective. We call this navel gazing in writing parlance. The character is navel gazing. They're looking inward. But how do you keep the plot moving if this is this type of character? Lots of ways you can do this. Bilbo's a classic example of this, right? He's kind of forced out into the world. He would be just sitting and thinking about which cheese, which cheese tastes the best on which given day. And then he finds that he really likes adventure to the point that, he writes a whole book about it, and later on he wishes he were back on adventures. So he's acquired a new value. So one of the things you're going to have to do is you're going to have to use external forces to keep them moving and pulling them back. Or you make their voice so darn readable and interesting that we don't notice that they're navel gazing. This is the thing you will find in a lot of first-person romance novels and or those snarky YA teen girl protagonist, right? That because the writing is so interesting that you don't mind so much. Like Jane Austen, one of the great writers of all time. Jane Austen, it's because of, and it's not even first person, but it's because of the voice of the prose and the character that we are engaged by scenes that normally don't feel like they're moving the plot along very much, but we're there for the voice. And one of the things that I should tell you about like plot progress payoff, right? Like that's how you make a kind of classic plot work. Remember, not everybody is there for plot.
Mm-hmm.
That's if you want a plot to be engaging. Sometimes people are there for voice. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You are reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy for voice. So, promise, progress, payoff is not, like, this is 7th on the list of important things for that book series. And if it flubs it at some point, usually it's done intentionally, because he was a brilliant writer, to service one of the things earlier on the list. The humor is more important than whether the mechanics of the world building make sense.
In fact, it's the opposite. The fact that the world doesn't make sense.
More important, and the voice is more important in those books. One of the reasons I like Pratchett so much is because he's able to balance these two things and have a plot be important and some of these voice and things. Like I think that balance for me works better than it does in Hitchhikers, but Hitchhikers is brilliant. And the fact that you would like go this whole lecture on plot progress payoff, you'd hand it to Douglas Adams, he'd be like,
throw it over his shoulder and go write one of the best science fiction books of all time. Means that people read for different things and different books do different things. So keep that in mind, okay? Some books are about the introspection. You can lean into that, you can make it work, but your voice is going to be really, really handy for that. And kind of like, if you can make it so that introspection is relevant to what the reader wants to be reading for that given book and the subgenre, you're going to be able to get away with more of it. In general, editors try to trim this back, and they're usually right, okay? You usually need less of this than you think, but as writers, we love it. Right? We are there for characters sitting and navel-gazing for chapters on end because that's why we write, is to contemplate the world and dance through flowers and things like that. But, you know. All right? Okay. Right here.
So,
Yes, it is you. Yeah, you can't ever tell. Sometimes that point, yeah.
so how can you illustrate, especially like introspectively, like
Mhm.
monologue, gradual either improvement or debasing of a character's morals?
Yeah. How do you show the improvement or debasing of a person's morals? So this does go back to promise, progress, payoff, right? This is where, like, oftentimes you will, for a character arc, show somebody being unable or unwilling, depending on the type of character arc, to do something early on, and you present them other opportunities through the story to achieve those same things, right? That is why that's why Better Off Dead, deep cut, starts with a character trying to ski a hill, and then the big climactic ending moment, he has to ski that same hill, right? And he's failed every other time. Better Off Dead is a parody of a teen sports drama done as a comedy, but it still uses the same structure. In the same way, you might show somebody making a good choice early in the book that in the middle you know what their choice would have been, but they're presented with the same thing, and this time they slide a little. The next time they slide a little. Just make sure the reason for that value swap is there, that changing motivation. We understand why, right? Though it's not handled brilliantly, everybody's seen it, so episodes 1, 2, and 3 are there to show the debasement of an idealistic Jedi. And the point is showing the change in values based on him falling in love and the person that he loves, life being worth more to him than the values of the institution that raised him, right? And you see that over time. Again, can be kind of clunky, but the arc is there. What George was trying to do was there, and it's a good illustration of this. And so that you know at the end, when he makes the decision, you know, to go against Mace Windu, that it's not a decision he would have made earlier. And you've seen him not make that decision, but start to think about it a little bit. So there you are. Any in this one, and then we're going to go to some more. Yeah, right here in the stripes. On your, yeah. You got stripes. Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna have a lecture like more on romance?
So, hey, what an excellent segue. What an excellent segue. So next week you'll have some guest lecturers because I'm in Hawaii. Yay! It's a writing retreat with all of my officers. So we're all going to Hawaii. It's what we're spending the Wheel of Time money on. I consult on the Wheel of Time television show, and they pay me like $100 grand or something, and we're just gonna use that and go to Hawaii.
Yep.
So, me and Dan and Adam and my wife and everybody will be sitting up and, you know, sitting in hammocks and thinking about all of you back here where it's actually going to be kind of warm next week. I should have gone, you know, last week when it was all snowy, so I could have. But anyway, our guest lecturers are going to be Jen and Becky. They are, so I had a fun experience with them. Like, my 15-person class often has people who do not look like traditional students, shall we say that? Meaning they're old people like me. Right? Like you go in the class and you're like, oh, you're in your 40s and 50s. And it's because, you know, my class is an evening class. Anybody can take it. It's just based off of, how good your writing sample is. Well, it turns out that 2 of the people there who were more my age were professional novelists. They had a bit of a leg up in the submissions thing, and they're both romance novelists who wanted to learn to write fantasy. And so they're both indie published. They both earn, I won't give away how much money they earn, but they earn significant livings with their writing. Like what you would consider a good living, that I think most of the people in this room be like, I would take that job, right? They're doing very well with their writing. They know indie publishing, and they both write romance. Romantasy being the thing right now, I asked them to adjust their lecture. I often have them in, and usually they're in while I'm here. So I've heard their lecture multiple times. I asked them to add a section on romance, so that because it is the big thing right now, I figure having 2 romance experts.
Well, we better get started working on that that romance novel there, right?
I know indie publishing from the perspective of somebody for whom indie publishing is skewed and distorted. And so yeah. So next week, I'll just pass the romance buck along to Jen and Becky. I've already asked them to prepare that lecture, and theoretically, you should have a good time. I know their other lecture. I think it's really solid. Just talks about indie publishing really well. You seem very eager to. Jennifer, it's Becky Monson and Jennifer Nielsen? Neil. Peel, Jennifer Peel. Yeah, Becky Monson, Jennifer Peel. Yeah. You can look them up and maybe check out their books. They both published the books they were writing in my class. They were fantasy novels, but they're really romance novels with a fantastical element. So I can't take too much credit, but they did seem to really enjoy the class. They were a huge advantage to the 15-person class, just having workshopping with with extra professional writers. So there you are. So that'll be the lecture. We are going to try to record that. Hopefully we won't have any hiccups, but we'll see what happens with that and things. So, all right.
Technical problems.
Jennifer Peel and Becky Monson next week. All right. So we talked a little bit. We talked a lot about motivation. Let's talk about personality. So personality is how you express the things that you want for your characters. I'm not talking about your personality. Things like this. So a lot of the stuff I was saying about the side characters comes into play here. But you can, if you want, use one of the, I don't know if I want to call them pseudoscience, we'll say science-adjacent personality profile quizzes that people love, that are usually letters and or colors, pretending all people fit into one of those. Totally not the same thing as horoscopes. But people swear by them. I don't want to get in trouble. I know some of you really love them. And you're like, I am in IED or whatever it is. There might be a J in there. Really the thing to keep in mind is you can simplify this, right? So with your character, how do they go about getting what they want? That's going to be a big part of the personality, meaning are they aggressive about it? Are they passive about it? Are they one who will just jump out and speak up what they want? Will they stay back and work it into a conversation? Will they never mention it? How do they manifest? If they love their family, how do they manifest that? Some people manifest that by, how they take care of people. Other people manifest that by writing a check. And how does your character manifest this value or motivation that they have? And how can the reader latch onto that? Once again, at the beginning, every character is going to come off as a stereotype mixed with an archetype, right? They're going to be like, all right, this is the wallflower who never speaks up for what they want and lets everybody walk all over them. You will add nuance as the story goes. And if you want to, start off like with a main character, you can just out of the gate say, yes, it's the wallflower who doesn't speak up for what they want. Unless you do X and then they scream in your face. You can start with a contradiction for a main character. I recommend against it generally for the side characters, but you can make that their thing. But start getting us into this idea. Like your early promises are, who is this character? how do they go about? What is the text going to treat as a flaw that they need to overcome, and what is it going to treat not as a flaw, right? What is it going to treat as something that's just like, we love the fact that this character is like this. We don't want them to abandon that aspect of themselves. The text doesn't want them to. They have to work around it, but they're not necessarily going to abandon it. And trying to get across the personality of the character.
That's kind of like with Husai, right? He doesn't want to abandon trying to comfort and look after and love the people that are underneath him and have connections with them and, you know, try to make them the best people possible. He just needs to be able to let them stand on their own. And when he truly needs, like, they truly need help, he's there for them, right? So he doesn't want to just, like, step into the background and just, like, become the mentor figure. He needs to find a balance between stepping in too early and letting people fail and giving them the opportunities to rise. Because if you never put them in those positions, they're never going to be able to, like, prove to themselves that they can do it. So, like, almost all of the character development is, like, through Husai because he's training everyone. So it's like, and and you'll notice it through the story as he is pulling back more and more and being like, but it's also like getting to know the people under him and looking at their capabilities and saying, when do I get the point of doing this, right? But then it's always the stepping back and saying, I'm always going overboard with it. Maybe this time I'll do it less. And the consequence of that is the fact that he doesn't let Zayd come with them and the fact that Zayd dies. Which is where his entire arc completely shifts on its head. And then it comes up to the other characters to try and bring him back up and immortalize Zayd so that the plot can continue.
And the first actions they take are going to be your keys to this. Dialogue can do so much heavy lifting in stories. You have to watch out for Maid and Butler. Have I talked about this before?
Yeah.
What you don't want to do is have them come up and say their motivations. But your dialogue can show how they express themselves and their motivations. And one of the things that I do recommend that writers try is having 3 characters in a scene and trying to write a scene where they all, like, you know, want things and stuff like that with no dialogue tags and no setting descriptions. Yeah, and see how can you make your characters distinctive with 3 characters, so it's not just a back and forth. Some are interjecting, it's all messy, it's not 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. How can you make it so that the reader never loses track? If you can learn this, it will strengthen your dialogue, and it's one of the places to find personality for your characters. You can use dialogue cues or viewpoint cues now and then. They can be overused, but they can be useful. Gambit gets a lot of mileage out of having a Cajun accent and the way that he speaks. It can be, like, dialects can be grating. Usually less is more in books because you have to write it out. Usually you want to give flourishes and things like that. But remember, this should still evoke something deeper about the character. I recommend against some of the ones that become cliche. For instance, to show someone intelligent, traditionally diction, you know, a lot of times they'll be like, they don't use contractions. And they use words that, you know, the $20 words that nobody knows. You've probably seen these before. It does work. Be careful, though. I've known some people who are very intelligent. You guys might know that my college roommate was a guy named Ken Jennings, right? Is that a surprise to some? Yeah, some of you, Ken Jennings. I was there when he was winning on Jeopardy, and he would not tell us how many he'd won because he was under NDA. And we just watched, and he kept winning, and finally he was able to tell us, yeah, I won the whole season, I have to go back and keep filming. That's how long I kept winning, right? Ken uses contractions. Ken doesn't use $20 words. Once in a while, he'll throw one out when it's really precise. He's precise. He uses the right word. Not just a word to sound smart, but because it is a better word. And he speaks, when he's with other very intelligent people, he starts shifting into a new language we can call Simpsons quotesism. They speaks almost entirely in Simpsons quotes. I'm exaggerating, but the references and the kind of cutting each other off because they know what each other are going to say, and then the zingers of jokes and the sort of twisting of phrases, they do that a ton. That's how those very intelligent people interface with dialogue. And it's nothing, doesn't sound like Spock at all. Doesn't sound like your traditional, well, we have a this much % chance of this, and, you know, long word that nobody knows. I've met a lot of intelligent people, they don't talk like that.
Fucking retarded, don't worry.
Rhetorical devices in conversation, meaning they have been educated so they know how to make a thesis statement. When they start talking, they support with evidence, and then they wrap up with a conclusion, even if it is, this is the best Simpsons episode, and I'll tell you why, right? Like, you know the quotes, it's this quote, what's it, like, highly educated people will organize their thoughts differently. Their sentences will become more complex, and they will build off of each other. This is something I've noticed. If you can get that down in your diction, you will have a different kind of depth of evoking this is an intelligent character than simply having them not use contractions. You will do some of the other stuff. Like, there are times where I have a character who just loves big words. That's like an aspect. That's a little different. They'll use these and then people will make fun of them. They're like, it's just a really nice word. Listen to it. Like, that's a character attribute, and that kind of gets into the quirks. Finding a few quirks that you can use for your character, and if those can manifest in their motivations a little bit, they can relate to them, they can come out in their diction and their viewpoint, those are the quirks that will really pull a reader in. And it depends on your subgenre. And your mileage may vary. David from The Reckoners, which is one of the book series I've written, being really bad at metaphors, it worked wonderful.
It's like the fucking beginning of Boondock Saints. Oh my god.
Right? It really
the bartender
did work wonderfully.
People in glass houses sink ships.
I tried something similar in the Feudal Wizard's Handbook for Surviving Medieval England, where the guy's just like rating everything out of star values, and it didn't work as well, right? In his viewpoint. And so, one felt very natural to David. Why it felt very natural to David is his personality is he jumps into things before he thinks them through. That's kind of a core attribute of him. He will jump into metaphors without thinking of what the metaphor means, and he just has to come up with something. And his brain works in a different way, and he just says it, and it only makes sense to him. It actually reinforces his primary character trait. The other just felt tacked on. It felt like quirk for quirk's sake. I felt like it worked better than than its biggest detractors, but it is a weaker one for that reason. And hopefully that can explain to you, like, having your quirks like reinforce somehow your theme and your character in certain ways is gonna be helpful for you. Let's do some more questions. So, who else wants to ask questions about characters? Yeah, back there.
Me? Oh!
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the question is, really likes the Coen brothers, and Coen brothers are very good at side characters and making everyone very distinctive. How can you translate that to prose? So what makes a Coen brother film work is that it's like a parody. Imagine a parody is like 100% exaggeration, and a Coen brothers film is a 10% exaggeration instead. Because you're doing just that slight exaggeration and you're making it a loving exaggeration instead of a point at and laugh, that exaggeration kind of exemplifies things like this. And so because of that, they'll take a certain interesting piece of diction and they will exaggerate it by 10%. And they will take like character motivations and they are larger than life. They are exaggerated a little bit in order to, even for the life that someone's living, even if it's a normal life, right? They exaggerate it by 10%. And they allow the humor of situational comedy to creep into the drama, and then they hit you with the drama with a kind of a left hook. It's a very specific, individual, and kind of brilliant mixing of these things. If I were going to try to do this in prose, I would pick something that looks linguistically interesting on the page, and I would exaggerate it by like 10%. And how you're going to work that's going to depend very individually on you. There are certain things you can get across very well and certain things that would be a little bit harder, but I think you could figure it out. So exaggerate the dialects just by like 10%, and then make sure you have that mixture. Like they try really hard that as the situations get ridiculous, the motivations of the human, the protagonists are so relatable that you're able to push through. And so I would have that little extra ridiculousness of a story. Like don't go as far as Pratchett, but it's kind of like that sort of thing. He's doing the same thing. He's turning that dial up to 75% instead of to 10%. That's what I would recommend. I've never sat down and actually tried it. Probably the closest I get is from some of the Hoyd story narratives where he does kind of the same thing. Like when you're reading Tress, some things are dialed up like 10% about character personalities and the way that
Various is like
where you can kind of tell Hoyd
80%. Gluttony's like 60%. Husai's like 0
yeah, over
fucking
here, and then we'll come up
percent.
here. You've been raising a lot. Sorry, yeah, I did see you. We'll get there and then come down here.
Have you read Sun Eater?
I have not read The Sun Eater.
Okay, that is
Uh-huh.
thoughts on like characters that, if we're not in their own viewpoint,
Yeah, thoughts on characters that if we're not in their viewpoint, they would be the villain. This is a whole host of types of story, a whole genre. What are your thoughts? Well, that's what books are really good at. Books are really good at showing you through the eyes of somebody and expressing their own motivations in their own eyes. I don't think that we need to spend a lot of time on tips for that because it's a natural strength of the genre. It's actually much harder in film than it is in books because you have that natural viewpoint. Like as we're seeing,
You can see everything in their justification in their head.
Just
Why
make sure
they're
that
doing
their
it.
motivations are really sympathetic. And you're probably going to.
I'm gonna go blow up half the world, so
and,
my
you know,
country
you can
is
also have
number one.
In a book, if you want, someone who would be they would be a villain in another story. You can show that they didn't intend these consequences and had actually planned to try to make sure they didn't happen, but some freak accident.
That's kind of like the story we're writing
right?
today.
And so they're
Trying to do good as the journalist and wind up
you can
becoming the
also show
bad
that
guy,
they think
and then you
that if
can't
they
do
don't
anything
what
about it.
they're trying to do, the world will end, or things like that. Like you have so much
Total collapse
power
of the government.
to
They'll lose their
explain
spot
and
and someone else will
rationalize
just
the
come in.
viewpoint character that I would argue that a whole host of stories that we all love, the characters would be seen as villains externally, because but we have extra information from the viewpoint. So, yeah. All right, go ahead.
For like a pretty beginner writer specifically, if you want to tell a story that focuses around a group of people, but you have a main viewpoint, like maybe like 5 people, what do you think is the easiest way to help them all stand out, but not like get into nitty-gritty?
Yeah. Make a medium-large cast of characters all stand out. Contrast is your friend here. Being able to have 2 characters in a situation where they will talk about how they'd make opposite choices will segregate them in our mind into the person who would do this and the person who would do that. And by putting them together in situations and showing how each of them act. Now again, this will start stereotyping them. In fact, you can think of how any ensemble cast of of any show or book starts off as, all right, this is the tough one, this is the sneaky one,
This is the
This is
one
the
who's
loud
open
one.
minded,
This is the
right?
quiet
Whether
one.
it's-
This is
whether it's
the
Lost,
the
or
fighter.
whether
This
it's,
is the support.
you know,
This is the guy who's gonna help you out. This is the guy who's gonna stab you in the back.
The Fellowship, and then they get more time to kind of break out of that mold over time. But it's that contrast, right? Like, let's look at Lord of the Rings. Boromir's the one who wants the ring. Gimli wants to hit it with his axe, right? There's a contrast. Gandalf refuses it and is terrified of it. Nobody else is, but Gandalf is terrified. How they all respond to this one simple thing. You don't want Merry and Pippin to get it because they would lose it. Like, it's just, you know how they would all treat the ring, and you build from that. That contrast is absolutely your most important thing in giving us our initial kind of feel for an ensemble cast. Yeah. Go ahead.
If you're signposting like a betrayal, what's
Yes.
a good way to do that?
Signpost a betrayal, it depends on what kind of betrayal it is. And doing the betrayal is signposted by having the traitor say, well, I'm going to betray them. That creates suspense rather than mystery, right? And what emotion are you looking for from this? And like, what kind of signposting are you looking to do? Is this a betrayal of a dear friend? Well, you start off by showing the friendship and why, but then you have to subtly indicate the shifting of values. So that when the actual betrayal happens, or if it's someone who's been sneaky all along and is just there to betray someone, you want, in that case, to be able to look through and find all the clues. And one of your best things you can do is have a sixth sense moment where when your reveal happens, the main character thinks of all the things that they should have seen that were the clues.
That's
not to spoil the sixth sense.
That's literally exactly what is gonna happen when the Viceroy, when they confront the monarch the first time at the end of the first book, and the Viceroy walks across the podium and stands beside the monarch and then kills his son and transforms himself into his son, and then you're like, wait, what the fuck? And then he's just laughing maniacally like, you guys are fools. And it's like the entire time the characters have been saying, because he'll go from being, you know, like almost a childish kind of person, just chilling out doing his own thing, to being like, they'll have like a fucking war meeting or something, and he'll just be like, do some sort of motion that indicates that he's like switching personalities, that Husai will catch. Something that he does, like scratching his ear or something like that, and then he'll like put his hands together and maybe do like the Mr. Burns thing, like, excellent. And then he'll be like, well, guys, what if we did this? And then everyone looks at him like, what the fuck? But whatever he's saying is generally in like Husai's head is like, well, he's been a politician his entire fucking life. He's probably been in similar situations that don't involve, like, you know, death, but they're political situations that are just as dire for, like, reputation, understanding, and, like, cohesion of people in the government, and, like, appeasing the people and stuff like that, like the making the hard decision kind of thing. So, Husai's always put it up to that. And then he's like, well, shit. But then it's like the transforming of his personality and just being like, yo, you guys are fucking idiots. Can't believe you didn't see it. And his eyes like, fuck, man, I totally should have seen it. We all knew he was weird, but we just thought it was his political side. Nope. Shit.
But there's a moment at the end where it's like, here's all the stuff you missed. And you're like, oh, I saw all of that. And it was right there. Those sorts of moments are really handy. But it depends on if you want mystery or suspense, if you want shock, what emotion you're looking for.
Shock.
What do we got?
Shock and
we'll
awe.
go here, and then to the...
It's supposed to numb you before Fafnir dies.
Baby's got a question.
How do you make sure dialogue doesn't drag on?
How do you make sure dialogue doesn't drag on?
I'm so bad at this.
Breaking it up does wonders. Readers' eyes start to glaze over if one person is talking too much, but the same information cut up with people interjecting and chatting helps a ton. Make sure that all the characters are participating. We want to avoid a Socratic dialogue. As good as they are for what they're doing, a Socratic dialogue is, guy talks about how awesome he is, and another person asks really leading question to let them answer it in a really interesting way. That starts to read like a soapbox essay.
where the character's not participating. Characters disagreeing, characters kind of having a little fight through their dialogue and treating it a bit like an action scene will all help speed it up. And then good old-fashioned screenwriting adage, in late, out early.
Middle of the conversation and before the conversation is over.
Start any given scene as late as possible to the interesting things happening, and you want to get out as early as possible after the interesting things happen. What are the interesting things? That's, but just the adage of, can I get this closer to the parts that are really going to be succulent and great, is a good adage to have. So usually readers prefer dialogue to narration, usually. So as long as it's snappy and working, you obviously want a balance of both in most books, but usually they prefer it. All right.
How can I write a character that's influenced by a background that I've never had?
How do you write a character? How do you write? So there are entire sequences. In fact, I think Writing Excuses has done multiple episodes about, writing the other is what they call this. So there's a couple of things. And this is a big question, so we'll end here. I'll be on this for 4 minutes. So, number one, reading primary sources is just enormously helpful. We live in a wonderful age where everybody, everything you'd want to read about, somebody has written about. And in fact, one of the best things that they'll do is they'll often write about, here is what media gets wrong about X. I am a forensic scientist. Here is what people get wrong about forensic science. That'll tell you so much. What do people get wrong about living as a transgender person in the United States? Read that. It will tell you what does media get wrong and things like that. Will tell you so much. So read primary sources. Number two, remember that people are, characters are human beings. And any given human being doesn't fit their mold perfectly. So you can write a character who doesn't fit their mold in some ways. As long as you're getting other things right, there will be some things that are just individual to that character. There aren't a lot of women like Spencer, right? But there are some. And so just remembering that and making sure that you're getting some things that are common to the experience and some things that are individual to the character, and making sure you're highlighting the individual ones is kind of different to that character. Having primary sources read your story and tell you what you're doing wrong, like Skyward got so much better because I went and got fighter pilots to read it. And I said, all right, what am I doing wrong? They're like, oh, this, and this. And, some of them were extensive rewrites, but the book got so much better because I had actual fighter pilots tell me what it feels like. And it turns out them reading my prose, trying to stumble through using primary sources has been super helpful. Dissociative identity disorder is another one. Like I needed a ton of help with that. And a lot of times you can't tell the ones you're doing a good job with and ones you're doing a bad job with until you get some of those reads. Because some things that I thought that I was as confident in, it turns out people are like, yeah, that matches mine. And having a variety of reads, right? Like if you can get 3 or 4 people, because again, people are individuals. Living with dissociative identity disorder is different for each individual. And so I had 3 different people, I believe it was, read for us. And, as long as things were conceivable that a character with this could do this, and I was hitting the hallmarks and other places, then it worked. And ask yourself, in some of these cases, you want to be careful not to be doing damage. Right? And a lot of the times, like that's the biggest worry. If you're wanting to write someone's life experience, and you are one of the, like in my case, I'm a very popular author. I'm one of the few people who a lot of people will read in a year. If I get something wrong and perpetuate a stereotype, it can just be devastating to the readers who are like, like everyone thinks this about us. We got a reader on Trust the Emerald Sea, and they're like, everyone gets this wrong. We can't lip read nearly as well as TV and books make us. And it actually causes harm for us because people just assume we can follow a conversation when lip reader is just not capable of doing what media's made it. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to make that worse, because it makes their lives just a little bit harder when everyone assumes that they can lip read. So in that case, having that authentic source. And so what we do is, if it's somebody we go out for that, we actually pay them. And there are some people who this is part of their job, and they tend to be very good at it. As a newer writer, you may not be able to do that, but you still can ask on forums and things, and have people look at the specific scenes and give you some feedback. The authenticity will make your story better. In every case where one of these has come up and I've changed it and stretched further, my story has been better for all readers, not just for those. And if you want to know why, go watch the 99% Invisible podcast on curb cuts to kind of understand how learning about something like this can improve everybody. But anyway, there's my thing. Thank you for that question. I'm glad you asked it. I'll be gone next week, and we'll do Sanderson's Laws of Magic the week I get back. So,
Hell yeah! Another big one down. What happened there? I got fucked up, but oh well. All right. Commentary time. I'm pretty sure I have this set up. Right. All right. Some fucking ads are back at it. I'm gonna take the phone. Beat the shit out of those fucking ads. I don't trust them, guys. They keep telling me one thing, and then when I go, it's not that one thing. You know what's the saddest thing is when the only ad you can trust is like a fucking commercial for a trailer for a TV show or a game. And half the time those are fucking bullshit either way. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? How many times do we have to deal with this kind of stuff? Like, I've had it up to my fucking ankles with this shit. Like, it ain't going no further than this. Putting my foot down now, making that puddle splash. We can't have this going on anymore. Ads are just becoming way too bullshit. You know? Is what it is. But anyways. Welcome to another video, guys. I'm Intoxication, and this one we're going to be doing said versus heard. The way that people interpret and understand the way that other people talk. So, for instance, for context, the idea of me saying I like pancakes, and then someone else responding, oh, so you hate waffles. Very clearly an agenda behind it, as well as just like mental gymnastics and a lot of other things that these kinds of people tend to, project. So then the question is, why people assume the worst and try to take as much out of context towards people they disagree with. The difference between what I said and what someone else heard. People tend to assume the worst interpretations or take statements out of context, especially from those they disagree with, due to a mix of cognitive bias, psychological defenses, and the inherent messiness of human communication. This creates a gap between what someone actually says and what the listener hears, often filtered through their own preconceptions. Your example illustrates this perfectly. Stating a preference for pancakes gets twisted into an implied hatred for waffles, which is a classic false dichotomy, assuming options are mutually exclusive when they're not. Below, I'll break down some key reasons why this happens, drawing on common psychological patterns. Confirmation bias and selective interpretation. Humans naturally seek out and interpret information in ways that reinforce their existing beliefs or worldviews. When you disagree with someone, you're more likely to latch on to the most negative or extreme reading of their words to confirm what they're wrong or misguided. For instance, if someone already views you as oppositional, they'll twist neutral statements to fit that narrative, ignoring context that doesn't align. This bias isn't just lazy thinking, it's a mental shortcut that saves cognitive effort but leads to distorted perceptions. Research shows people are often overconfident in their ability to read opposing viewpoints accurately, yet consistently get it wrong, amplifying misunderstandings and heated debates. Defensive identity protection. When options are deeply tied to a person's sense of self or group identity, example, political, cultural, or personal tribes, disagreement feels like a personal attack. In response, they might jump to the worst possible spin of your words, on your words to discredit you quickly, rather than engaging fairly. This is why online arguments or polarized discussions escalate so fast. People aren't just debating ideas, they're defending who they are. For example, if someone strongly identifies with waffles as a superior breakfast food, your pancake preference might threaten that, promoting an exaggerated retort to reassert their stance. This ties into broader cognitive distortions like catastrophizing, assuming the absolute worst outcome from ambiguous info, which ramps up in conflicts. Strawmanning and lack of charitable interpretation. Instead of applying the principle of charity, interpreting someone's statement in the strongest, most reasonable light, people often do the opposite with opponents. They create a straw man by exaggerating or misrepresenting the argument to make it easier to knock down. This could involve taking words out of context, assuming hidden malice, or filling in gaps with negative assumptions. Philosophically, this is a blend of fallacies like appeal to emotion or ad hominem attacks, where ambiguity gets resolved in the harshest way possible. It's especially common in disagreements because it feels satisfying to win by portraying the other side as extreme or foolish, even if it means ignoring nuance. Projection and assuming intentions. People frequently project their own flaws, insecurities, or experiences onto others, leading to misattributions of intent. If someone has a cynical worldview or has been burned in past interactions, they'll assume you're operating from bad faith, reading sarcasm or hostility where none exists. This intention trap turns benign statements into perceived slights. Misinterpretations often stem more from the listener's self-view than the speaker's actual words, creating a feedback loop of negativity. When people see the worst in you, it's partly because those traits exist in them, and disagreement triggers that projection. The inherent messiness of communication. At a basic level, language is ambiguous and interpretation is never straightforward. It's filtered through emotions, past experiences, and context speakers and listeners might not share. In disagreements, this messiness gets weaponized. People skim for gotchas rather than seeking clarity, leading to out-of-context twists. Communication isn't a clean transfer of ideas. It's prone to errors, especially under stress or bias. This explains the core difference between what you said, a simple preference, and what they heard, an attack on alternatives. Their filters distorted it. In summary, this behavior is a human default in conflicts, driven by efficiency-seeking brains that prioritize self-protection over accuracy. It worsens in polarized environments like social media, where quick judgments reward outrage. To counter it, some suggest pausing to ask for clarification or assuming good faith. Hunlon's razor. Never attribute to malice what you can be explained by stupidity or misunderstanding. But that's easier said than done when egos are involved. If this happens often in your interactions, reflecting on shared context or reshaping for clarity can help bridge the gap. Interesting. So let's see where this takes a story. Oops, that's not what I want. Hopefully this will make it better, because it still doesn't quite get it when I'm trying to do this. So, let's see. Ooh, Robin McKinley and Jonathan Stroud. Should be good, I think. Let's hope it is all good. Did it break? It says it's thinking. How far down this did we get with the new stuff? Oh wait, is this the one we wanted? Or are we changing it here? Did I change it all here? Analysis? No. Okay, it has to be this. Okay, yeah, it's this. Here we go. Okay, there we go. It was just freaking out. Okay, it's giving us something to work with. Alright, let's see what we got here. In the shadowed valleys of Eldridge Hollow, where the mist clung to the ancient oaks like forgotten secrets, lived Alara Thorne. She was a weaver of tales and threads alike, her loom humming in the dim light of her cottage as if spinning the very fabric of the world. Alara's hands were calloused from years of pulling wool through warp and weft. But her mind was sharp, laced with a wry humor that often escaped the quips no one quite caught. She favored the soft golden hues of dawn weave cloth, simple, warm, unpretentious. It reminded her of the quiet mornings when the sun first kissed the hollow, before the clamor of the day began. Lara's goal was straightforward. She's not supposed to mention this. To mend the rift that had split Eldridge Hollow in two. For generations, the villagers had divided themselves over the great divide. The chasm, not of earth, but of hearts. On one stood the dawn folk, who cherished the gentle rise of the sun and the subtle arts of weaving and herb gathering. On the other, the dusk clans, fierce guardians of the twilight, with their iron forges and bold enchantments that bent shadows to their will. Feud had started over something trivial, a misplaced word at a harvest feast long ago, but it had festered like an untended wound. Alara, born to a dawn folk mother and a dusk clan father who'd vanished in the mists, felt the pull of both worlds. She wanted unity, a bridge woven from understanding. Her tactic was to host a gathering. I don't know why it still says this. Her tactic was to host a gathering at the old stone bridge that spanned the chasm's narrowest point. She'd invite a few from each side, share simple fare, and speak plainly of common ground. No grand speeches, just the warmth of shared stories. She expected it would ease tensions, like sunlight melting frost, but obstacles loomed. The villagers' deep-seated suspicions, whispers of betrayal that turned every gesture into a threat. Across the hollow, in the forge-lit halls of Duskhold, Cale Voss hammered away at his anvil. His arms were corded like the roots of the oaks, and his voice carried the gravely edge of embers long banked. Cale was a smith of renown, forging blades that sang with enchanted fire. But his true craft was in guarding his clan's pride. He saw the world through a haze of smoke and suspicion, where every outsider's word hit a barb. Cale's goal mirrored Alara's in a twisted reflection, to protect his people from the Dawnfolk's subtle deceptions, as he called them. He believed unity was a trap, a way for the softer side to erode the Dusk Clan's strength. Tactic was vigilance, attending the gathering not to bond, but to watch and counter any slight. Expected the Dawnfolk to reveal their true colors, proving his warnings right. The obstacle? His own quick temper, a forge that heated too fast, turning sparks into infernos. The day of the gathering dawned crisp, the mist parting like reluctant curtains. Alara arrived early, her basket laden with dawn bread, soft loaves baked with honey and wild berries, their crust yielding like a lover's sigh. She set them on a weathered table atop the bridge, the chasm yawning below, a reminder of how far words could fall. A handful of villagers trickled in. From the dawn folk, old Mira with her herb pouches, and young Thomas wide-eyed and hopeful from the Dusk Clans. Grizzled Lena with her shadow cloak, and Cale himself, his hammer slung in his belt like a talisman. Lara's heart quickened as she greeted them. She wanted this to work, to weave a new pattern. Welcome, friends, she said, her voice light but firm, carrying the lilt of dawn winds. I've brought dawn bread fresh from my oven. It's my favorite, simple, nourishing, with the first light that chases away the dark. Keel's ears prickled at her words. Through his lens, scarred by years of border skirmishes where dawnfolk herbs had once been blamed for a poisoned well, though it was later found to be a tainted spring. Her statement twisted. Favorite. Like the first light chasing away the dark. To him it wasn't praise of bread, it was an insult to the dusk, implying their shadows were something to be banished. Crossed his arms, the anvil of his chest tightening. So you despise dusk loaf, then? Our hearty rye, baked in the embers, strong enough to sustain a warrior through the night. Alara blinked, her loom calloused fingers pausing mid-gesture. She hadn't meant that at all. Duskloaf was fine, sturdy even, but not her preference. Yet in Kale's voice there was an edge, a challenge that turned the air thick as forge smoke. The others shifted uneasily, Mira's eyes narrowing in defense. Lena's hand straying to her cloak. The conflict ignited swiftly. Alara tried to clarify, her tactics shifting to gentle explanation. No, Kale. I merely favor the dawnbread's sweetness. It doesn't mean I hate yours. Variety is the spice of the hollow, isn't it? But her words, meant as a bridge, became a barrier in his hearing. He heard condensation, a dismissal of Duskclan's strength as mere variety, not the backbone it was. Disaster struck when Thomas, eager to help, chimed in. Lara's right. Dawnbread is lighter, easier on the stomach after a long weave. To Kale, this was alliance against him, proof of a plot to undermine Duskclan ways. He slammed his fist on the table, the dawnbread crumbling under the blow. You come here preaching unity, but your words betray you. Chase away our dark. Call our bread heavy burdens. This is no gathering, it's an ambush of the soul. Groups scattered like leaves in a gale. Alara stood amid the ruins, crumbs at her feet, the chasm echoing with retreating footsteps. Her reaction was a hollow ache, a weaver's despair at unraveled threads. She retreated to her cottage, the mist closing in like judgmental eyes. Why had her simple preference become a declaration of war? She paced, fingers twitching as if to reweave the moment. The dilemma gnawed at her. Confront Kale directly and risk widening the rift, or let the misunderstanding fester, dooming her goal of unity. She decided on the former, but with care. A letter, woven with words chosen like threads, delivered by neutral Raven to Duskhold. From Kale's forge, the world glowed red-hot. The gathering had confirmed his expectations. The Dawnfolk were sly. Their words poisoned honey, skull sharpened, to rally his clan against his insult. Tactic, spread the tale, exaggerated in the telling, to fortify defenses. Obstacle, a nagging doubt, like a flaw in forged steel, that perhaps he'd heard wrong. But he pushed it down, hammering it into his submission. I have an idea! Callie, what's your idea? Tell me your idea! I want to hear it! Gathered his kin in the great hall, flames leaping in the hearth. They favor their light bread because it chases our darkness. Alara Thorne herself said it. Our ways are to be banished like a night before dawn. Book 3 will be the best book I have ever written. Hell yeah, Callie. Oh, I'm super excited. Alara Thorne herself said it. Our ways are to be banished like a night before dawn. The crowd murmured, voices rising like smoke. Lena nodded fiercely, her shadow cloak billowing. But young Finn, an apprentice smith, tilted his head. Did she say that exactly, Kale, or did you assume? Kale's temper flared. Conflict internal now. He expected unquestioning support, but Finn's question was an obstacle, a crack in his armor. Disaster loomed as whispers spread, not of unity against Dawnfolk, but doubt in Kale's judgment. He reacted with a roar, banishing Finn from the hall. But the seed was planted. Dilemma. Admit possible error and lose face, or double down and risk clan division. He chose the latter, ordering patrols along the chasm. Eyes sharp for Dawnfolk treachery. Alara's letter arrived at dawn, carried on raven wings. Kale snatched it from the bird's beak. His calloused fingers tearing the seal. The words were careful. Kale, my preference for dawnbread was no slight on your dusk loaf. I cherish both lights of the hollow. Let us meet alone, mend what was misheard. Through his smoke-hazed view, it read as manipulation, a tactic to lure him into vulnerability. Cherish both. Ha! She means to dilute our dusk with her dawn. Yet, as he crumpled the parchment, a reaction stirred regret, like cooling metal contracting. The obstacle of his pride loomed large. Expectation shattered. He thought her words a weapon, but perhaps they were just words. The hollow simmered, tensions coiling like mist snakes. Alara, undeterred, pushed her goal with a new tactic. Venture into Duskhold herself under cover of twilight to speak face to face. She expected resistance, but hoped her sincerity would shine through. Obstacle. The patrols. Eyes like embers in the dark. She slipped through the woods, her cloak blending with shadows, a gift from her lost father. The air grew thick with forge smoke, the ground rumbling with hammer strikes. The edge of Duskhold, a patrol spotted her. Halt! Dawnfolk, spy! Conflict erupted in shouts and drawn blades. Alara raised her hands, voice steady. I come in peace to clarify my words. Disaster. They bound her, dragging her to the hall where Kale waited, his face a mask of thunder. You dared trespass after your insults? Her reaction was calm fury, eyes meeting his. My words were twisted in your ears, Kale. I said I like dawnbread, not that I hate yours. Why assume the worst? The dilemma pierced him. Release her and admit fault, or hold her and ignite true war. In the hall's flickering light, voices rose. Some for mercy, others for retribution. Kale's decision came slow, like dawn creeping. Speak your piece, then go. But know this hollow hears what it will. Alara spoke, her voice weaving the smoke. She described her life, straddling worlds, the beauty in both dawn and dusk. Preferences aren't hatreds. I favor the light's gentleness, but I respect the dark's strength. Mishearings turned allies to enemies. From Kale's perspective, her words landed differently now, stripped of assumptions' filter. He saw not a foe, but a mirror, someone scarred by the divide. His goal shifted subtly, not just protection, but perhaps understanding. Yet conflict persisted. As she finished, a hot-headed clansman shouted, She's lying! Dawnfolk always twist truths! Scuffle broke out, fists flying like sparks. Disaster. Alara was caught in the melee, a blow glancing her shoulder. Kale roared, pulling her free, but the damage was done. Blood on the floor. Accusations flying. His reaction? Shame. Hot as molten iron. Dilemma. Punish his own or let chaos reign. Decision? He exiled the instigator, then turned to Alara. Your words. I heard wrong, but habits die hard. Alara's arc bent toward hope. Her tactic now. Invite Kale to her cottage, share both breads under neutral stars. Expectation. A small step, but true. Obstacle. The villagers' lingering distrust. Kale accepted warily. Under the night sky. Where's Queen? Wait, where's Book? Ah! I don't know where Book is. Times shift, Callie. People come and go. You know? Times change. It is what it is. Right? People find better content. It's just a strive for me to improve my content. And tomorrow will be art day number 1. I'm really looking forward to that. I already have like playlists lined up to kind of start off. So, we're pretty much set. Kale accepted. Warily, under the night sky, they sat by her loom. Dawn, bread, and dusk loaf side by side. Try it, she said, breaking a piece of each. He bit into the dawn bread. Its sweetness surprising. Not bad, but ours has bite, she laughed, a sound like wind through threads. Exactly, both have place. Through his eyes, the world softened. No longer all threads, but nuances. Her perspective showed him the hollow's full palette, not just shadows. The hollow wasn't mended all overnight. Whispers persisted, assumptions lurked in the mist. One evening, as they parted, a villager overheard Kale say, "Your bread's too soft for my taste." By morning, it had twisted. Kale calls Dawnfolk weak. Conflict brewed anew. A raid threatened. Alara and Kale met at the bridge, goals aligned. Quell the storm. Tactic? Address the crowd together. Obstacle? The speed of rumor, faster than ravens. Disaster? The groups clashed, stones thrown across the chasm. Reaction? Alara's heart sank, Kale's temper flared. Dilemma. Callie! Flee or stand? They linked arms, voices united. Hear us true! Preferences aren't poisons! Slowly, the tumult eased. Perspective shifted, one ear at a time. In Eldritch Hollow, the mists still clung, but now they carried echoes of understanding. Alara wove tapestries of both dawn and dusk. Kale forged amulets, bending light and shadow. The difference between said and heard narrowed, a bridge strengthened by hard-won clarity. Yet in quiet moments, Alara wondered at the human, or hollow folk, frailty, how words, like threads, could tangle so easily. Kale hammered away, chuckling wryly at his past follies, a smith tempering his suspicions. And so the story spun on, a blend of light and dark where assumptions were unraveled one careful listen at a time. Not bad. Not bad of a story, right? Been grinding on Rivals. I had to play on my buddy's account to get him gold in rank. Ah! Nice. Nice, queen. Okay, here we are. And now we once again are back to the story. Wait, queen. Teach me how to play Rivals? Ah! Is Rivals free? Callie, do you want to play? 'Cause I suck too. We could suck together, Callie. Is it on Steam? I mean, I'm down to play with you and practice versus AI. Hell yeah. Teach you the ways. You guys ever play a team-based game? Well, of course. I used to play a shit ton of League of Legends. I also used to play Smite. Came slow, relaxed, remained even. Each one slowly draining. exhausting my muscles. My account is Queen Space Cake. Well, it's apparently going to take forever because it's still at 1%. How big is the game? It's 78 gigs? Okay, well, it says it's going to take 2 hours to install. So I guess I'm not playing tonight. It is a big game. It usually doesn't take 2 hours to download and install something. No, I'm definitely hardwired. We're downloading at 89 megabytes. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's taxing more on the internet. More bandwidth. But I mean, it's still pretty fast, right? Just stall them out. Delay as long as possible. You're uploading and downloading already. Yeah. I wasn't ready for this, but I did have an idea. Hold on, you can't be serious. Isn't my presence alone enough to prove that you are worthy? Silence. I don't think you took with bait. My lungs burned, yearning for breath, yet it came slow, relaxed, and remained even. Where did Callie go? I don't know. Sent. What did you send, Callie? Did you send chapter 18? Or did you send an invite? Not that fast a writer. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Get rid of that. Got you added, Callie. Queen, am I talking? I don't hear you. Hmm. Hey, how's it going, Hugo? How are you, good sir? Welcome, welcome. Just doing some editing here. Do you have more for me to read for your story, Hugo? Hmm. We in Discord if you wanted to join, just saying. I'm down.
Scotty! Scotty doesn't
shit.
know! Scotty doesn't know! Scotty doesn't, Scotty
That was
doesn't
so
know!
quick. I just hit enter.
Alright,
I was about to say, did you read my mind? Did you see us before I sent the message?
I'm just special
Scotty
like that.
doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
I just assume
Scotty
Callie's
doesn't, Scotty
always
doesn't.
saying that.
Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
I don't know. I don't know
Scotty doesn't-
shit. I don't know anything.
Don't know shit. We know. You know what we do know? We know that the sun orbits around the Earth. Wait, what? No, the Earth orbits around the sun.
Yeah, I was gonna
The
say.
moon-
I thought we figured that out already, Callie.
Well, clearly I did not go to school. Wait, what is this?
Kelly.
Connect to reality.
yeah,
Oop, there
Kelly.
goes gravity.
Kelly.
What? Hi.
You said that you've played team-based games before. What
Yeah.
team-based games have you played?
Connect 4.
That it?
Uno.
Uno? Are those
I don't know if
League of
that's really
Legends.
team-based.
League of Legends.
League of Legends?
There you go.
So you kind of have like a basis of that there's healers, DPS, and tanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know that there are Ragers and E-girls. gamer girl bathwater.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, anyways. So when you look at the heroes for their
The
symbols,
heroes.
yeah, for their
Yeah.
symbols, if you see
Support
the hand,
the
hand
hands.
that looks like they're asking for money.
Yeah. Oh wait.
Know that
Oh,
hand?
the beggars. Yeah, those are the
Yep.
beggars. They.
Those are your healers.
They.
Those
Those
are
are the
your
healers.
supports. They supports. The one with the fist, the closed fist, those are your
Close
DPS.
fist. Those are the bullies. Those are the
Yeah.
bullies. They
Yeah, those
bully
are your
everyone.
DPS. And the ones with the double fist, but in an X,
Those are the
those are your
bouncers.
tanks.
Those are the
Yeah,
bouncers.
those.
They be protecting the bars. They be
Exactly.
like, and they give you free alcohol if you're really cool.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. In League of Legends, what did you usually play, or were you like a hybrid player?
I would play. What's a hybrid player?
Someone that can play more than one role.
I played everything.
You didn't really have like a main role that you stuck to.
I played everything.
Okay.
I played. My first thing was like. I think my first champion that I really liked was the tank.
Okay.
And then I really liked one of the. I really enjoyed like mages. And then
Those are healers, right? Those
yeah.
are the
Wait,
healers.
mages are like damage dealers. Like they're like casters.
Okay.
And then I started playing the junglers. Those are like they have, I guess they have like they can move around a lot and they just go in the places and they help get kills.
Okay, so like a flank or a dive.
Yeah,
They would go in like the enemy's
yeah.
backline.
Yeah, and they deal a ton of damage and then they get the kill for the other player.
Okay.
I think the role that I got stuck with a lot because no one else would play it was jungle.
That's the one that you were just saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dived a lot? So you went into the enemy's backline and then you had to like get yourself out?
Yeah, and like every time I was the only one who was like brave enough to go in.
Okay. You by chance ever played Overwatch?
Yes.
You have?
Yes. I was very bad at it.
This is more like Overwatch.
Shooting games, I'm bad at. I'm bad at the shooting.
So in this game, because we are a third person, some characters you can't hit, you would think, because you're looking dead on to them with your crosshair. Here, we'll go and practice round so I can show you.
Okay.
Off I am fucking for tonight. Alright, Sean, have a great night, good sir. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Always great to have you in here, good sir. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sleep tight. Let your imagination carry you.
The play thing, there's a little thing that says practice. Click on that and then click on practice range.
Right, my back just... Okay. Play... And then... It says practice versus AI.
Above that big square. It's a little rectangle that says practice.
I pressed the wrong button. Practice range. I am going to sneeze. I want to play... I always wanted to play a... Oh my god. I have no idea who to play.
Choose whoever you want.
Okay. I want a damage dealer. Like someone who does a lot of damage, but...
Well, there's not... Healers in this game don't do a lot of damage. Healers
Oh,
in this
okay.
game is not balanced like Overwatch. Your primary goal is not to 50-50 yourself and to heal and damage. No, you need to like 70-30. You need 70% be healing and like 30% doing damage when you can. Because
I'm trying to get into my romance story writing after 2 weeks of writing a war story, and it's jarring. Wait, Hugo, your war story isn't a romance story? You're doing it wrong.
No, man, it's a war story.
How dare it not be a romance?
Everyone knows Pearl Harbor is a romance story.
Right?
I mean, killing the lizard with
technically
the big
so is
sword
Saving
romantic,
Private
right?
Ryan.
No idea who to be. I
Just
guess
choose
like
whoever.
I
You
would
could
like
always change in
someone.
here.
Okay, Spider-Man because he's cool.
Play Wolverine because he's broken.
Good luck.
I'm Spider-Man. I do whatever Spider
luck.
can.
Good
I
luck,
thought
Kelly.
Spider-Man's whole shtick was that he wasn't cool, that he was like a nerd.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's not. He's,
Well,
he's a
he's
nerd.
cool to nerds. We're all nerds, right?
Whee!
I'm a fucking nerd.
Spider-Man.
Oh, there you are, Kelly.
How does this guy work?
I mean, he didn't even get flight. Okay, like,
I
if
couldn't tell you
where
I
I
don't
live,
play
there's like
Spider-Man.
one skyscraper, he would not be able to swing around here.
That's why he's in New York, you know? If Spider-Man was where I lived, he'd be fucked. The tallest tree is like 8 feet. There's no buildings more than 3 floors.
Huh?
Above ground.
Mantis.
Yes, a mantis.
But even in BC, maybe in Vancouver, you'd be a different story, you know? But I'm in the middle of buttfuck nowhere.
It has a summer
So-
skin.
Where I live, the only superpowers that really matter would be the strength and the stickiness.
I wonder if they updated it.
Would weather fuck with that? Like if you were in the middle of a like Ontario in a
I need to
snowstorm
be taught.
and it's like ice along all of the walls
I wish to
of
learn
all of the
things.
buildings and snow everywhere.
Because
That
we're
would be
in
an
third
interesting
person,
story.
Kelly,
Spider-Man
technically your
in the
aim
north.
is not dead on. You're more to the left.
That'd be interesting.
So you, not the left, the right. So you need to aim slightly to the right of the person. And you will always hit your shot. Don't be, some characters you can be dead on. But like, even if you're like up close and you're, I think they fixed it. But yeah, you have to be like just slightly to
It's
the right.
lovely
of
having
them.
2 overlapping conversations.
I know.
Wait, I think I'm gonna fall off. Oh.
Yeah, I know, right? We went from like completely chill stream into completely chaotic, fucked up. Out of nowhere. But hey, it is what it is, right? I don't mind it. I can pick up with it. I'm used to talking over people.
Oh, jeez, my head.
Yeah, I just don't mess with these people's games while they're playing Overwatch or whatever.
They're just training, teaching,
Oh, what's happening?
teaching Callie how to play the game. It's not like they're actually playing.
Ellie, leave out of there.
I'm an old fart, man. For me, like, the oldest game I play is Mario Brothers 3.
Something happened in the game. I don't know what happened.
What do you mean?
You happened, Callie.
Oh, I
The
left.
game?
I left the practice range.
Oh, okay. My spider dude got spider senses, and then I don't know.
Oh, probably because of the enemy bot. Alright, we're going into practice. We're going into an actual
Yay!
match.
I don't want to be Spider-Man anymore.
That's fine. You can choose
I want
whoever
to
you want.
be whoever I want. It's like a bookstore.
Sure has always felt like a competition of who could click on the screen the best to me. Yeah, I always played like either non-competitive, like Souls games, where it's just you against the PC, or like strategic games where it's like it's more about strategy than it is anything else.
Cosmic might.
This Phoenix is good.
Huh? Team Phoenix?
Yeah, that's who you're playing right now.
Yes.
Yeah, she's good.
Oh! I'm not
She's
sure
a hit
why with
scan?
these lights. Oh, hit scan? What does
Yeah,
hit
she's-
scan mean?
Where you're, you don't have to, what's the word? I'm having a brain fart. I can't think of the word.
Like you don't have to aim?
No, you don't have to like track your shot or like I can't think of the word of it. Certain people you have to shoot like ahead of the person. Her, you don't have to shoot ahead of them.
Automatic.
You can shoot straight on, like dead on to them, and it'll hit exactly where you're shooting, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I don't know what I'm doing actually. My brain just completely.
Remember, just hit the enemy team.
My brain is broken.
It's a lot.
Magneto's in front. I got a kill!
So if you notice, if you've hit someone yet, you put like a little flame on top of their head. Whenever you can get that full. And
wait.
Blow it up. Black Panther is a menace.
The thing? Blow up the mark on the head? Oh, I'm flying!
But yeah, you fly.
Why does my Phoenix go away so fast? What the?
You really shouldn't just run away from a team like that.
Oh.
While you're not looking at them.
I am very unaware of what's going on around me.
I can tell.
Die, gate. Take that.
It's gonna open here in a moment. So if you can't tell, we're pushing this payload. This is our cart. We have to push this all the way there.
When do we have any groceries on our
first checkpoint?
cart?
Because it's a chariot and we're trying to take a device into there.
I did it again, I think. Did I do it again? I think I did the thing again that I'm not supposed to do.
Do what?
Where like whoa, what just happened? This is very confusing.
Is it? I will agree, a lot's going on. Have you even shot? Have you even been shooting?
He's like, wait, I'm supposed to be shooting?
Yes. Have you not been shooting?
I haven't been shooting yet. Wait, it's the venom.
You're fine. I ulted. You're fine.
Do you know the human body has enough bones to create one full human skeleton? Damn, Hugo, really?
Oh, I'm dead.
I didn't know that.
What is this?
I'm fine. Do you have your ult? No, you don't have your ult yet.
Sit still and hit things. I don't like bots. Bots are confusing. Hey, you! Die! Who's this? Hey, you over here.
Oh, you killed someone. Nice.
Hey, you! I'm gonna kill you again, you ghost. Hey, there's a Wolverine.
You have a button. I don't know which button it is on keyboard and mouse, but you can teleport back. You do like a quick jump back, and then you have another one that throws like a fire burst. And the first hit with that will stun somebody so they move slow.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Stun.
It's also really helpful when you like I was saying, whenever you have like the fire on them, if you've noticed, if you get that full, it does like a fire explosion and does aerial damage.
Whoa. The fire. Wait, which one?
If you've noticed, whenever you hit someone.
Oh, like the mark, you mean?
Yeah, the mark that's above their head.
I don't know what to do with that.
No, you don't do anything. It just fills up while you hit them. You just hit them.
Oh, okay.
Shoot them. Do damage.
Do the damages, okay.
You want to move away? Yep, there you go.
I used to play her. What the hell? What's happening?
I ulted.
Oh, you're the Jeff person.
No, I'm Luna.
Oh, you're not? person? Oh, you're
I'm
the
Luna
Luna.
Snow.
Yay! Angela,
Oh,
that's
you
my
didn't
mom's
get
name!
it?
I killed my mom!
Damn,
That's also
Callie, that's brutal.
If you didn't know, you just killed Thor's sister.
Thor's sister?
Yep.
No! I'm sorry, Thor. I'm so sorry, Thor. Wait a second. This ability is
It's okay.
awesome.
Wanda's not gonna get us. Ah, froze her.
I just realized how awesome this ability is.
Which ability?
The right click. I had to give it a few tries before I realized which button it was.
5 kills, Callie. Nice. 15% accuracy. It's
I
okay.
have no idea what I'm hitting.
So as you play the game, Callie, you'll have to start remembering who each character is. So like if you see Hulk, Magneto, those are your tanks. Angela is a tank. If you see Mantis, Cloak and Dagger,
Healer.
Rocket,
Healer.
Jeff, yeah,
Healer.
healers. And anyone else, those are DPS, right?
Yeah.
So your goal is honestly as DPS, your goal, your priority should be to take out the healer. If you can visually see the healer, you need to take them out. It does not mean that you need to like run into their backline, not unless you're a dive DPS.
Oh, I want to be a dive DPS.
So that's whole another thing. So like dive DPS are your Black Panthers.
I want to be a Black Panther.
Blade, Black Panther is crazy, dude. If you can master Black Panther, you'll be crazy.
Leave the Discord. People to their
I'll be
Discord
so
meeting.
crazy.
Well, I'm at 26% because I'm just Hugo. I'm downloading the game, so I'm not playing right now, but I will be playing if the game hurries up and fucking finishes.
I don't want diabetes.
I will tell you, if you're gonna become a really big Black Panther player, he gets banned a lot in rank. Nobody wants to deal with that man. Nobody. Cause he is a menace. Like that man can kill you so fucking quick, it's not even funny.
Wakanda
like
forever.
He just jeez, anywho's. So like you have Black Panther, he's one of your dive DPS. Blade can also be a dive.
I have to fart 1 sec.
You have to fart. Iron Fist is another dive. Magic is another dive.
Who's Magic?
She's on the second page.
Oh, Magic! The one with the giant sword.
Mm-hmm.
Who teleports.
Yep, she's a dive. The Iron Fist right next to him is a girl in between Iron Man. He's a dive.
I was still at the area.
Why is this game taking very download? He wonders as he streams HD video. I really wish I could join my friends. He says impulses representing 1 second and zero. Ones and zeros consume the bandwidth. Pretty much.
I don't know what you said.
Cyclock is a dive.
But what do you think about my story,
dive.
Hugo? Do you think it's
Star-Lord
improved
could
or
be a
it's
dive.
worse?
Wolverine is a dive.
I
These are
want
people that go into the back line and your sole purpose is to go for the healers. And then get out.
Be honest, I've been working on mine. Well, there you go. That's all good. That's the way it should be, right?
Like, if you plan to play a dive, you have to learn, like, you really have to have very good pull-out game.
What's that?
Yeah. You gotta know, because like I just said, as a dive, your job is to dive into the back line of the enemy team. So you will literally be behind the enemy team while your team is in front of you, far away. So I can't heal you because I am not standing in front of all of them just to heal you. No.
So in
I
League
gotta
of
stay back
Legends-
here and pay attention to all of them.
Yes. So in League of Legends, I play champions like
Want to read the stupidest thing I've ever written? Yes, I do.
It talks.
Absolutely.
It talks.
Yeah.
Do you know Akali and Ari in League of Legends?
Akali?
Ari. Do you know Ari?
Yeah, I play Akali and Ari.
Wait, what? So they're like the dive into the enemy team
Yeah.
and then get out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the ones I really like.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you might like Psylocke.
Psylocke? Who's Psylocke?
She's on the very last page, next to Rocket.
Oh, there she
Might
is.
like her.
Oh, she has purple hair. I love her already.
You might like Iron Fist.
Iron Fist.
He's on the page above.
Uh,
Or Black Panther. I mean, you could end up liking Black Panther. Or if you're a good Spider-Man.
I don't actually spend.
You could also play Wolverine. There's a
I,
couple.
I told you, Callie might like Wolverine. I said it. The
What
Huntsman.
you could do, you could click on a hero, and then just click over to abilities, and you can see their abilities, what they can do, and you even get a short little video right next to it.
Just gonna drop
So
from
you
the
can
Discord
see
for
what
a
it
sec
does.
so we can read this. Without interruption. Place my fingers on the shoe print. Small, light feet impressed it into the ground. It's her. It had to be her. Stomach churned since the day I ran her into the woods on the Queen's orders. Now I must find her to settle my sleep. Feel the sun warm my arm and steep into it. Close my eyes and I point my nose towards the sky. More than warming my skin, it warms my soul. I have a few more hours of light left for tracking, so I must hurry. A nearby brush provides me berries. I pocket some along with other gifts from the forest. Before the sun approaches the horizon, I move in the direction of the unseen path she must have taken. Hope I find her well and not her corpse. Sweet smell of boiling meat, turnips, and berries rises towards me. Those in the town lack such delights I partake daily on my hunts. The sip I take from the pot makes me close my eyes and enjoy the sweet hues present in the medley. Hoots and howls, chirps of crickets, and rummaging of leaves near my camp serenade me. Twinkle of the stars above and dancing light from the campfire illuminates the forest's greens, reds, and browns, painting a picture for me to sleep to. Hopefully her tormented face won't haunt my dreams tonight. Tomorrow I'll find her. The trail leads me to a clearing. Small babbling brook passes under a bridge. The bridge forms a part of a path leading from some other part of the forest to a small cottage, built from stone and with grass and hay for a roof. The homes seem to be built by architects that made do with their surroundings and lacking measuring or cutting tools. The steps in front of it She sweeps the stairs still in the dress she wore when I executed her exile. When I lost my guile of murdering her. There she sways with the broom humming, and so I rush to greet her. Apologies, my princess. I was under order, but I couldn't bring myself to harm you. Please let me know that you are free from it. I am, she said. No harm has come to me. At least not physically, but you must run. Run back to the town or the forest or whatever you fancy, but far from here. He will come soon. Then run with me, princess. No, she interrupted. I'm caged here, not by bars or chains, but attraction. But please, run. Run with all your strength. Run before he arrives. I do not fear him seeing me. I will face him. You shouldn't fear him seeing you, but you seeing him. Then, from the distance, I hear, "Hi, hoo!" From the path leading to the bridge came 6 curious short-bearded men. One sneezing, one irate, one barely awake, one jovial, one hiding his face as he walked, all headed by one confident in his stride. And I saw him, the one the princess warned me about, tripping over his tunic as his woolen hat slipped from his bald head. I saw a diamond among the dirt. I couldn't tell if my heart stopped or beat too quickly for me to feel. He sneered at a butterfly landing on his nose, a foul insect that drew my hatred at being allowed to touch such an immaculate work of art. Clenched my fingers on the blouse the princess on the blouse of the princess, and yelled, "Touch me, you horrid wench, who is this short-statured god? He's dopey. Leave, hurry, before it's too late." But alas, it was. The sun felt cold. The forest without Dopey in its sight was no more colorful than a painting to a blind man. The melody that emanated from it is now no more musical than a drunk belching as he staggers in the street. I would prefer eating gruel made of fish heads and grass to juicy steak if it were fed to me by Dopey. Blinking became painful as it deprived me of his face for a brief instant. Living now only mattered if it were at his side. I'm a prisoner now, and not one bound by iron bars or metal chains. Do you know what a midget orgy looks like? It looks like the 7 dwarves from Snow White running a train on each other. Nice, Maiku Cheese Harry. Yeah, I mean, Hugo is very interesting twist there. I like the build up to it though. It definitely, but it feels like it's like that he's hunting her and then it's like he's glad to see her, which feels kind of weird. So he put like hope in his heart when he finds the. Maybe I just read it wrong. I don't know. Maybe the vibe was just off for me. I don't know. He was trying to find her and make sure she was safe. Sounded like he was pretending to hunt her. And like he was like, ah shit, now I found her. So, I'm fucked. Imagine kidnapping a midget, mistaking them for children, and it's just like if I was driving a white van and asking kids if they want candy. Wait, what? Maiku Cheese Harry? It's a little, that's a little fuck, don't you think? Brah? Brah? The fuck? Queen! Wait, you guys not on Discord anymore? Why would you say that in here, Callie? Yeah, I couldn't hear you and it wasn't allowing me to talk. Ah, shit. Good old Discord being a bitch. I'm gonna get Water Queen, okay. Still can't hear you. That's weird. Hmm. Talking on game now. Your mic transfer over to not using Discord, Callie? Oh yeah, I think we trimmed the fat, guys. Holy shit, I think we trimmed the fat. Not even in an Xbox party. Mic isn't working anywhere. That's weird. I have now fully revised the story, and I believe I have but let me know what you think of it, comparing it to story 3. Is it your headset? One day I'll tan myself to look like a black man, and then know what it's like to be arrested. Story 4 feels like a fresh, standalone piece rather than a direct evolution of Story 3, but if this is what you meant by fully revised, perhaps shifting genres or themes while applying editing lessons and cutting redundancy, it's a bold pivot. Story 3, The Banquet, was a sprawling introspective horror tale, clocking it for heavy on psychological dread, repetitive internal monologues, and graphic ritual descriptions and context, whereas a tight 600-word... Oh, wait, did I not... Oh, for some reason it didn't... What the fuck? Why did it not... Okay, let's redo this. It got way out of hand. Still says there's an hour left until it's done. Only at 46%. It's not enough! And notes on revision. Okay, overview of Story 4. Story 4 represents a clear attempt to revise and condense the narrative from Story 3, incorporating elements like trimming repetitive internal monologues, streamlining the dream transition, and tightening some descriptive passages. The core premise remains intact. The writer's obsessive creation of a horrific tribal ritual bleeds into its reality through a nightmarish sleep paralysis lucid dream experience, culminating in a meta twist where the story writes itself. Made progress in cutting word count to 3,000, which helps pacing and spots. You've added subtle enhancements like more vivid tribal details, peacock eyes, status symbols, and a slightly sharper focus on the writer's dread. However, the revision feels uneven. Some sections are improved for flow, but others retain or introduce new issues like inconsistent tense shifts, present to past, lingering repetitions, and grammatical errors that disrupt immersion. Overall, it's a step forward in conciseness, but could benefit from another polished, fully realize the chafe cutting. Same scale. Story 3 is a 6. Story 4 is 6.5. Trimming elevates it slightly by reducing bloat, making the horror feel more immediate in the ritual sections. Sensory details and psychological tension are stronger in places. Force feeding builds quicker, but unresolved issues like tense inconsistencies, awkward phrasing, a yawn on the tip of my tongue, it lingers, then executes, builds, and escapes. And refining errors, much partake instead of must partake, prevent a higher jump. It's closer to King's psychological depth, but it still lacks its seamless subtlety and error-free execution. Here, a detailed breakdown of Story 4 stacks against Story 3 focus on key areas like structure, pacing, character, theming, horror, effectiveness, and prose quality. Use a table for clarity where it helps. Enumerate pro-con strengths of Story 4. My controller needs an update, because now it won't turn my Xbox on. Oh shit. You're just getting fucked over everywhere, Queen. That sucks. Successfully cut redundancies, such as merging multiple wake-up pleas into fewer instances and shortening the Ixiom breathing sequence, for example. Story 3's extended loops of dread, repeated reflection on pain and creation, are condensed here, making the build-up to the ritual feel snappier. Force-feeding climax escalates faster, heightening urgency. Structure and flow. Transitions between setup, dream, intrusion, ritual, and twist are smoother in spots. The opening lore is more integrated with the writer's personal stakes. Maybe that's why this one haunts me. The dialogue with the chieftain is tightened, reducing rambling and building conflict more efficiently. Horror elements. Body horror is more selective and impactful. The flower of flesh image is retained, but contextualized quicker, and new additions like if you died, it was because you were not worthy, add cultural depth to the ritual stakes. The twist ending wouldn't be any other way. It's my life. Yeah, my life too. Cultural depth, ritual stakes. Twist ending lands a similar punch. It feels earned faster due to less build-up. Thematic integration. Subtle weaves of creator versus creation. Master your creations for the master you are less expository. Shown more through the writer's failed interventions. The ideas as signals. Theme ties better to the haunting feel. Weakness of the story. Areas still lagging or regress from Story 3. Repeating and redundancy will reduce, some persist. Phrases like the knife digs into my flesh echo without variation. And internal thoughts, pleased to escape, still loop in places. Story 3 had more variety and introspection, even if overlong. Here, it sometimes feels clipped without resolution. Prose and grammar. This is a step back. Story 3 was more polished. Story 4 introduces new errors. Executes, builds, and escapes. Smells disperse with the spice locked in the lingering smoke. Flops for flops and inconsistent tenses. Released the breath. My mouth moved on its own. Awkward merges from Story 3. All villagers of the villagers surrounded the pot, suggesting complete editing. Character depth. The writer feels slightly more vulnerable. Damn braces ruined it. Adds a quirky personal touch, but motivation remains underdeveloped. Why the ritual obsession? Story 3 hinted at psychological weight. Here, it's streamlined, but shallower. Immersion and consistency. Tribal elements. Enhance world building, but inconsistencies like shifting dialogue styles. You know what? I think I'm just going to go back to the version 2. So let's go back to 2. That so makes so enticing for me. Taboo of it. Boom. There. That's what's enticing to him, is the extreme degree. The fact that most people won't even consider it. So I don't think we can get any better than this. I think this is the best this story is going to get. But there are some things, like for instance this. Perfectionist, anything could be better. Yeah. I mean, there are some things in this. I think just taking this up to here, maybe even actually... That's where we're at, right? Under gravity's thumb. Bedtime. Have a nice rest of the night. All right, Hugo. Have a good night, good sir. Take care. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Hopefully, maybe you can get your story shared more. Hope your game gets DL'd soon. Yeah, I'll probably end the stream before that happens. I'm pretty tired. I'm a little bitch. I already broke 250 page mark on this story. Nice. See, I think up until here, I think is like better, but then it starts to fall apart. Talking about the afterlife. the more and more I look over it, it's like this is just better. This is just better. I'm just super biased, so we're just gonna take this. Copy and line edit on this to fix the doubled words and grammar issues. Try to maintain sentence structure as is. I don't even know. This is why I hate editing. Wait, I feel like I put the wrong story in. Why is there... This is so fucking stupid. I swear to God, it's just not copying what I want it to copy over. How does this end? It should say version 3. Does. So why is there all this extra stuff that I know that I cut out? Welcome, welcome, Callie. Okay, well now it's 2,000 words. Okay, let's just see. There's this idea I've always clung to. Most people won't even consider it. Our ideas are... Okay, and then we add... the taboo of it. Maybe they come from somewhere else. Maybe some are our own. Some we pick up. Forgotten memory locked in time. I'm creating rituals for a clan called the Kucha. I've come to the point in my craft where all the pieces have aligned. Only one possible outcome is final ritual, the Karlock. Product of all that came before, but there's something different about this one. It's driving me. Like I'm not in control. Just a vessel for some ancient knowledge. My shoulders heavy with the weight of a legacy, the long-lost memories of some chieftain. I've read about tribes lost to time, their blood sacrifices scrubbed from history by modern squeamishness. Maybe that's why this one haunts me. It's not invented, but remembered. It was the succession ritual of the Kucha. This trial was not for the faint of heart. This ritual was not for the faint of heart. Believe that the Great Spirit dwells inside of the chieftain. In order to share the Great Spirit among the tribe, each person must partake of the flesh of the chieftain. To share it, the tribe must consume his flesh. I already stated that. Proving the worth of the tribe to the Great Spirit is no easy task. You must complete the ritual without moving or making a sound to show the Great Spirit that the village is more important than himself. Prosperity and happiness of the people outweighs his personal experience. Proving the village outweighs his own suffering. The words on the page begin to spin. I blink hard and caught myself wandering away from my body as always. Just passed out for a second. Look up at the clock, 4:06 a.m. Not that late. Shake my head and kick my feet. Gotta get that blood flowing. Wheel my chair. My eyes stung as I tried to keep them open. My efforts were futile. With them closed, imagining is easier. Could see it now. The festival of succession, the Karlok, bodies of the tribe, the dances, the singing, peacock feathers woven as cloth into clothes across their bodies. The more eyes, the more status. The man in the pot wore enough to mark him chieftain. I could almost smell the stew, pots aligned in a circle around him. The fog of my mind thins, sensation and thought return. A yawn on the tip of my tongue, it lingers. My jaw snaps as it opens. Damn braces ruined it. Get lost in the pen and paper, always sleeping at my desk, which doesn't help. A darting awareness hits my skull. I try to roll over. My body was frozen. I tried to move, my arms and legs. Futile. Here we go again, just another Tuesday. Frozen, arms, legs, nothing. Sleep paralysis again, at my desk. I feel myself in an upright position. The last few memories of writing spring into my thoughts. Despite how clear my mind is, my body is broken. My efforts were in vain. Just a useless husk being crushed under gravity's thumb. Fear hits like a bat to the knees. I'm falling endlessly, reaching out to grab on non-existent ledges or walls. My head, my heart is racing, but I can feel it. All I can feel is a steady pump in my chest. Pressure. Crushing down on me. Daydream bleeding in. Usually it's just a void. Try to move again, but it's no use. Feels like I'm wearing a fat suit. Still nothing. But I can't even feel my bones or muscles straining. My mind searching for answers. How do I escape? I waited. Wake up! Wake up! You're dreaming! Wake up, you idiot! You're dreaming! Fear seeps in. This dissonance is wrong. Try to fling myself. A quick roll and I could unset myself. Just a quick motion. Jolt myself back to reality. Sounds seep in. Clanking metal, shouting crowd, shuffling feet. Smells disperse with the spice locked in the lingering smoke. Smells of a feast. Aromas. Spice. Smells of a feast. Self-awareness is a good way to eject yourself from the brain. Once your mind picks up on it, everything falls apart. The walls of the world crumble. Then it's just a cold and wet, soft smell of aged paper. Waking up with drool in my beard and my notebook scarred with drool marks. And on my notebook. Oops, in my beard and on my notebook. Another badge of honor. For a true writer. Last, it still lingers. Just need to pinch myself. That always works. A simple tiny prick will shock me awake. Struggle to move in vain. Clear mind my ass. That's the odd thing about dreams. Everything feels natural, especially when it's not. It's getting frustrating. At least it's better than helplessness. Maybe scream myself out of bed? Get your bumbling fat ass out of bed. Wake the fuck up, I screamed. Whisper, wind. Louder now. Could tell it was saying something. This voice from the abyss. Then it thunders. Dreams, imposing, not threatening. The sound shaking my skull. Panic wells. Never had there been such a clear voice in my head. Was this me? My buried darkness? Too many late nights. My brain is finally telling me to calm down. Voice responds. Afterlife be dreams. What are you, my alter ego? Sarcasm masks my fear. Took a second to hit me. Afterlife? Am I dead? Can't be. Just has to be a dream. I still feel, hear. The voice shook my head once more. Great Spirit be all before, all be one. Set be Karlach. Great Spirit, not be end journey. Form the shaky words. Wait, you can hear my thoughts? Great Spirit shares all. Great Spirit be all before, be all one. Set be Karlach. That was it, the name, the ritual. What it all came down to. How do you know about the Karlach and the Great Spirit? Image of the chieftain and the pot of water covered in peacock eyes surge into my mind. Could you be the Kucha's chieftain? Me be chieftain, Great Spirit come to Kucha. Flesh taken unto Karlach. Be worthy of Great Spirit I will. Some things are making sense. Not dead, just my subconscious. Be the Great Spirit. The ancestors be one soul of our people. You be judge of me. I'm the Great Spirit. Great Spirit be in the body of me, no other be in me. That's why I can't control myself and why my body feels so much bigger. I must weigh like 500 pounds. This mind belongs to that body, and I'm only here to observe. Should I say where I am, or just be the Great Spirit? I can definitely play it. So I am inside your head. There has to be a reason, right? I didn't bring myself here. So you must have, I asked. He responded. Be Karlach. Karlach bring Great Spirit. Great Spirit judge Karlach. The words stuck in my mind. A sudden cold, dark, heart-stopping dread overcame me. The Karlach was beginning. My mouth began to open. Foreign words spewed forth, not by my command. Kucha be seen worthy by Great Spirit. Kucha way of life be recognized. The Karlach be blessed. Blessed be my... Blessed... Actually, there's one thing I wanted to add here. Was opened to the moonless night sky, scattered stars, mild clouds blocking. Small waves. Karlach be blessed. Blessed be blessed my son be. Come forward. My head turns to see behind the pot. A young man standing on a makeshift stage with a large throne behind him, fat rolls protruding across his body. The man walked forward, placing his hands on my head. Me be as worthy, father. You taught me well. Our ways be forever. The Kucha live long. Be Karlach, we be one. With a heave, the man lifted his arm and grabbed a torch from the holster of woven sticks and sat it. Woven sticks it sat in and bent down. He lit the wood piled at the pot's base. Flames quickly engulfed the outside of the pot. Walked around it, making sure the fire was thorough. Placing the torch reverently in its holster, he steps back towards the throne and sits down. My mouth moved on its own. Words spewed from my maw. Bring my flesh to you, brethren. Speak. My flesh be My flesh be yours, brethren. Spoken great spirit be. His breath was different, not steadily pulled through gritted teeth, but a deep nasal inhale. Spice of the feast outside flares to life. Smelled potent and forceful, tickling the depths of my nose. Feeling rose instantly, not even a twitch, not the slightest eyeball movement, staring forward, proving a point. Villagers gathering close, preparing for the next step. The dread that I might not wake up was building. If I can smell what is around me, taste what he tastes, feel his sneeze, and yet not act, what hell have I found myself in? My mind would break before the ritual was even done. Felt like ages, but it was probably just a minute. The water in the pot was still not boiling, but I was not a frog. My skin was all ready to peel off as the water devastated it. I released the breath. Oh boy, you think inhaling on a sneeze is bad? Try holding an exhale. I probably deserve this. I released the breath. I probably deserve this. The rhythm of breathing begins once more. No, it was foolish to think simple words could stop it. He was committed to far worse. Think some simple meditation, mind trick is going to save you from the pain? I told you, the whole thing is bullshit. What's the point? Even I couldn't deny the shaking in my voice. This is where all shame falls apart, where you're willing to do anything, say anything just to escape. It's the Great Spirit, I declare you worthy. Listen to me, you don't need to do this. You've been mistaken this whole time, misinterpreting the words of the ways, turning away from the true spirits. Don't sacrifice yourself for nothing. I frantically searched for other options. His son. Use his son. Don't you want to live to see your grandchildren? Don't deprive them of your great influence and power? Nothing. Small words from a small being. Scared, pathetic, small being. Condemning an entire society, groveling and begging to undo generations of belief, all so I don't have to feel it. I really am a joke. All villagers surround the pot, pressing shoulders to get closer, but never stepping within a meter, leaving room for each to step into the circle and take their piece of the Great Spirit. Smiles of joy and looks of relief spread across young and old faces, their attention directed at me. Only silence. Simple acts of the flesh told the story, or should I say the lack of. Control, at least. Control, at least I could appreciate. I could appreciate that the control was immaculate. Would you believe the serpent on your shoulder? I know for sure. I don't need this. Nothing I say could stop what his whole life had prepared for him, this moment. I could never derail that, even with my own creations. Shows how much I know. At least there's a lesson here if I survive, or remember this. I may have a grand idea for the world and the people in it, but it lacks a person, a true soul bound by life's challenges, degraded by his failures, uplifted by those around him, for he has done great deeds. Leader, a provider, a symbol for the future. It all rolled on his back, his way of life, the rituals of his tribe. Thoughts halt, the deep guttural rhythm of vibrating vocal cords erupted in my ears. Throat preparation. My mind screamed, let me out of here, I don't like this, I don't want to be here, please, just let me wake up. This is really happening. Absolutely on cue, all the villagers turned towards me. I see. Knives and plates in their hands. No, just knives in their hands. A knife. Knife being passed across their hands. My bulging stomach is placed on a platter. Frozen. I was frozen inside of my body. This was my first lucid dream, and it better be my last. I never felt pain in my dreams before. I should wake up before the knife digs into my flesh. The knife is steady as my body, but far from as steady as my mind. Pain was real. This couldn't be. I tried to pull away. I tried to move. This is my punishment. The lack of consequences led me to create this ritual. All this extra fat is going to be cut off, cooked, and fed to me. Maybe I should have taken that advice. Knife is coming down. First, second, third, fourth cut. Silence in my mind is broken with sharp screams. They're my own, distant, cruel. In this dream, at least, yes, I did feel pain, and it did not wake me up. Endure, I would have. I'd have to sit through this and endure it, just like my creations. Even as pieces of you are removed, villagers. Villagers begin to chant as they walk away with my parts. Smoke thickens as the meat is thrown into pots. Every villager takes one piece, their gateway to the ancestors. To consume the flesh that was inhabited by the Great Spirit was to be judged by it. If you died, it was because you were not worthy. Things such as disease were unknown to them. If you were worthy of being a member of the Kucha clan, you would live a long, prosperous life. Blood pours down, muscles flayed, bones cracked, every tiny prick. If I wasn't. Tearing my eyes out, breaking my fingers, biting my tongue, my mind broken, an endless scream, for in your mind no breath exists. This begging, putrid creature is me, every word imaginable crossing my lips, falling on deaf ears. The final cut. You're a disgrace, you've fallen from the ways, I'm the Great Spirit, the Great Spirit declare you unworthy. The words, a mist in my mind, hidden behind the pain, my inner self reaching out. Words flew from my mind, sent from a hidden box, my mind's haven. The one piece of me that survived the pain. Am I so arrogant I wish my creations to suffer with me? You are a worthy mind, chieftain. You have changed even me. Silence burns once more in my mind, matching the flesh from the outside. My back, with all the fat pressed against the pot, was devoid of water, so my flesh was melting to the pot. There were flecks of flesh floating to the top of the water over my legs. The skin had dissolved away. No more chatter, no more arguments. He had made his choice, and now it was all coming back. The blood pouring from my body, thickening with the water. My back pressed against the heated pot, scolding. The liquid bubbling and stewing in my mass, my stomach just above the waterline, prepared for the next step. Villagers gathered once more, cooked flesh in hand. They believed in their chieftain. You could see it in their faces, relief. The worst had passed. My nostrils filled with the smell of my own flesh, spice pungent and fresh. Wretched in my mind. I can't help but think about what it's going to taste like. It's going to get worse from here. When will I wake up? I just want to wake up. I've learned my lesson. Dreams take you to the edge. That rich smell wafting closer with the smoke, each breath more pungent. The only escape was to experience it, stuffing me like a pig. Does it just end like that? No. So somehow it just didn't copy the rest of it. Just gonna go from here. Like the villagers. villagers gathered once more, cooked flesh in hand. They believed in their chieftain. You could see it in their faces. The worst had passed. My nostrils filled with the smell of my own flesh, the spice pungent and fresh. I just want to wake up. I've learned my lesson. Dreams take you to the edge, that rich smell wafting closer with the smoke, each breath more pungent. Only escape was to experience it, stuffing me like a pig. My jaw was being forced open, too wide. Just started, one after the other, chew, swallow, chew, swallow, chew, swallow. My spirit poured tears. Throat filled, mouth filled, still they pressed. Down it went. Each villager's duty to make sure their peace returned to the chieftain. The meat must be imbued with his spirit, ground and minced into the flesh to give the highest yield of potential. Meat slid out of my stomach, being squeezed through a pipe like Play-Doh, folded over itself and falls into fine bunches of floured flesh budding out of my exposed entrails. Nearing the end, the pain is gone. Pain is fading. My body flops over into stew. I have no form, no control. I simply am. Young man sitting on a throne. I could guess he's just like his dad. You can think they're fed well because they're the chieftains, but for the Kucha, if you could not feed the entire village of your flesh, you were not worthy. Hi, coming from TLC, oh balls well. Hey, Kels, how's it going? Yeah, everything's doing great. We're just, hopefully this is the second to last edit, possibly the last edit for this story. Hopefully. We've cut it down literally 2,000 words. Which I think is good, because it did drag on, and there were things in it that didn't really... You know, I'm trying to build this psychological horror, and I keep pulling away from it, adding comedic moments, and I'm like, no! No, I know he's trying to use sarcasm to get over it, but that's not effective. He used it once, it didn't work, get over it, move on to the next one. Don't keep running with it. And I think, I don't know. I like to keep all the versions, though. So then I can look at them and say, which ones do I like more? Two men standing over the pot remove scythes from their sides, each one striking into the wrist of the now dead chieftain. They dragged his hands from the stew. Chieftain's son waddled his way down to the pot, pulling a hatchet from his waist. He severs the arms of his father, and at the elbow. Without flinching from the burning flesh, he peeled it from the bone, down to the forearm, across the palm. Holding the arms by the bone, he raised his hands high into the air and proclaimed, Father, be worthy, Great Spirit bless me, I be worthy when time comes. Be I worthy when time comes, Kucha reign. Be 1,000 years. Ancestors be in us all. In us always. The son devoured the fat, puffy meat from the fingers of his father. The hand of the father falls to the son. They shall walk the same path. Felt myself disappearing into the shadows. Darkness took me. My mind dances in silence. Then a light, small at first. A light, small at first. Then all my vision ablaze. The cold and wet, the rough and slimy, coarse hair rubbing against my face. The drool soaking down my notebook, down my cheek, down my neck. The sunlight from the window scarring... I don't know which one has 2 R's, but I think scarring has 2 R's, right? My eyes, as I held them tightly shut, slowly lifted my head as my neck and back bones crack, the muscles stretching and cramping. I yawned, wiping my face, blinking down at my notebook, staring back at me with a story I'd never written. The last line stopping my breath and holding my stomach in a death grip, my dry throat constricted as I tried to swallow. My heart skips multiple beats. Those words stare, begging my remembrance. And now our story has been told. So I think getting it down to 2,000 words, prime. Absolutely prime. So let's start from scratch. Let's go here, and let's say Rate this story 1 to 10, 1 being children, writing, 10 being Stephen King. No stipulations, no nothing, just that's what it is. Solid piece of psychological horror that blends dream logic, ancient rituals, and metafiction in a way that's intriguing and unsettling. It effectively builds dread through sensory details and the protagonist's helplessness, with a nice twist at the end that questions the origin of creativity. However, it suffers from some pacing issues, repetitive phrasing, emphasizing immobility multiple times, and occasional awkward sentence structure or grammatical slips that pull the reader out of the immersion. Scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is simplistic, 10 is Stephen King. With this signature of depth, character insight, rate a 6. His ambition and it has ambition and evocative moments that punch above basic amateur work, but it lacks the refined polish, tighter narrative control, and broader thematic resonance to hit higher tiers. With editing, it climbed to an 8. What specifically would you edit to make it an 8? Tighten the narrative arc by condensing the introductory musings on ideas and rituals. First paragraph. It's intriguing but meanders. Cut redundant sentences like are our ideas our own, or they come from somewhere else. Maybe some of our own, but sometimes we pick up a signal from the universe. Merge into consent's hike. I've always clung to the taboo idea that our thoughts aren't entirely our own. Some are signals from the universe, ancient memories resurfacing. Now, crafting rituals for the fictional Kucha clan, I feel like a vessel for something real. Especially this final one, the Karlok. This sharpens the setup and accelerates entry into the dream sequence. That's actually good. Okay, so that would be from here. Taboo idea that our thoughts aren't entirely our own. Some are signals from the universe. Ancient memories resurfacing. Now, crafting rituals for the fictional Kucha clan, I feel like a vessel for something real, especially this final one, the Karlok. And that's why this one haunts me. It's not invented, but remembered. It's a succession ritual of the Kucha. This ritual was not for the faint of heart. So I'm just going to remove this entire section. Okay, so that's one. Pacing in the dream transition. The shift from writing to sleep paralysis feels dragged out with repetitive descriptions of physical sensations. My eyes stung. I tried to keep them open. Stinging eyes finally surrendered, and in that haze, paralysis gripped me. Frozen, a useless husk. Okay, okay. Okay. Ritual's progression, cutting, eating, dismembering, is vivid but outstretched, with internal monologues. Trim repetitive, please, like... To one impactful, my mind screams, let me out, I don't want this. End the dream more abruptly after the sun's proclamation to heighten the twist impact. Disappearing into shadows, fade out. Wait, what am I doing right now? Conflict, right? You know what, I'm just gonna say, can you rewrite the story with these improvements? Oh no! We've reached a maximum! Ah, shit, guys. Well, maybe we'll just have to pick this up again tomorrow. That sucks. We're so close! Imagine not having premium. Dude, I have premium. Premium doesn't give you shit. Smokey, why do you always show up at these times? Yeah, just spending $50 a month instead of $10 a month? No thanks. So, we went from 4,600 words to, like, 2,400. I probably am, Smokey, yeah. I'm a little bitch fuck. I wanted to get this done, but the more I do it, like, oh my god, this is what I hate the most about editing, because I'm so fucking picky. I just need to let it drop, and then I'm like, by the end, I've ruined the entire story, and I've lost the entire essence of the story by the end. But I have to learn how to fucking edit. So maybe we'll get there. I'm not sure. I mean, if anything, this is probably the best version of it. Wait, the PoE update went through? You're lying, Smokey. You're lying. I don't believe you. Oh shit, there's a patch. Oh shit, there's a patch! Doesn't mean shit, though. Doesn't mean shit, Smokey. You could still be fucking with me. This doesn't mean I'm gonna play Smokey, okay? It just means maybe I'll be excited to play for tomorrow? I don't know. I don't care. I know you do, Smokey. I know you're just trying to be reverse psychology and everything. But... I really don't. 3.1! Holy shit! It is. Well, there you go. 3.1's up. It's active. Oh. Wait, 6 gigabytes? Okay, that's more like what I was like. The patch is like 69 megabytes is not big. 6 gigabytes is fucking big. Mine downloaded instantly. Well, I'm streaming. I'm also downloading Marvel Rivals. So, like, my bandwidth is, like, stretched to its maximum at the moment. To play with Callie and Queen. Just to have, like, a group event game to play with people. That's not you, Smokey. Because a lot of people don't play PoE. Okay, you know what? This is gonna take, like, half an hour. So, like... I'm gonna use this as an excuse, Smokey. I'm absolutely using this as an excuse. Maybe we'll play tomorrow? Tomorrow begins the art arc. That's why I really wanted to get this story done, because I didn't want to have a story in progress, even though I have 4 stories in progress, so it really doesn't matter. Just download it when you're gonna play it. There's no point. I don't know. It is what it is, guys! So remember, thanks for coming by, thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. Super glad to see some new faces around here, and remember, as always, we will be back again tomorrow. Same time, same... Oh wait, no. Not same shit, because tomorrow is the art arc. We will be starting drawing. Yay! L Streamer, you ain't fun no more. Smokey, you're just jealous that I'm popping off and have so many new viewers, and your type of stream is falling off. You need, if you want me to be funner, Smokey, you need to spam more, okay? But yeah, cope as it is. You think I'm coping, I think you're coping. You just don't do shit anymore. Boring. Because I don't play PoE with you anymore, I do the exact same shit except more shit, and I keep adding new shit to the stream. So just because you're not here, Smokey, no, not just that. Okay, Smokey, fine. Fine, lay it on me, motherfucker. Lay it on me. You end when I come every time. I told you! Every time. No joke. I see how it is, though. See ya. You sound like a poor sport, Smokey. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was your #1 streamer and I let you down. I'm gonna go beat myself up over it now. Dude, Smokey, I'm gonna cry. How could you? I smoked a joint with me. Oh, you're just my morning streamer. You're just my morning stream. Smokey, you made me smoke a joint with you, and now you're being this way. Why are you ruining such an amazing friendship over this? Stop it with your lies. You didn't even smoke it. Oh man. Don't puff it on air. Oh, alright, well, okay. Thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a very productive day today until the very end when we ran out of stuff. And then Smokey showed up and I decided, let's play some Path of Exile. But hey, we can't play Path of Exile, so it is what it is. I'm going by, I need to find a new streamer to watch. I'm serious, bye. Smokey, I think you're addicted to my stream, so maybe it will be helpful for you to go find someone else to watch for, you know, just a little bit, you know, just a couple of hours, and then you'll be stuck in pressing the refresh button waiting for me to go live again. Alright, but anyways, on a serious note, guys, we had a great day today. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Didn't manage to finish the final edit, but it is what it is, right? So... remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you, lady boy. Ladies nuts! I guess if you think that, GG, have fun. Alright, Smokey, we'll see you tomorrow, bro. Transvestite. He loves it, guys. He absolutely loves it. Alright, let's find who we're gonna raid today. We'll see you again tomorrow, Smokey. Take care. Have a great night. Hopefully you can find a streamer that's just as entertaining as me to watch. Okay, I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep after your feedback, okay, Smokey? You lost me. I'm never coming back. You lost me. Smokey, unfollow. My longest, most valuable viewer, Smokey. It's okay, I'll sacrifice you for 10 more viewers. Oh. I mean, it's okay, Smokey. I don't want to be holding you here as a hostage. I want you to actually, like, want to be here. And I know that you do, so I'm not worried. Right?
And the sight made my terror change into anger. I now found myself hating this horrible monster. There was no doubt in my mind that it was pure evil and I wanted it to die. Hello? How do I say your name?
No one knows how to say my name.
Is it Cication? Is that the right way? Thank you very much for popping by my stream and for inviting your community here.
Oh wait, I'm muted. Fuck you, Smokey. Have a good night. We'll see you again tomorrow. And we'll play some PoE.